Festival. My name is Wendy DeMoss, and I founded this festival back in 2018 when we could have them in person in Vancouver, Canada. A couple years there, a year in Manitoba and Winnipeg and Edmonton, Alberta. There's one coming up in Prince George up in northern BC. And right now we're doing this wonderful, fabulous online version. And I'm so delighted you're all here to join me and just open to learn. I would love to share with you a little bit about why this festival. And so I'm going to share from the mission statement. To contribute to a future where we are more at peace with the power and innocence of sex. In so doing, suffering is transformed and people are free to experience and express the pleasure and power of being alive. How do we plan to do that? Well, by transforming the way we talk about sexuality, we introduce a new communication standard that supports sexual well-being. So what we do is provide information, we provide music and experiences through these sacred sexual music festivals, online and in person, to uplift us and help us remember our sacred bodies, our sacred minds, our sacred innocence. Oh, it's going to be an amazing weekend. I'm so happy you're here. So, because each gathering is dedicated to transforming lives through enhancing sexual well-being. And you know, our core values: honor, care, respect. So we've got an amazing couple of days for you, and I'd love to open with a chant. If you will sing with me, I know we can't do that. We can't unmute you because there's the delay. So I hope you'll sing at home. So let me get my guitar. And just a mantra to please join me to open our hearts and prepare for a weekend of aha moments, a weekend of fascinating info. Sing along when you get the hang of it, okay? Open my heart and soul. 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 That's it. Open my heart and soul. 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 All together. Open my heart and soul. 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 and soul. Open my heart and soul. Open my heart and soul. Open my heart and soul. Thank you all for singing along. I loved seeing you moving and singing along. It was beautiful to see. Okay. I would begin. I thought this first speaker would be fabulous to start, to open the Sacred Sexual Music Festival, because she's not only an amazing teacher, a dear friend, she's just a beautiful being with a new book out. And let me tell you more about her. Amy Culler is a relationship and intimacy coach. She's a certified therapist, a TED Talk speaker. She was amazing. Just Google Amy Culler and watch her TED Talk. And she's an international clinical trainer. She's helped more than, like, I think 10,000 individuals and couples, through her TED Talk, through her meetings, through her individual counseling. And what she saw was a need for a solutions-based alternative to conventional talk therapy, and one that addresses intimacy challenges and supports people feeling safe in connecting. And I think she's got the ticket, folks. I highly advise you listen to her. Here's what she says. Having an intimate connection is healing. Having a coach in your corner is priceless. Everyone, please welcome my dear friend and fabulous being, Amy Culler.
Good morning. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you so much. And I have to say, before I speak, before I start a session, before I do anything, I sing. So it was wonderful to harmonize behind you. I was belting it out at the top of my lungs, and I know that Gila knows what I sounded like. So I'm going to take this opportunity to share my screen. Can you make it so that I can share my screen? That would be awesome. Because I'm going to talk about how to ask for your desires. So I want to be able to focus on it. Did you do it? Did you do it? Can I share yet? All participants, I just decided, oh, look. Okay, I did it. Give me just a second to figure this out. Cancel, sharing screen. Anybody? Anybody? Give me just a second to give it a shot. Sharing screen will stop other people's sound share. Do you want to continue? I'm continuing. Love you all. I'll miss you. Here we go. Oops, we're not on the right thing. How do I open it? Oh, don't you hate that? Give me a minute, people. It'll be worth it. It'll be so worth it. There we go. Welcome. I can see you, so that's awesome. And you can unmute yourself because I've used this format before. So today, I'm going to talk about how to ask for your desires. And honestly, there is no time like the present to feel alive AF, right? And there is no time. Asking for what you want and learning to speak up in life is a lifetime journey. So wherever you are on this journey, you're in the right place. I'm Amy Culler, the intimacy coach, and I am the intimacy expert. I've broken it down and made life simple, because if you can ask for something, if you can do something in your intimate life, you can do it anywhere. I'm a life coach and a therapist and all of that, but seriously, everything, how you show up in life, how you show up in the bedroom is how you show up in life. So I coach individuals and couples like athletes and teams, and it works. I bring the experience, I bring the wisdom, and I bring my heart. And when it comes to talking about desire, variety, fetishes, kinks, or what anybody wants, I use the language of pizza. I'm not kidding. And it works. So this is going to be fun and it's going to be delicious. Are you with me? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm is my sound. So stay with me, come with me. This is going to be awesome. Okay, so what do you desire? Like I said, the relationship between food and sex is unbelievable. Really, it is. Because what you desire is your appetite. What you desire is what you want. Your desire in the bedroom, your desire outside of the bedroom. What do you want? And I'll tell you, nothing kills desire like those four little words. What do you want? Think about it. Food and sex are so similar. You go to the kitchen and you're like, what do you want for dinner? Worst question you can ask, because the answer that always comes is, I don't know, what do you want? And that is literally the sound of boredom. And that's how it begins. That's where we start to have a hard time asking for what we want, because you can't compromise. The reason it's so hard to ask for what you desire is because you are a kind, caring person who is more concerned about what the other person wants and thinks than what you want and think. I talk about how compromise doesn't work. Stay with me. This is fun. You're two different people, completely different people with two completely different appetites. So to think that you're going to find somebody with the exact same appetite and taste as your own, it doesn't happen. And your appetite and your taste change throughout your whole life. So the key to life and your desire is not having another partner. I know, shocking. The key to finding out what you desire is to find out what you desire, what you like. Find out what you like. And the reason that compromise doesn't work is because you get with another person and you're like, this is how I described it in my book. One partner likes pepperoni pizza and the other partner likes pineapple pizza. And you're thinking, I love you. I kind of like you. I know you like this and you like, well, let's compromise and get mushroom pizza. I like mushroom pizza. You like mushroom pizza and I love you. So let's get mushroom pizza because we can both enjoy it. And then it's 2 years later and you're still having mushroom pizza. You've even forgotten what you like. You don't even ask for what you want anymore. You're just settling for mushroom pizza. And if somebody says, how's your pizza going? How's your pizza life? How's your love life? I'll often hear, fine, we're fine. And what I say is the word fine means tolerating. And you don't want to have a love life that you tolerate. You want to have a delicious love life that you truly desire, because how you feel about yourself in the bedroom and in your love life, and even if you're by yourself, is how you feel about yourself in all parts of life. What do I mean by even by yourself? What do you desire? Do you even enjoy what you're enjoying? Do you allow yourself to eat something and really enjoy it? Do you get yourself your pizza that you want, or do you eat it going, I really shouldn't be doing this? Believe me, I understand. You know, there's a conversation, you know how nobody wants to pick dinner? I don't know, what do you want? I don't know, what do you want? I don't know. The reason that nobody wants to pick dinner or plan the menu, which is why it's always left to one partner, is because we don't want to be responsible for somebody else's experience. Imagine if you're going, come on, let's go to the park. It's going to be fun. And you feel like you're dragging your partner there. And you're like, isn't this fun? Isn't this great? I'm going to make it so fun for you. Isn't it great? Isn't it great? That's why we don't want to pick dinner for each other. And that same thing happens in the bedroom with your desires, with your appetite, with your sexual desires. So how do you ask for what you want? Nobody wants to pick it, right? Sometimes you're standing in the kitchen and you've got your doors open and you're like, what should we have? Same old, same old. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm in the mood for. So you go to a restaurant and you still don't know what you're in the mood for. I swear that's why they have a chef special, because people don't know what they want. And then you even ask the waitress, like the waitress is going to know, the server is going to know what they want for what should I eat? You want somebody to make the decision for you. That's the whole point. You want somebody else to make the decision for you. So I'm going to tell you what you and every single person desires. Someone who knows what they want. Which is why you have your favorite restaurant and they're like, oh, I'm going to make us something special for you. And they deliver it and it's exactly what you're like, oh, it's so good. You know, that chef, you know, that place that whatever you're going to order, it's going to have a little surprise. It's going to have a little tang in it, or it's going to be exactly what you want every time. But how do you know what that is? I say that it's interesting to me because we're more likely to give a critique of what we like and what we want to our server at a restaurant. How's your meal? It's, you know what, it's good. It could used to be a little bit hotter. Next time I'd order this. We're more likely to give feedback and know what we want to a complete and total stranger, just like we would with our server. And sometimes, maybe you know what I'm talking about, sometimes people feel that same way when it comes to enjoying their pizza or their love life. They feel like that pepperoni or that pineapple pizza with the anchovies, extra anchovies, is going to be just too much. I can't ask my partner for that. They're going to think I'm weird. They're not going to want that. They're not going to love me anymore because of that. But that server across town, she doesn't know me. She doesn't care what I put on my pizza. She wants to give it to me just like every single person wants it, just the way I like it, without shame, without judgment, without telling me I'm fat. Or I shouldn't be eating that. It is literally yours to ask for how you want it and enjoy it thoroughly because nobody's around you. So figuring out what you desire is your life's goal. And this is how I talk about it. The way to know what you desire, the way to tap in and tune into your appetite, be it sexual, be it anything, is this. The goal of your sex life is to be in touch with your sensuality. That's what makes a great sex life, is pleasure and sensuality. So how are you in touch with your sensuality? What is sensuality? Those are your 5 senses. Sight, sound, I do that wrong all the time. I was going sight, sound, smell, taste, touch. How do you know what you like? So many of us are so cut off from what we want. Well, other people don't like that. I can't wear that. Other people don't like the way I look in that. I can't eat that. Other people don't like your music. What do you like? Who are you on your own? That's what it is to know what you desire. And how do you do that? You do that by getting in touch with your wishes and your sounds and knowing what turns you on. How do you share your desires? That's the piece. How do you let somebody else know what you like? We've already established how you've told your server that your food wasn't warm enough or spicy enough. Can I get a little extra cream? Can I get some sugar to sprinkle on top? How do you ask for those little extras when you think somebody might say to you, you really don't need that extra sugar? What, you didn't like it the way I did it? It becomes a critique. Where to that server, she's the in-between. She's just here to please you. And she wants you to have it your way. And that is the goal of sharing your desires. Because wishes, desires, appetite, and intimacy long to be shared more than anything else, especially intimacy. That's the piece of us where when we share it, we feel connected. When we share ourselves, that's the whole goal of life, is to share your heart and to show up with your full desires. Like I said, even if you're on your own and you don't have a partner, you can show up in full aliveness, full appreciation, full sound, full, let things excite you. That's how you know what turns you on. Now, I call my move the huddle. The huddle is the language of pleasure. And I made a note because Wendy was singing the song, Open My Heart and Soul. And that is what this sound does. There's tons of science behind it. The science is in the book, so I'm not going to go into the science, but it actually synchronizes your heart, which is the largest magnetic field in your whole body. It's your main communication tool. So it synchronizes your heart, your brain, your respiratory system, your pulse rate. All of your systems are in harmony, And when you feel confident and in harmony with yourself, you can express what you like. So in my TED Talk, which you're going to go watch after this festival, I talk about a chocolate. Imagine you're about to bite into a delicious chocolate. And you slow down and you smell it. That sound, that vibration and intention cues your whole body that something delicious is coming. And it cues anybody around you who can hear you. It sparks their interest. They'll go, ooh, what do they have? Ooh, that sounds good. Ooh. That's how you share your desires. That's how you express what sounds good. That's how you let someone know what you're in the mood for. It's an indicator of desire. The huddle is how you share your heart and your soul. It's an opening sound. So what I say to people is, if they're not making that sound, they're not sharing themselves. I can't feel you. I don't know if you like it. Do you like it? I can't tell unless I can hear you, whether that's at the kitchen table or in the bedroom or in a boardroom, or even right now while you're listening. Am I making sense? That sound is how I know that you're with me, that you can feel me. And even if you're going, I still know that you're with me, that you can feel me, that you're along for the ride. And that's what it is to share your desires. And even to share them with yourself. And that's where it begins. That's where I talk about, even if you're on your own or with a partner, can you share your desires with yourself? Can you express them with yourself? And these things take practice. So when you're making that huddle sound, you know what? Let's do it. I invite you to put a palm on your chest, and we're gonna 3 times. You can just hear me or do it with me or do it after, however you like. And notice if you can feel the vibration in your hand. Ready? That's it. I can feel that vibration. And a lot of times lately in the world, all kinds of people will tell me they feel numb. And I'll say, don't worry about your feelings. Put your palm on your chest and huddle. And feel the vibration. That's all we are in life, is vibration and intention. So I tell people to start right there so that you can feel yourself. And when you express how you feel, that allows other people to feel you too. Imagine your server comes over to the table and they say, how are things going? And your mouth is full because they time it that way on purpose, right? So you can look at them and you go, or you go, That's an indicator of how you're desiring and if you want more. And it also indicates to the server so they can go, oh, tell me what I can get you. Is there anything more I can do to make it even better? Because your goal as a giver and your goal as a receiver is to give what that person desires. And your goal is to, as a receiver, is to start making those little adjustments in your life so that you're able to truly give yourself what you're desiring. Does that make sense? So how do you share your desires if one person's wanting, if all you're ever getting is pepperoni pizza over and over? And as I say, there's a pizza joint on every corner. The key is to find a pizza joint that's willing to work with you, that's willing to adjust their spices and seasonings to your acquired desires. And like I said, your tastes and your seasonings and your desires and your appetite will always change. So just like life, your sex life and your appetite is about growing. And growth means continually discovering what you need, what works for you in life, what you desire and what you need, and showing up for yourself and others. For example, bringing it back to food, at my age, I've suddenly have to change my diet. I can't eat everything I ate in my 20s. So even if I desired it, my tastes have changed, my needs have changed, and I need something that's going to work with me. I have to take care of my desires and my needs and be in check with them. So there may be a pizza joint on every corner, but it's my responsibility to keep my desires in check, to find a pizza joint that's going to work with me and continually grow with me to give me what I need. And I can honor what they need as well. Is that making sense? And our desires really are meant to be shared. Like I said, you know, one of the most common questions I hear is, why can't they tell me what they want? Well, the truth is, there isn't words for that. There aren't words to say what you want, because what you want is that thing that makes you go, or, ooh. That's up to you to discover. How do you explore? People always say that they get into a relationship to explore, but they stop exploring because you get stuck eating mushroom pizza. So the way that you're exploring is to explore your huddle sounds. Because sometimes you just want that same old cheese pizza. And sometimes you have to have a lot of extra pizza to get to that point where pizza joints have gotten to where they start putting dipping sauces and dressings on them. You got to have a lot of pizza before you start spicing it up and finding all those crazy toppings for it. So as I say, keep going to the same pizza joint and working your way through their entire menu. Practice asking for what you want, letting them know what you like by going, ooh, and saying, is that a good sound or is that a bad sound? That's what we're here to find out. Exploring means exploring your huddle sounds, getting to know all those little cues that turn you on and inspire you to want more. Sound good? So it's the feedback, your instant feedback for your server. And it's your GPS. It tells you exactly where to go. You can follow those little sounds. And it gives you emotional and physical connection. So it increases your desires and gives you emotional and physical connection. We got to do another little thing because it's totally fun. And I have, lots and lots of time. I'm a very fast talker. I've had coffee. It's first thing in the morning. I'm kind of an East Coast girl. I talk fast. So put a little smile on your face because this is awesome. And I always love to say this. It's okay to fake this. Put a little fake smile on your face if you're not already smiling, and give me an and really fake it like over the top, and see if you can feel your mouth water because it activates your salivary glands, just like you're going to eat that chocolate. That's why it increases your senses. And when your salivary glands are wetting your mouth, it's activating your whole appetite system, which is part of your endocrine system, which is part of your sexual glands and your hormones. So that and saliva in general is magical stuff. It really is. And that sound is the origin of language. As a matter of fact, it's called a vocable. And vocables are sounds that don't need any definition anywhere in the world at any age. We know what means, just like we know what ouch or means. And that's our language that we use in those moments. I call it a huddle because, like I said, I coach people like athletes and teams, and it works. And a huddle is what athletes do to get themselves, to get their head, their heart, and body in the game, in it for the love of the game, as I say. And it's also what they do when they connect, drop the outside world, drop the competition. And also, they drop the language. They don't stand on the football field and say, okay, are you ready? Are you ready? I'm going to throw it really hard. They don't. I don't know. I don't play football, but they go, ha ha. That's what they do. Those little indicator sounds are our body's true language of intensity, pleasure, connection, intimacy, feedback, desire. It lets you know what's coming. All puns are intended. Is this making sense? I can't hear you because, see, I got a thumb. I love a thumbs up. All right. So temperature, mood, speed, that's exactly it. So how do you share your desires? I tell people to huddle. Whether you're doing it for yourself, indicate what you like to yourself and indicate it to your partner. So it takes practice to use these sounds. I've been practicing a long time, and I know because when I work with people and try to get people to make these sounds together, it can feel really vulnerable. That's why it works. It's like sharing a conversation of the heart without words getting in the way. Because like I say, nothing starts more arguments than words, eh? So it's that actual heart connection that you're looking to make. And it also is the indicator for your appetite. You want it spicy? Or do you want it light? It's your indicator for your mood and your desires. And the goal is to get in the mood together with somebody else. And I'm going to share with you my number one tip on that is to huddle. Stop talking. That's what makes it so awesome. This is a positive pulse. It's the double sound. It's the pulse of your heartbeat. It's got the cadence of the word amen. It's that yes sound going up your spine, telling your whole system and everybody around you that you are a yes. It's the sound of consent. And when somebody stops making that sound, you feel a vacuum. And all action stops as far as I'm concerned. You can feel it. Even if somebody's eating and they just go, and you're like, what? I want people to be able to do the same thing when they're in physical connection with each other. Because that's what it is when you stay connected to your pleasure. Sometimes you get lost in thought and you bring yourself back. Again, that's why I like this sound, because you don't have to go, what? And you can go, because it's an immediate indicator that doesn't break the mood, doesn't pull you back into words, which pulls you into your head. It keeps you in your heart and in your desire and in your saliva. Okay, so with that, I am bringing us to the next. Now I do a thing called Ask Amy Color Anything. I do it on my YouTube channel. People send me messages through my DM. They email me messages, all kinds of situations, circumstances, health and general benefit, life, how to get a job, how to close the deal, what we're engaged. Now, what do we do? And I do videos on YouTube and I answer emails, DMs, have conversations with people because my goal is to actually find solutions. And if I can help one person find a solution, even in a dialogue, I will then share my tools and help other people find those same solutions. So people can ask me anything, and they do. So I sent out a couple of things to say that I was speaking today and what questions people would have for me. So if it's okay, you can also indicate, I'm going to check out the chat here because I see there's, oh, you guys all rock. Okay, so I'm going to share a couple of questions. And the first one was that somebody said, who sees you? I can understand that. Who sees me? So I'm, like I said, I help individuals. I work with individuals and couples, and I coach people like athletes and teams. And it works because even as an individual, your sexuality is your sensuality. Your sexuality is your life skill. It's a life skill that you want to keep getting better and better at your whole life. So even if you're single or on your own or seeing multiple people, it's still your skill to increase. And I help couples because I've created an intimacy game plan that starts with a huddle and helps people build a love life that they can both look forward to, or all look forward to, whatever you're into. And that too. People see me if they're new relationships. I've had people tell me that they feel like they just got married. People see me who've been married for 30 and 40 years and are like finally taking off on their love life. They've just been, holding on for all this time. And I think it's amazing that they've gotten along this far without a coach and without an intimacy game plan. I see couples of all genders and nationalities, from straight to curly. During 2020, what I do when I don't know what to do and when things are crazy is I help people. So during 2020, and when I was deep into writing my book already, and so what I did was I took all the exercises in my book and I worked with couples around the world at slash prices to make sure that everything worked without me on my own, that my language made sense to people. And I was able to help countless peoples all over the world in all kinds of situations and relationships. And the language worked for them because, straight or curly, we're all here to get along. And what I find is that there's one person who's the offense, one person is a defense. One person wants physical intimacy, one person wants emotional intimacy. And when you learn to play together, you make a perfect team. Seriously, I've studied countless therapies. I'm a certified therapist, NLP, tons of practitioner and trainings and stuff. But it's people being in connection, the emotional and the physical connection. They say it takes work. I say people need to learn to play together. The thing that's missing most from relationship in life is to play together. People stop playing together. They stop being silly. They stop singing. They stop pushing each other and playing. And that's literally what I'm here to get people to do. And I come up with all kinds of moves and exercises that work for everybody to do it. One of the biggest things I hear for people is about different libidos. People come to me and they're going, well, we have different libidos. And, therapists actually call that sexual discrepancy dysfunction. And I mean, as soon as you put a label on it, I've had people come to me and say, oh, it's terrible. We have STD. And I'm like, who the heck doesn't? That means that you have a different appetite than your partner. Who doesn't? That means you're normal. So it's those labels that start to give people a difficulties. And as I say, everybody has a different appetite. How do you share your appetite? How do you make sure that this person's getting to explore their entire pizza menu and this person's getting to explore their entire pizza menu throughout their whole life? And that's why I say it's like an offense and a defense. One person likes to throw the ball. One person likes to catch the ball. You're both right. That's like, I need to throw it more. I need to catch it less. You're both right. You know exactly what you need. You are the expert in you. And I come along as a coach and I'm like, hey, try throwing it a little bit harder. Try throwing it a little bit softer. Try catching it a little bit more. And I give them tools and techniques to make it more fun to play together so that everybody knows they're going to get their thing. Get what they want. And I've got classes coming up and certifications coming up too. So I'm telling you to check them out. And I forgot to mention in the bottom right-hand corner where it says amycolor.com. And I'm offering 50% off of my consultations for the Sacred Sexual Music Festival using SSMF through 5522. So you can get a consultation with me if you like. A consultation can change your life. One consultation, it's true. And one of the most common things that people come to me for is, how do I get in the mood? That's one of the most common questions I hear. How do I get me in the mood? How do I get them in the mood? How do I get in the mood? What does the mood even mean? That's one of the most common questions I get. I have a video. It's one of my most popular videos on my YouTube channel. You can check that out. And also later on, there's a free download on my site called How to Turn Someone On. It's information you won't find anywhere else. So I suggest you get that too. And I'm going to describe here why that is such a common question. How do you get in the mood? How do you get in the mood together? How do you get in the mood together? So like I say, athletes, we're going back to athletes, okay? The athlete gets himself in the mood while they're putting on their uniform and putting on their cleats. They're like, I'm going to go play. I'm going to go play. They're getting themselves in the mood. The other athlete is putting on their cleats and their hat and like, I'm going to get in the mood. I'm in the mood. The truth is you're in two different moods because we have different appetites. What those athletes do is they show up on the field prepared, willing to play, and they allow the game to unfold in the moment. And that's what you're doing, is you're continually upping your skills so that you can unfold in the moment. They show up in two different moods with two different objectives too, because one is the offense, one is the defense, and they do that huddle. Mm-hmm. 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 And it transforms them. They can even do it differently. This is how they're indicating what game they're playing too. One person has had a long day. They're getting their head in the mood. They're going, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. That's why I like it, because intimacy is being able to show up however you are, being able to show your truth, your authenticity. How do you actually do that with each other? Mm-hmm. That's how we do it, because there aren't words for it. How's your day, dear? Well, then you're flipping through your whole day. You're back to your lists and responsibilities, the things that take you away from connection. And when you ask that question, how was your day, dear? You're actually doing it, hoping for connection. Yet it takes us out and away because we're like, well, I did this and I did that and I did this and I did that. And it's, oh, how was your day? How are you feeling? And how are you feeling again? Can't use words for that. You have to express it straight from the heart. What was that? What was that you said? You loved it. Just love it. Open my heart and soul. Mm-hmm. How are you feeling? Mm-hmm. You know, I love it. I share a story about how a woman called me one time and she's like, I was so angry. No, she said, I'm so angry. And I was like, no, you're not. She's like, what do you mean telling me I'm not angry? I'm like, you're not angry. I just talked to a woman who was angry, and I had just talked to a woman who was angry. She sounded so angry. She could feel her rage through the phone. That's anger. When you say I'm angry, that's a label. She didn't sound angry, and she wasn't. She was controlling her emotions. Something made you angry. Tell me what it is that's making you angry, because that's what that thing is. You're past the emotion. I love that. So how do you get in the mood together? You're sharing your mood. That's literally all you're doing, is you're sharing what you're in the mood for together. And instead of compromising, going, okay, we'll meet them. And I see a lot of couples doing that, especially when they start working with me and they're trying to fake it. And it's okay to fake it at first, because then all of a sudden you fall into that. And then you're sharing your authentic, your open heart and soul. And that's all anybody really wants, is to feel you. Enough words, enough positions, enough rules, enough do this, then do this, enough, with the 10 things you can do to somebody. I just want to feel you. I want to feel connected. And to me, that is the score of everything. What you desire is how you connect to what you're eating, what you're listening to, where you are. So I invite you this weekend, because it's beautiful where I am. I invite you to make sounds, to let out your huddle sounds. You're walking down the street on a gorgeous day. Mm-hmm. 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 You're walking in a bad neighborhood? Uh-huh. 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 See if you can connect with your environment. See if you can connect with your partner. See if you can connect with another person by just going, mm-hmm. Hmm. And I invite that too. You want to huddle? You want to connect with somebody? How do you ask for it? How do you ask? Do you literally want to go to the counter and go, I want pizza? How do you initiate for your appetite? Oh, that's one of my other big questions, right? See, I have that down here. How do you initiate? That is one of my other big questions. How do I initiate? How come somebody doesn't initiate? And I describe it like this. If somebody's not asking, I want your pizza, you feel like they don't want your pizza parlor. They feel like they might be looking at it. You don't like my pizza anymore? Is that what it is? And everybody wants to know that you want their pizza and that you want to share their pizza with them. Do you like this? Well, it's okay with me, whatever you want. Not going to work. I want to know you want it. I want to know you desire what I'm serving. I want to know what you want. I want to give you what you want, and I want to get what I want. That's what the perfect love life is. How to love what you're giving and get what you're loving. Mm-hmm. You're in it for the love of the game. Oh, that's what I was saying, initiating. So how do you initiate? Even to initiate for connection, because you can do this with a friend. You can do this with your friends. And I do. I'll just go, mm-hmm. And they go, mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Because sometimes there are no words, especially lately. I don't know about you, but I don't want to go, how are you doing? I don't want to hear. I just want to feel you. Mm-hmm. So there you go. And anybody have any questions? I'm going to turn off.
Dear
Oh.
Amy, a few more questions came in.
Okay.
And when you were talking about really getting in touch with what you desire, does this apply to, how do we do this with children? That's one question. And then another comment was, Amy, I would love to see this taught as a basic life skill at a young age. Have you ever been invited to speak in high schools? And then someone else said, I imagine that could happen at schools in some of the most progressive communities. It would be awesome. So taking all of that, we're talking about sexuality and adults. What about children getting in touch with what they desire? Would you be able to speak on that?
Gladly. When I have, the couples I find who have the hardest time huddling together are usually those couples who have been together for a while. They've got kids. It's like the kids do that stuff. You make noises. We don't make noise. So I'll actually tell people to have a whole meal where they're not talking and get kids to actually express what they like. And sometimes we have a habit of shutting down our kids and not giving them what they want. So it's a matter, again, of knowing your desires. Like I was saying, I can't walk around eating sugar all the time, even though I'd love to. Donuts or even cheese, which I joke about through my whole book. Cheese. But you have to know what's good for you. And that is the responsibility. So let kids move and get them to make noise. People aren't making enough noise. At a certain point, we stop making noise and sharing what sounds good, sharing desires. So that's what I would do. And no, I've never been invited to speak to kids, but over the past, I'm going to say 3 years, I've worked with mothers who've called me about their young kids who've been exposed to porn or had sexual questions or issues, and they didn't feel comfortable talking to their parents about them. And their parents reached out to me and said, can you talk to my kids? And I love that. And it's a continuing conversation where they get to call me back or the parents call me with questions, because like I said, the more I learn, the more I can help. And that's my goal.
Beautiful, beautiful, Amy. Thank you. Would you speak? I know your backstory. I know how you got into this work and when you were married. And I wonder if you would share with everyone the beautiful, how the journey unfolded for you.
Gladly. Well, I'm working backward from my book, The Huddle, How to Score in Sex and Love. And it's the relationship game changer, because in my own relationship, there were intimacy issues. And we were married, and my husband's, a busy executive, straight, man. And there's two avenues for support for couples with sexual issues. There's talk therapy, or there's the medical end of it, penis pumps, injections, and pills. And neither of those actually address intimacy. Intimacy is the vibe in the space between you. So people will come to me and they'll go, we have no intimacy. There's no vibe between us. We don't have any of this. And I'm like, well, if there's no vibe between you, all you have to do is put one in. And sometimes I swear I'm the only one putting it in, but puns intended. And so there were sexual health issues in my relationship, and I found myself talking to a sex therapist, and you can't talk your way to intimacy. And then we found ourselves with, erection specialists in Beverly Hills, and sitting in an office and listening to them talk about, hard-ons and injections and multiple orgasms. I'm like, they're all handing out divorces. Because intimacy is that vibe in the space between you, and none of them are addressing it. You can't talk your way to intimacy, and you can't sex your way to intimacy. So how do you actually do it? And that was the path that I set out on. I thought to myself, wouldn't it be brilliant if couples therapy was actually therapeutic? And the word therapeutic means a positive reaction for the mind, body, and soul. And I know for a fact, or from my experience rather, that most couples argue more about what came up in couples therapy than they do the real issue, which is always intimacy. And I looked around me in my own relationship and I went, I'm not the only one having a sexual health issue or an intimacy issue. This is the common issue. This is it. So after my divorce, I was devastated. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to become a therapist and solve this. I'm going to find the modality that addresses this. So I went off and became a Gottman therapist, an Imago therapist, a PACT therapist. I studied erotic intelligence with Esther Perel in New York. I've been all over studying everything with the best because I was really looking for solutions. And at the same time, I was also helping people with sexual health issues. People were calling me and coming to see me from everywhere. They didn't know why. They heard about a wise woman who offered real solutions for life, sex, family, relationships, real answers. And they showed up like crazy. And I realized I was the person who had the solution. So I created it, the intimacy game plan, which begins with the huddle. I'm obsessed. I am passionate and obsessed with solving it. I've solved the biggest issue in the world, how to have real emotional and intimate connection, how to actually feel connected to the people you want a connection with, how to set clear boundaries, how to know your voice, know your desires, how to show up as you really are in the moment. Fearless. It takes balls. That's why I speak in sports language. So, are you with me? Is this making sense? Thank you.
It does, Amy. And I just love even how that sounds in my body.
And it's so simple.
There's another topic I would love to bring up, and I'm wondering if you'd be willing to just touch on it. And you did mention it, was porn. It can be a fun thing, it can be a beautiful thing, and it can be a devastating and very harmful thing. Would you speak on that topic? And
gladly.
How do you help?
I speak about it a lot. Again, I have the whole science in my book, the science and the structure and how many people I help with it, even kids who I've heard from and worked with who've been exposed to porn way too early. And this is the way I describe it, is they're exposed to porn before they've even held a girl's hand. So in third grade, sixth grade, high school, grown men up in their 50s will tell me that this is the truth for them. When they look at a girl and they're thinking, ooh, I like her. They're not thinking, oh, I'm going to go talk to her during lunch. They might have those thoughts, but then there's all these invasive thoughts and images, not of I'm going to go hold her hand. I can't wait to get to know her, which is what their heart desires. but their brain has been programmed to visualize bending them over and banging them. And it's hindering their ability to connect as well. This is how I'm hearing it from men and other individuals as well. It's not as much for women. I can explain that because of the way our brains are wired, there is an actual biological difference in some ways. And when I talk about gender, I talk about it as a spectrum. I talk about language as a spectrum. Did you know that there are actual languages in countries in Africa that don't have a word for purple or orange? They use the word red and blue to refer to the spectrum. So I do the same. So please honor me with that. So the way that the brain is wired, people we want more and more and more and more. That's why we used to have mint gum when I was a kid, and now there's shards of ice. Everything has to be, your senses over the top. So just like violent movies, which I can't even watch, they're so intense these days, the intensity level has to keep amping up. And it's the same with violence, and it's the same with porn, because it numbs you to that sense. So I ask people this: you're numbing yourself to violence. Do you really want to numb yourself to sex? The other thing that happens is, because they're in porn, which is missing a few very important components: a partner, pleasure, and the setup of how they actually got there and what they actually did afterwards. It actually has a violent component to it, because it's not about the connection. So for a lot of people these days who've been plugged into more porn than humans, it's hard to then plug in, if you will, I love puns, to a human, because this is violent. And then you plug into this, and how are you supposed to? It's got a violence. I don't particularly like the word rape, but it has that element to it. So suddenly you're with somebody you really like, and I can't do that to somebody I like. And before they got in relationship with said person, or before they got married to said person, they had a lot of porn in their life. That was their main relationship component. So I help people make that switch from realizing, as I talk about in my TED Talk, it's the transition from watching football and thinking that they can play football. It's a totally different game. Imagine you've been sitting alone in the dark watching football for days, and then suddenly try playing on a team. It wouldn't go well either. So you have to actually learn those few basic moves. It's like starting with T-ball. Okay, so you're reprogramming yourself, because again, watching porn, the optic nerve is an extension of your brain. I love the science. The science is in here full of references. The optic nerve is an extension of your brain. That's your eyes. So you're literally taking in intense, on the violent side, intense images that hyper your autonomic response system. And any orgasm or ejaculation, or the finish, if you will, is a result of the autonomic nervous system, similar to how a sneeze is a result of the autonomic nervous system. It's not something you've planned or built towards. You can feel it coming, like a sneeze, and then boom, it's over and it feels good, but you have no idea what you're missing, because watching the game and going, yay, our team hit it, yay, we won, is totally different than playing the game. But interestingly enough, when you watch sports, that's why I love the sports analogy and food analogy. When you watch sports and your team wins, you get a hormonal hit, as if you've played the game and made that score yourself. So you're actually getting that hormonal reward, which is part of the confusion. So when you start to integrate action, motion, and sound, that's your practice. So that's why we start with the huddle, because it includes the whole body and the connection. And that's what it takes to have desire and a truly delicious sex and love life. When I say everybody wants a playful relationship and a hot love life that's just right for them. We all want somebody who can receive our love exactly as we give it. And the problem is we all need help and practice receiving.
Yes.
Everybody says they're a giver. You know, people are giver and caretakers. Other people are givers and providers. Some people are givers, caretakers, providers, all of it. So it takes practice to receive. And when people say, well, I can't feel anything, again, how do I receive? How do I practice receiving? I just tell people to put their palm on their chest and go, And when you can feel that vibration, you know that you're doing it for yourself. And that little action of going, for yourself is your vibration and your intention saying, I'm okay. I'm doing this for me. So that's how you practice receiving. Super simple. Super simple. I have a lot more practices too, including being your own waitress. So when you get yourself something to drink, you go, that's good. I like it. That's really good. Thank you. And that's exactly it. Critiquing out loud, saying, I usually have a hot drink. Ooh, it's cold. I like it. So saying those things out loud, even when you're by yourself or with a partner, just saying, oh, dinner is really, this dinner is really good. Because starting with something good. Next time, maybe try a little bit spicier. And I love it. Thank you. So we practice critiquing and making little adjustments in our life to keep tuned into our appetite, keep tuning in and making those little adjustments so that you're living the life that you desire in your full deliciousness. Right?
Oh, we've got a comment here, Amy. Brilliant examples and metaphors. Yes, I agree. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm the metaphor queen. I drop metaphors like bombs, baby.
But they're beautiful because helps us understand.
Well, that's it. I looked at therapy and thought therapy is trying to get the world to understand their language.
Yeah.
And it's already confusing enough to try and be in relationship with each other. We should be speaking a language that makes sense to people who need it. So that's what I've done. I joke, I've made it so easy that even an athlete can understand it.
Oops.
Right. Anybody questions? Intimacy? How long have you been together? Do you have a partner? I love hearing stuff like that. Do you have kids, partners?
Anybody?
And I'll share that I also work with, when I say straight or curly, all kinds of relationships. I recently sat on a panel out of Washington, D.C., talking about polyamory and open relationships with a whole international panel of therapists, where I was able to drop this very important nugget. I said, I think it's criminal for therapists to not know about relationships, real sexuality, polyamory, and opening relationships, because sometimes that's what it takes to keep a family together. And I talk about how we talk about the importance of family values, but legally in many cultures and countries, we're very quick to break up a family instead of finding ways to keep people connected from their heart, accepting each other and finding new ways and new boundaries to be together, because that's what we really need. And like you said, this book, the foreword to my book, is written by my former husband. And he said that had this book been around when we were still married, we might still have our family together. And that was my goal. And it has changed his life. It's changed my life, my daughter's life, just by coming up with a solution to keep families together. I couldn't be more honored to share my work with the world. Thank you.
I so love your dedication I've known you for years. Through the dance community is first how we connected. And any thoughts? I mean, there's Hela I see as also a dancer, Lolly, Vireo, Tamarah for sure. Yes, how dance helps you feel. Any
You
thoughts
know
on
what?
that? Feel your body and get into your and receive?
Yeah, dance and sing is my practice. The term straight and curly. The dance and receive is my going to dance and singing is my practice. It's my practice to embody and, as I say, free the jiggle, like show up in my age, in my jiggly
Yeah.
body, in my imperfection, and singing to just be able to just belt it out, practice. And the way that I practice, if I could get everybody to sing, I would. But the huddle, that's that basis, that's that soul sound without having to learn how to sing. It's how you let out that same. And when people ask me how I sing and how I know which note comes out next, I do it by going, I can hear.
Mm.
And I sing with Hela. I know I miss singing too. We will sing soon, my sister.
Okay, another comment, Amy. Love that you work with straight and curly. You know, I love that too.
It's a great term, hey? I get to use
Yeah.
it.
Oh, and someone else finds it confusing. Straight and curly.
Oh, well, I just mean straight couples and couples who are, or people who are straight and people who are not straight. That's what I meant by it. People who walk their line, people who do all kinds of things. There's a million solutions and a million ways to make a pizza.
We have another question here, Amy. Please talk more about polyamory while in relationship and with children.
Okay, gladly. Here's the way I did it on that panel. I'm going to give you a fast talk of what made a bunch of people go, so simple. I have simplified life, you guys. You're an athlete. Your sexuality is your life skill. It's the game you play forever. And I talk about the huddle as being your balls. Is the ball that you use for the rest of your life. In a sport, you throw the ball back and forth, back and forth. So you get in a relationship, and I call that a team. That's your team. If you have a lot of relationships, you're playing on a league. So people who are polyamorous, I ask them to I will talk to them, or they want to open the relationship, and I'll say, okay, what's going on? What is the skill? What is the move? What is the practice that you're not getting from this team? So that I can then say to this team, hey, okay, so you're doing great. You're having your games, you're connecting, you're living your intimate life to your fullest with this capacity. And this player here, or this player, or both, wants to go play on another team. So I start with a contract. You have an athlete contract of what your ideal life is. You have a team contract. That's what a relationship is. And that's what's missing from relationships and marriages. And I go deep and I do this. So you've got a contract and you have to show up for each other and learn how to show up for each other. And that's what I help people do with my intimacy game plan. What was I doing? What was your question again? Bring me back.
Oh, the question.
Something with kids.
Polyamory.
Oh, polyamory. Thank you.
While
Thank
in
you.
relationship
Sorry.
with children.
So when you want to go play with another team, I literally look and I go, okay, this person saying, I want to go play on the Olympics team, because the Olympic team is completely different than this team. What I find is most people don't know how to explore the menu, go through the seasonings with their own team. Can you explore on that? And what is it that you're going to explore this other team for? Because I will be with some relationships where I'm going to go, you know what, that person is never going to truly enjoy that. Is it okay that they go out and have that, put that pizza across town with that other person? What are the parameters of this team's boundaries? Because a relationship really is boundaries. You're building boundaries to keep your relationship, to protect your heart, your body, your energy, your team. Keep your team together. You came in it to do better. So when you want to go play with another team, those are multiple contracts, and you're changing the original contract to make sure that the whole team is understanding why we're going over here, what things you're doing over here that you aren't doing here. what is this other team for? And that's how I look at it. Is it a long-term contract? Is it a short-term contract that you're going out for? And I mean, I get straight to it, so that's the great thing about having a coach, is that it's really hard to bring up tender points between two people. That's why I really do believe everybody should have a coach. And I have people who will reach out to me and go, okay, we worked with you a year ago. We've got this question. We've got one little thing coming up, and they just pop in, and I go, well, what does this mean to you? What are the questions about this? The thing that concerns me about opening this relationship would be, the thing that I wish I could get in this relationship, but I don't want to pressure you for, is it's a phenomenal. And then people are really clear, because what I find is a lot of people are going for polyamory because they don't know how to take what they've got deep. And they're looking for somebody else, hoping that that person can take them deep. So sometimes as a coach, I'll go, okay, you guys, you want to be poly, we'll do this. Here's our 2-month plan, or our month plan, or our 3 weeks plan, because we have to prepare this team and make sure you have a solid foundation before you can go play with other teams, because that connection is what's required so that you can safely explore. As I say, care for each other so you can be dangerous together. Right? Fastball coming at you.
Oh, Amy, you are amazing. That was fabulous. I got all these comments. Lovely. Thanks. Oh, come dance with us. Woohoo. Amy Color, you've been amazing. I suggest everyone who sees this or connects with Amy's talk, call her.
Get the book. Take advantage of that SSMF at amycolor.com for 50% off a consultation. I'd love to connect with you. Thank you, Wendy. Have a wonderful festival. Everybody, live a sensual, delicious life. Mwah.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Well, let's just take a couple-minute break. Music, Mike, if you can play some music, and just we'll take a wee break and then come right back for another amazing speaker, Stephen Roland. He's amazing. I've seen him. Dynamite. Come right back in a few minutes, okay? Just start video. No music, Mike. No music. No.
Everyone can hear you.
Oh. Thank you. All right, everybody back? Are we back? Did we have a chance to run and grab a drink, glass of water, bathroom break, anything you need? Okay, well, I am really happy to introduce our next presenter. Let me tell you a bit about Stephen. Stephen Roland, he's been teaching sexuality intensives for 15 years. And now he has an amazing new offering. It's called Relation Flicks. And I'm super excited for him. It's like a sacred sexual music festival every day. So he's been trained at the International School of Temple Arts Spiritual Shamanic Sexuality Series. It's called ISTA. As well, he's trained in compassionate communication, emotional intelligence with the Love Coach Academy with Scott Katamas. And what he says is awareness is key to healing any of our limiting patterns. I like to bring light to our blocks, our fears, our self-defeating habits, and self-sabotaging beliefs. He's going to talk on an amazing topic. It's called Making Space for Hard Conversations. And you know, folks, relationships is what it's all about. So if we can make hard conversations easier, yay. Everyone, please welcome Stephen Roland. Stephen, take it away. Okay, ask to unmute. Mike, you're going to have to unmute. Ask to unmute. Mike, I think only you can unmute him. Okay, I've made you co-host.
Okay, great.
There
Here we
you
go.
are.
It's showtime. All right.
Showtime.
Thank you for the lovely introduction, Wendy. And yeah, just congratulations on a beautiful event that you've put together with an amazing team. And yeah, it looks like a really beautiful weekend in store. And so I just wanted to give a warm thank you to having me and a tip of the hat for this beautiful thing that you've created.
Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah. So this workshop is called Holding Space for Difficult Conversations. And I'm just going to a little bit of preamble and housekeeping before we dive into it. But I'm happy to answer questions, and we're going to leave about 5 or 10 minutes at the end of the talk. We'll see where we land for that. So if you have questions, I will not be watching the chat room throughout the presentation. So if you have a question, please just take a note of it and save it for the Q&A period at the end. Comments as well. So holding space for difficult conversations it's such a significant topic. You know, like it's the kind of thing that will amplify a connection and take it to the next level and further deepen and solidify a connection bond that's present, or it can totally send a relationship down the tank. And so how we navigate ourselves during moments like this, like when the pressure's turned up a little bit and there's a higher volume of energy, like how we hold and manage that is so critical and fundamental. And it's really hard. Let's just be honest. Like there's times where like our nervous system can get overwhelmed, and yeah, we can kind of lose sight of like really how to hold space well for our partners. So today is a deep dive into my investigation and how to do that. And like I stand by this statement that this is the #1 relationship skill that we can learn beyond sexuality. Tantra communication is a big part of what I'm going to be talking about, so it's intrinsic. You know, there's so myriad of different skills we can learn: compassionate communication, kink and BDSM. There's so many domains and spheres. Yet if we don't have these fundamental skills to manage conflict well, relationships can get really dissatisfying really fast and ultimately just deepen our suffering. And so this workshop is actually birthed from my total commitment to being a vessel of magic and healing in the relational world. And I had a pretty significant what I call a divine initiation process in 2016, where I was out in the Mojave Desert, and it's midnight, and it's right about bedtime, and I'm totally exhausted, and I get this intuitive hit to go climb to the top of this mountain that's in the desert there. And it was just like this most random kind of divine lightning bolt of hit to go hike this mountain. It was a preposterous suggestion given the level of fatigue that I had. And you know that quality when you get this intuitive hit and you kind of like wrestle with yourself internally and go into a compelling logic model as to why you shouldn't do the thing that your intuitive voice is moving you to do. So yeah, I did that whole thing and wrestled with my intuition for about 10 or 15 minutes and ultimately surrendered. And so I hiked this mountain. I get to the top of the mountain and there's a couple at the top of the mountain and they're fighting like cats and dogs, just ripping at each other verbally. And like something felt so exquisite about the timing of the intuitive hit to get up there, to be in the same space that this couple was fighting. And I had like, again, one of those lightning bolt moments of clarity that this is why I'm here. I was put here to deepen my awareness around how I'm meant to be a vessel towards healing in relationships. So this workshop is an expression and extension of that. I'm going to start this off with a quote from one of my heroes and mentors, Scott Katamas, the founder of the Love Coach Academy. Lovemaking isn't always a sexual interaction. Sometimes lovemaking is when we take a conflict or challenge and transform it into deeper connection. And how we hold ourselves internally and meet our partner when there's conflict and challenge present, again, it's so fundamental for anyone who's looked into attachment theory. If you haven't, actually, it's such a significant psychological technology that's been blossoming and burgeoning in the psychological field for the last 40 or 50 years. And it's just a tremendous body of wisdom teachings and so much that it's starting to become called attachment science in certain circles, because scientific studies have been done all over the world in different continents and different cultures. And the studies show that these are universal human characteristics. So I'm not going to divulge too much more about attachment theory because that's not what this talk is about. But if you're interested, I run an online video subscription service platform called RelationFlix, www.relationflix.com. And you can sign up for a 14-day free trial. And there's an attachment theory 101 course on the platform. What I am getting towards, though, is what creates security in relationships. And when we have a culture in our relationships with our beloved, and there's a conflict or challenge that arises, either there's a storm that's brewing inside of me that's going on in my own world, or there's something that happened in the relationship that was challenging, our partner elicited an uncomfortable or harmful behavior. Having a conversation about that and how we approach that it's again just so key and fundamental to anchoring in security. Like when we can approach these conversations with a knowing that we can hold ourselves and our partner can hold themselves well, and there's a culture and atmosphere where not only are conflict conversations held well, but they're welcomed for the sake of clearing whatever's in the space and in the field. When those are held well, there's such a deeply rooted trust that's established. And real talk, like when that level of trust and security is present in the relationship, holy shit, is that delicious and yummy. But it creates this beautiful baseline for something really miraculous and wonderful to build upon. So that's what I'm advocating for. I'm a bit of an evangelist for this. I want to talk a little bit about kind of what's going on neurologically when we get triggered or upset, because it's really important to kind of get this key fundamental. When we get triggered, the analogy that I like to look at is the deer in the headlights kind of a look. Or pardon me, not deer in the headlights, but think about a deer. Like let's say you're walking through the forest and you see a deer, and the deer looks at you, and there's something alive in you that's like, oh, what a beautiful, sweet, precious being this is. There's kind of like this like loving, heartfelt reverence. And the deer sees you, and what happens? Pew, takes off. So there's actually not a presence, there's not a threat that's present. But there actually doesn't need to be a threat present for us to get triggered, for that survival mechanism in our brain to go off. The mechanism in our brain that elicits a fight, flight, freeze, or fawn response. That the presence of a threat doesn't actually have to be there. There just has to be a possibility of a threat. Now, that's really, really interesting to look at. You know, it's like, I think as we get deeper into emotional intelligence work, looking at, if I'm triggered, being attuned to what's true and real in reality. Like, is there actually a threat present? Or is there some type of past pain response that's activated in me that's causing me to behave in a way where there actually is a threat? So I think that's an interesting thread to look at, and is going to come up again and again. So when we get upset or triggered, let's drop into a version of reality where there's an uncomfortable conversation that we need to have. Let's say our partner has upset us in some way, like some type of behavior that they've shown up with was out of integrity or dishonoring or careless or reckless or whatever quality or flavor of behavior was there. Let's say our partner did something that upset us. Now, we might actually be deeply triggered approaching that conversation. And this is where the magic begins, or doesn't. I'm convinced that one of the most important skills that we can learn in relationships is learning to manage our own discomfort. I can't think of many more relationship skills that are more significant than that, because our own ability to self-soothe, self-parent, self-regulate, and comfort ourselves in a time where we're getting kind of stuck in a trigger trend, in a trigger frenzy, or a trigger tornado, as I like to call it. If we can't slow ourselves down, we're going to just deepen into that reactionary place, and the likelihood of that conversation going well, the more triggered we get, it just diminishes and diminishes as the trigger amplifies. So managing our own discomfort it's a ninja skill. Like, it sounds simple, and I might be oversimplifying it, making it sound easy, but let's just be honest, it's not easy. You know, when we're in a triggered response, our physiology is designed to keep us safe. And within that is our physiology is designed to keep us away from a threat. And the mechanisms, like I spoke to earlier, are fight, flight, freeze, and fawn. And when those pieces are at play, it's really, really hard to create connection. And creating connection is fundamental, absolutely fundamental to managing difficult conversations. Now, if I'm triggered and I'm upset, let's say I'm in a fight response and I start throwing attack language out there, like, I can't believe you're such a jerk, or why would you do something like that? You know, there's kind of like an accusatory or prosecutorial tone to what I'm saying. I like to look at it as like a little bit of a tennis match. You know, it's like, if I hit the ball over the net in a certain way, the likelihood of my partner having a reciprocal energy to that is really high. So if I'm throwing an attack over the net, what's the reciprocal energy to an attack? Defense. So once we get into that attack defense paradigm, the Cartman drama triangle, where one person's being prosecutorial and the other person goes on the defensive, like, the conversation it's really difficult to create connection from that space. And all of a sudden we get polarized and we just start getting further and further away from each other. And so what's really beautiful is when we get triggered, if we can manage our own discomfort in a way where we can actually create the possibility of connection. So when it comes to managing our own discomfort, just kind of like where the rubber meets the road for me, and some tips for that is just noticing how our body behaves. You know, our heart rate starts to increase, our breath gets a little bit constricted, our muscles constrict a little bit, like we get really tense. And all of those are a perfectly natural response to a threat being present. And, you know, thank God we have these mechanisms in us that keep us safe. And if we actually are desiring connection and to move closer into deeper unity and harmony, lovemaking, learning to slow down and actually making conscious choices to move in the opposite direction of what's happening. So that means slowing down the breath and taking smooth, slow, deep, meditative inhales and exhales. Choosing to relax our body and move and shake a little bit so we can shake off the jitters a little bit. And then going in and tuning into the part of ourself that's hurt or upset. You know, like an example that I often go to in my workshops is, let's say my partner has asked me to take out the garbage 3 times this week and I haven't done it yet. And, you know, the first time be like, hey, honey, can you take out the garbage? A day later, it'd be like, honey, have you taken out the garbage yet? And I still haven't done it. And then on the 3rd or 4th day, it's like, honey, why haven't you taken out the garbage yet? And let's say there's even a 4th or 5th day. It's like, I've asked you so many times, why haven't you taken out the garbage? And all of a sudden, boom, there's a huge conflict that's present. Like, this is where the rubber meets the road with managing our own discomfort. If my partner is upset with me, you know, like I can't control their response. You know, there's very little that I can do to control their response. But where my power point is, like where the access point of my power is where where I'm at with the response. Now, if on day 5, my partner's like, you're such a jerk, I can't believe you didn't you take out the garbage, you're such an idiot, you never do what I ask you to do. Like there's all of these attacks, and they might actually be completely justified. Like that's actually not even, it's barely relevant to the point that I'm making. It's relevant, but it's not in the front seat. What's in the front seat is that there's attack coming this way. And how am I holding that? If I get triggered and I don't go into an experience where I'm managing my own discomfort, I might get into defense. You know, I might go into something, I might respond with saying something like, oh, I didn't take out the garbage, but you didn't do things A, B, C, D, and E. You know, like I might go into like some type of rebuttal where now I'm kind of counterattacking the other person. And really, like what's really like what's likely moving underneath the person who's upset about my partner who's upset is there's a quality of trust. There was a rupture of trust. You know, like if she's asked me to take the garbage out 5 times and I said that I would and I haven't done it, that means that I've been out of integrity with my word. She's not upset about the garbage. She's upset about me not being of integrity to my word. And if I don't manage my own discomfort and I get triggered and I take the attack and go into defense, then the chances of me being able to see what's true and real is almost 0, probably 0. And so this is why I'm such a huge advocate for managing our own discomfort as like a relationship ninja skill. If instead of going into defense, I take a moment to just slow down, take a deep breath, kind of shake my body, and acknowledge that there's a trigger there, and like really honoring that kind of there's this primal animal body level mechanism that's at play, and I can slow down. It enables me to drop into my parasympathetic nervous system that's active in the frontal lobes of the brain rather than the sympathetic nervous system that's active when we're triggered. Now, triggered sympathetic nervous system in connection and harmony and presence, parasympathetic nervous system. Now, with the parasympathetic and the sympathetic nervous system, it's kind of like how water behaves in 3D reality. We can't have boiling water and that exact same set of molecules of water be ice cubes and at 12 o'clock noon at the exact same time. You know, it's not the way that the 3D world behaves. And maybe there's like a whole philosophical esoteric debate that can be had there, but that's fine. But the way that our nervous system behaves a lot how water behaves in 3D. It can't be boiling and frozen at the same time. It's one or the other. So if we're triggered, we're in our fight, flight, freeze mechanism. And if we can move towards our parasympathetic nervous system, which gets active in our frontal lobes in our brain, we're more able to be attuned, present, and have a sense of what's actually true and real. And when we can manage our own discomfort in a way where we can be in that space, it opens up the door for compassion and empathy to happen, which are just absolutely fundamental to holding difficult conversations well. If my partner comes to me and they're upset, 999 times out of 1,000, the magical dose of medicine is going to be empathy and compassion. Most of the time when people are upset and triggered, all they want is to be heard, felt, seen, understood. And if there's some type of integrity leak or rupture in the relationship, then change of behavior is also in the desire field for sure. But most of the time when people are triggered, they just want to be heard and felt. There's this quality of like feeling felt, which I'm going to just put a little bit of a sticky note on. So if I manage my discomfort and I can stay attuned to my partner from a place of compassion and empathy, it opens up the doorway for connection to happen. And so I can slow down and take a look about like what's really going on here. Like, wow, she actually did ask me 5 times this week to take out the garbage and I didn't do it. Like, that's actually not cool. And there's this quality of compassion and empathy that can be activated when we humble ourselves and be willing to drop the swords and really meaningfully look at how we can have shown up. Like when relationship conflict is active, there's one thing you can pretty much take to the bank. When there's relationship conflict, it was because of one of two reasons. There was either a lack of love or a lack of integrity. And knowing that is really helpful. So we can look inward. Wow, okay, where was I lacking love or where was I lacking integrity? And in this case, with the garbage being taken out, it's an integrity piece. And possibly like a lack of love too. There's like a lack of care and consideration for what's important to another person. If someone asks me to take out the garbage and I do it immediately every single time on a consistent basis, it inherently can create this felt experience in the other person. Like, wow, this person really gives a shit. It's like, this person really takes what I have to say to heart. They care about my world. And there's just a deeper level of connection bond that's able to be established when that's there. Like imagine that version of reality compared to like picking up the sword and going, yeah, well, you're mad at me because I didn't take out the garbage. Well, remember that one time that you did this? And I'm going to sticky note that piece too, because in a little bit, we're going to get into some of the most common avoidance strategies that people go into. And these are some like, it's a pretty juicy piece. It's an excellent signpost that can help us really direct us into like, what are the harmful behaviors that we show up with in challenging conversations that sabotage connection and closeness and healing. So yeah, just a little bit of a sticky note there. And so if my partner's upset about me not taking out the garbage and I can be in compassion and empathy and I drop into their world because I've managed my own discomfort, my trigger is going down from like a 7 to a 2, 3, 2, or 1 or 0. And I use that, the knowing that it's either a lack of love or integrity that they're upset. And I'm willing to humble myself and look at myself like, where was I out of love? Where was I out of integrity? That can empower me to approach the conversation in a way that actually restores. Like conflict restoration. It's juicy. It's beautiful. I don't know about you, but I think it's super sexy. You know, if like there's a conflict and it's like, hey, I noticed that I'm feeling a little bit upset because of thing A that happened. And my partner goes, wow, you know what? I totally did that. And I can see that it had impact on you. I just want to let you know that I'm really sorry. I see it and I'm committed to changing my behavior in the future. It's like, boom, like a conflict conversation many times can be like 30 seconds or less. And how often show of hands, if you've been in a conflict conversation that's went to like 5 o'clock in the morning and you're like, Jesus Christ, like I have to get up in 2 hours for work. We've been going at it all night. Like I've been in that space a few times. It's like, it's really taxing. You know, it's taxing on the relationship. It's taxing on our wellness, mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, sexually. It's taxing. And so when we can move through conflict conversations with ease, like I think that's ridiculously sexy. So stepping back a moment to the garbage conflict conversation, if I can drop into her world and say, you know what, you asked me 5 times this week to take out the garbage and I didn't do it. And I want you to know that I know that that's super not cool. It was really out of integrity for me to agree to it and not follow through in it. I didn't keep my word. And I'm actually imagining that you might be feeling like upset, angry, rageful, sad, disappointed, and mistrustful. And you would be completely valid in that experience. And I want you to know that I see that. I messed up. This is completely on me and it's not on you. And I take deep and complete ownership of this. And I want you to know that I care. I really care about us having a healthy relationship. I want to show up for you. I deeply care about what's important for you. And I'm really sorry that I let that slip this week. I see that it's created harm in our connection and I don't want that. You don't want that. And I'm committed to doing better. You know, it's like there's so many things that just happened in there. You know, like number one was I not only in a defensive posture, but I was in a supportive, nourishing posture. I was able to see where I slipped on in the field of love and integrity. I was able to use language in a way where the other person feels heard, they feel felt, they feel seen, they feel understood, and there's a commitment to change behavior. The other person feels deeply cared about, deeply, deeply, deeply cared about. And like like that frequency, like that energy present in conflict conversation where there's like a mutual devotional caring of each other's position. Like I had a conflict conversation with someone recently, and the way the conversation went was both of us were in humility, both of us were in ownership, and there was almost like a quality of like us advocating for each other. You know, it's like she was upset and I was like, yeah, you have every right to be upset about that. And I validated it. And she was like, yeah, you had every right to be upset about this too. And I see that. And there's like almost like this quality of like both of us going to bat for each other rather than taking an attack or defensive posture, trying to protect ourselves. And like when that's there, like, I don't know, that shit's hot. I'm just gonna call a spade a spade. It's hot. And yeah, it just creates an atmosphere in a relationship where we can get back into the space that we actually want to be in. Let's take a deep breath together. All right. So I put a sticky note on defense mechanisms that humans can go into. And so we're going to unpack those a little bit here. So I'm going to put them in the chat box. I didn't come up with this list. I got them from my trainings in the Love Coach Academy. It's an amazing, amazing organization. They have a new training coming up that's ridiculously awesome. I've taken it 5 times. It's on emotional intelligence, compassionate communication, and shadow work, and relationship mastery, essentially conflict resolution. And it's just a gorgeous program, and I highly recommend it. So a little bit of a shout out to them. But the list is called the 7 Ds. The 7 Ds. So I'm going to post them in the chat box here. So these are the 7 core defense strategies that we tend to go into when we have an impulse to protect ourselves in conflict. And most of us can identify 1 or 2 of these that we tend to default to. So I'm actually curious. If you default to one of these, which one is it? Go ahead and put it in the chat box if you want to be courageous and vulnerable. So I'm going to unpack the list and then I'll tell you which one mine is when I'm done the list. So the first one on the list is defend. This is when we take a reciprocal posture to the attack, and often go into a strategy of instead of acknowledging and taking ownership of what our partner is upset about, we go into like some type of a defense response that's like, actually, admittedly, a lot of these are all defense responses, but a defense response can look like, yeah, well, you did blah, 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 A, B, and C. Well, or yeah, well, last week you didn't take out the garbage. That's a classic defense response. It's also a deflection. So that's the deflection D on the list as well. A deflection is when instead of being in compassion and empathy and dropping the sword and being in humility, like I've described, there's a reciprocal attack response where we push back, and it elicits like a deeper fight dynamic. And then there's the deny D, which is just flat out, and this is a gaslighting strategy, just straight up, it's full stop a gaslighting strategy, when our partner is upset, assuming that what they're upset about is valid, that's when it's a gaslighting strategy. Let's say they're like, I asked you to take out the garbage yesterday, why didn't they do it? And let's say that they actually did. And I'm like, oh, well, I didn't hear you. Like going into some type of denial that is a mechanism that runs in us that's meant to alleviate taking responsibility for our partner being upset. And like, I'm just going to pause the list here for a moment and kind of get into the weeds a little bit. There's something to be said about the level of discomfort that we experience when our partner is upset at us. You know, like let's say my partner is upset at me for something, and it's something that's valid and legitimate, that I had a lapse in love and integrity. I dropped the ball in one of those two spaces, and they're upset at me. Like, dealing with the discomfort of knowing that I showed up in a way that hurt my partner, like that particular thing to hold is really hard for a lot of people. Most people want to be like a good person, for lack of a better word. Most people self-identify as a good person. And like most people want to believe that the way that they show up for their partner and others is in a good way. And so when our partner's upset at us, often it's deeply confronting to that core belief system in us that we're a good person. And like they're upset at us, there's something in us that interprets that means that I was actually bad instead of being good. And I'm kind of using just very simple, straight up language here to drive the point home. And so managing the tendency in us to defend ourselves because of a belief that we're actually a good person is like a super juicy piece of shadow work, because the defense of our goodness can actually elicit deeper conflict. It can instigate amplifying disconnection. And so it's kind of like a self-sabotage. It's a self-sabotage. It's paradoxical. You know, it's like we have a belief that we're showing up as a good person, but when we're in defense of that belief, it can actually create harm and conflict. So it's just a kind of funny little perfectly human characteristic that can show up for many of us. So this is where humility is just absolutely key. Like, can I take deep ownership that I dropped the ball, I showed up in a way that created disconnection, dissonance, harm, upset, hurt, and from that space of ownership, with compassion and empathy, drop into the other person's world and be an ally for restoring connection. That's kind of like the frequency signpost that I'm advocating for. So the third D is distort. So this is when I'll just drive this taking out the garbage scenario home. So my partner asked me to take out the garbage yesterday, and the next day they're like, why didn't you take out the garbage? And I'm like, oh, I didn't know that you wanted me to do it right then. Or there's a quality of like, well, you didn't say immediately. Like, I was going to do it today. I'm still keeping my word. Like, there's a quality of like almost like crazy making and kind of distorting the details in a way where we almost blame the other person's use of language or the other person's perception. Or like there's a quality of like even sometimes rearranging the facts of a situation. You didn't ask me to take, or no, that'd be denial, which is another D. But yeah, I mean, the analogy with you didn't ask me to do it right now holds up for this. You know, like there's a way where we're distorting the details of the conversation or creating psychological messiness where it makes the other person doubt how they've spoken about the situation. Gaslighting. So distorting would be like rearranging the facts of a situation, or even though there's something in us that knows they wanted us to do it right away, going into, well, you didn't ask me to do it immediately. Like that kind of a rebuttal. It's not in coherence with the truth of the intention of how they spoke. And I mean, like that's a rabbit hole of its own, because there is something to be said about making clear requests, and maybe that could have been a lie for the other person, and that's a whole conversation rabbit hole that we can get into. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the ways that we sabotage connection, the way our defense mechanisms sabotage connection. So distorting the facts, truth, or reality of a situation to serve our own mechanism that doesn't want to take responsibility for hurting our partner. So that's distort. Deflect, I already talked about that. It's very similar to defend. Those kind of go hand in hand. Distract is changing the conversation to something else. It's like, hey, honey, we need to talk. It's like, sorry, like pretending we got a text message from our phone. Oh, sorry, I got a call. I got to take this, or finding a way to change the subject about something else. Hey, honey, can we talk? Yeah, sure, we can talk tomorrow, but first we need to talk about this something else that I'm upset about first. And now all of a sudden, what we're upset about kind of takes the front seat of the conversation and sort of pushes off to the side what the other person is wanting to bring to the table. So that's distract. Dominate is when we amplify our energy, our intensity, the volume of our voice to be overbearing in a conversation. That's a power struggle. It's designed to win in a power struggle. When our partner comes to us that they're upset about something, and they're like, "Honey, you didn't take out the garbage like you said you would. Why are you always on my ass about this? Why do you always have to be upset about the stupidest things? Blah, 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 blah." Like we raise our voice and start going into a strategy where we're actually making the other person wrong. And instead of taking ownership and being in humility, like that's what dominating is. It's when we make our own position louder, stronger, more robust and amplified than the person bringing it to the table, which can often create like a reciprocal effect where the person gets smaller. And then diminish. It's like, it's just taking out the garbage. It's not a big deal. Why are you making a big deal out of this? It's not a big deal. It's like, actually, it is a big deal. You know, when our partner is repeatedly out of integrity in a relationship, it affects trust, it affects sexual chemistry, it affects the field of safety in the relationship, it affects the quality of communication and connection that's present, it affects intimacy. It's a big deal. Not taking out the garbage is a big deal, full stop, especially if we said that we were going to do it over and over again. So like there's a quality of diminishing it, like it's not a big deal. Why are you making this a big deal? You're being dramatic is a diminishing strategy and also a deflection. So a lot of these can be kind of woven together, as you can see, and can be at play all at the same time. So so my strategy, the one that's my go-to is distract. That's my go-to. The way that shows up for me is I'll often try to make a joke. I'll try to bring in some humor into the situation. Like let's say my partner's like stomping and fuming and like doof, 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 into the room, and why didn't you do this? I'll like sometimes go into like imitating them a little bit, and I'll like just basically mirror exactly what they did, but kind of like hyperbolize the ridiculousness of it, and like even like put on this like veneer of like I'm trying to be tough in like a teasing kind of a way. That's my go-to, is using humor to distract from a situation. Or like I'll say something like, "God, you're sexy when you're angry with me." You know, like there's like something like that. Like that tends to be my defense response. Okay, so we're almost at the end of the call here. I'm going to take questions in a moment, but there's one kind of core piece that we can bring to the table that can really help difficult conversations go well. And it's creating a container around the conversation, creating a consent-based container. So how often have we been upset at our partner, or our partner's been upset at us, and they just storm into the room and all of a sudden just kind of dump their emotional weight all into the space without giving us much of a chance to like really prepare for it, or even like tune in to make sure that we're resourced enough to hold it well. So there's a skillful, tactful way to approach difficult conversations, and then there's a reckless way. Like the extreme of that is approaching these in a reckless way. And like when we're upset, it's like I just want to advocate for beautiful human messiness and not to make recklessness bad or wrong. But really, most of the time when we're approaching a conflict resolution conversation, we're desiring connection, understanding, and togetherness. And so really, it's like, if we can make it incumbent on us to do our best to create an atmosphere where that's possible and even encouraged and dare I say likely, the better chance of winning that we have. So uh, kind of reckless emotional dumping can be harmful. Let's just call a spade there. And sometimes we're just so upset, and I get it. I've been there. I'm sure all of you have been there. And again, not making that bad or wrong, but if we can slow down and create a consent-based container around the conversation, it changes the game. Hey, honey, I've got something that is kind of stirring and alive for me. I'm a little bit upset, and I'd really love to let you in on it and have a conversation about it. Is now a good time? That gives our partner an opportunity to drop in, tune into what's going on in their world. Like I'm a firm believer that if we're exhausted, extremely hungry, or otherwise unresourced, whether it's time, we're about to rush out the door to a very important meeting or appointment, if we're under-resourced in any way, it just further diminishes the likelihood of the conversation going well. And so I'm an advocate for creating space for both parties in a conflict conversation to tune in. Yes, I'm resourced enough now. I've got the space. I've got the mental, emotional bandwidth. I like to drop into a quality of like, how's my pool of emotional wellness? If it's like, if I have a family member that's on their deathbed, or there's something like really traumatic going on in my life, and all of a sudden my partner's pissed at me, it's probably not a good time to have that conversation. So, like that's an important metric, is tuning into like, how full is our pool of emotional wellness? And not only asking, is now a good time, but like really advocating for their wellness. Like, this is there's some charge here. There's some emotional charge in this conversation, and I want it to go well. I'm hearing you have the time. Are you resourced enough? Like, I need a drink of water. I need to just have a quick snack. Can I take an hour nap first, and can we talk about it after? It just creates a collaborative conversation where we're kind of teaming up to make sure that the conversation goes really well.
That is powerful information, Stephen. Wow. I knew you'd be great. You
Thanks, Wendy.
surpassed my expectations. May I share some comments that I see in the chat, Mark?
Bring it.
Doug says, your partner is like a mirror of your love in the relationship. It reveals, exposes you. These are my thoughts. I so agree. What do you have thoughts on that, Stephen? Any?
Oh yeah. Like just straight truth bombs there, Doug. I believe it was Doug, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Totally. That's definitely an important belief system, I think, to have in conscious relating. If my partner's upset, it very well may be a reflection of something that I've done. Like, what are they reflecting back to me? And like, having that self-inquiry it's a ninja move. So it sounds like that's alive for you, Doug. So kudos.
Okay, and Francesca says, I love scheduled and intentional and consensual conversations. Beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And like sometimes like if a couple's really busy, let's say we've got a professional couple, two entrepreneurs, there's something that's there's a source of contention and friction in a relationship, like having a regularly scheduled relationship check-in Thursday nights at 7 p.m., like set reminders on our phone, put it in our calendars, like this is our time to just clear the field, clear the space. I love it. Scheduled, regular, intentional connections. Love it, Francesca.
So many wise truths. Wow. Thanks, Stephen, says Vireo.
Hey, Vireo.
Yes, and did you address the partner is like a mirror of your love in the relationship, that when you are triggered by something that's indicative of something that needs healing in you? I know that can be warped and can kind of be gaslit. However, there's definitely a truth to that, don't you think?
Yeah. I think that's a really, really deep and nuanced conversation.
Yeah.
It's like, what's a good example where that doesn't hold up? I've got one. So about 6 or 7 years ago, I was in a very brief relationship with someone who I'm not diagnosing here because I'm just straight up not qualified to do that. But in my perspective, the way that their behavior, the way that they showed up was highly consistent with narcissistic personality disorder, highly consistent. Whether that's true or not, again, I can't diagnose, but this particular person was showing up in a way where I was constantly in this like state of anxiety and just like questioning the relationship, questioning how I was showing up. They were always upset at me for something. And I took that to mean like there's something that I was doing wrong. And like my partner is upset because they're mirroring something back to me. And as like a self-reflection nerd, I was like, what am I doing? Like, what am I doing to show up in this way that's causing this upset response to my partner? And the logical fault of mine was completely keeping the magnifying glass on myself rather than being willing to keep the magnifying glass on both of us. And the moment that I pivoted my perspective away from myself just a little bit, enough to really look at her behavior, I was like, oh. So yeah, it's like there's like when we're with a partner, there's some type of frequency match that's there, and there's some type of mirror that's being shown and demonstrated to us. And sometimes it shows us, like, if we're with the most loving person in the world, like that can very well be a reflection of what's alive in our own heart. And sometimes the mirror looks like our partner reflects back our insecurities to us. Like if we feel insecure in a relationship, the mirror doesn't necessarily mean that like there's an exact reflection of each other. There's like almost like a reciprocal reflection of each other. Like something that they're doing is instigating my own insecurities. And it can be powerful to like really dig into that, examine what insecurities are being brought up, and yeah, can be a really helpful source of information. I hope I took that question on in the way that you wanted me to. I'm not quite sure if I did, but yeah.
Doug, did he? Doug, are you listening? Did he answer? Did he? Oh, this is a beautiful comment. Laura says, we have been together for 8 years and both just agree that we are devoted to communicating compassionately and stop allowing the other to speak and be heard, and also allowing the other to speak and be heard. That's beautiful, Laura.
Beautiful. Yum.
Yeah.
Celebrating you.
It was, and Vireo says, it was easier for me to identify my partner's 7Ds, like the defend and all those. Am not as able to see what my defaults are. Do you have some suggestions on how to dive deeper into self-inquiry of my own behaviors of the 7Ds?
Yeah. I think what I have to say to that is just like something that's really powerful is just I'm passionate about self-reflection. Like perhaps it's my Virgo moon. There's always a part of me that's like internally nitpicking what's alive for me and like why it's there, what's going on, what's moving, what's the source of it, and how can I transform that so that there's greater ease. And like the short of it is that yeah, just having like self-reflection being kind of the first line of defense rather than kind of an afterthought, and kind of slowing things down. Like it's very tempting to look at how our partner is showing up, because I mean, I'm not saying this is you or it's true, but it can be true for some people that when we're looking at our partner first, it's actually an avoidance strategy.
Yeah.
And so yeah, just having like a practice where we look at ourselves first, like how have I shown up, and like done an internal inventory of how I've shown up and what's there for me, and then including the partner's behavior in the conversation and seeing how those kind of two dynamics are playing out. That's the approach that I would recommend.
Wow, beautiful. Stephen, we could keep going and there's all kinds of questions, but we've already passed your hour slot. So
Can I have 20 more seconds, Wendy?
Certainly.
Okay, cool. So I just want to let everyone into, I'm going to drop into 7-year-old inner child Steve here for a moment and play show and tell like we used to do in elementary school. So this is Relation Flicks. This is a video subscription service platform that myself and a team of people have been working on for over 3 years. And it's our baby. Like, we've been working really hard. We poured tons of resources into building this. We have amazing world-class best-selling authors, therapists, coaches, experts on topics on intimacy and sexuality, dating and romance, communication skills, conflict resolution. I'll take you on just a little bit of a tour here. So there's some of the popular videos are Exploring Women's Pleasure by Ariel Brown. There's an Art of Sensual Massage course if you wanted to have some sexy time with your partner. Tips on ensuring a healthy relationship, touch best practices, authentic connection, a conversation around should we have sex on the first date, discerning relationship compatibility, how to have more sexual confidence, powerful communication strategies, courageous loving. There's communication, conflict resolution, attachment theory, psychology, personal development, and a relationship tools section. There's a course section up here. There's a bunch of different educators. You can watch single videos that are about 5 to 15 minutes long, or take a full-length e-course, whatever bite-sized chunk feels good for you to take on. And really what we wanted to build was a hub where there's world-class relationship education for a ridiculously low price point. Like, not everybody can afford the time and finances to go on a destination retreat, or take big long trainings, or work with a therapist every week or two, or hire a coach, or take big ticket programs. And so with RelationFlix, you get a lot of the same content that you would get in those spaces. But there's a 14-day free trial, and then after that, it's $15 for a monthly fee, or you can get pay yearly and get 2 free months. So, yeah, it's astronomically less money for a lot of the same content. So we wanted to build a hub for the world that empowers relationships in a big way. So that's what we've done. That's what we're up to. I'll take the link in the chat box.
Yay, I'm so proud of you. I knew you when you were just developing this and talking about it. So it's a really beautiful creation, and so delighted that you could share some of your wisdom with us. And folks, it's like having a sacred sexual music festival every day, and you get to pick whatever you choose, the talks you want to listen to. Go check out RelationFlix. Again, thank you, Stephen. You were amazing.
Thanks for having me, Wendy. I appreciate it.
Pleasure. Okay, we're going to take a break now. We got a lunch break, a little bit shorter than we had planned, but like 25 minutes, 20 minutes, something in there. We'll come back pretty soon. Go take a bite and have a drink, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Okay? See you soon.
Good
Jugat Gure Name Sat Gure Name Shri Guru Deve Name Ad Gure Name Jugat Gure Name Sat Gure Name Sri Guru Deve Name Ad Gure Name Jugat Gure Name Sat Gure Name Sri Guru Deve Name Ad Gure Name Jugat Gure Name Sat Gure Name Sri Guru Deve Name Ad Gure Name Jugat Gure Name Sat Gure Name Sri Guru Deve Name Ad Gure Name Jugat Gure Name Sat Gure Name Sri Guru Deve Name touch this spirit, fill up and shine. A new world. We're the ones we've been waiting for. Holy longing, holy, holy, holy longing, holy, holy, holy longing, holy, 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 holy longing, holy, holy, holy longing, holy, holy, holy longing, holy, 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 holy longing, holy, holy, holy longing, holy, holy, holy longing, holy, 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 nam, holy, holy, sat, 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 holy, holy, nam, holy, holy, love dancing with you, Francesca. Yeah, even though it's Zoom and I still felt you, it was really beautiful. I was delighted to connect with you that way, you sensuous, beautiful being, you. So I hope you're unmuted and everything's all okay. I'm so looking forward to this. Francesca Gentille. Let me tell you a little bit about Francesca. Francesca is a shaman and she is a professor. She's a professor at the International Institute of Clinical Psychology, and I'm absolutely delighted she's here today. And she inspires transformation through the science and soul of sexuality. She empowers clients and students around the world to reclaim their spark, bridge sexual differences, heal from trauma, and deepen self-love. She says, I am here to research, explore, and model healthy partnership, friendship, romance, passion, and love. And she is a quoted expert in books such as Esther Perel's State of Affairs. Oh my God, we all know Esther Perel. If you don't, please Google Esther Perel. And she's also been in Dr. Judy Kuriansky's The Idiot Guides to Tantric Sex. She's a co-author and editor of The Marriage of Sex and Spirit. Amazing. And she's the contributing author to the Jealousy Workbook, Exercises and Insights for Managing Open Relationships. And here she's going to tell you all about all the different choices we have in relationships, polyamory and alternative love styles. Please welcome Francesca Gentille. Take it away.
Hello, hello. Oh, I have us on gallery view for the moment because I just want to take a moment to see everyone and appreciate you. And appreciate your commitment. I've been in here a few hours with you, with some of the other presenters, and I want to acknowledge your commitment to love, to great relationships, to doing the inner work. And I am so honored to be one of the people that is collaborating with your heart to have a world that works for everyone. And I wanted to let you know that you can put questions in the chat. Wendy's going to share them. If I can, I'll try to weave them in. And then if I feel like I'm on a roll, then I might say, let's look at that more towards the end. And I want to dance with structure and flow. Structure and flow. And when we're looking at polyamory and alternative love styles, aren't we dancing with structure and flow? And aren't we dancing with roots and wings? When we enter this world of polyamory and alternative love styles, we're really entering divine paradox, I would say. The both and versus the either or. So in our, if we have alternative as one possible world, a different world is normative. So we have alternative and normative. And in the normative world, there is a sense of rules. You should or you shouldn't. It's good or it's bad. Normal people do this, and you should be normal. And I want to allow or invite that just because something is common or normal, or everybody does it, doesn't mean that it's healthy. Doesn't mean that it's not abusive or toxic. Just because something is common, normal, everybody does it, doesn't mean that it's healthy. Doesn't mean that it's not abusive or not toxic. The challenge when we enter the world of non-monogamy, alternative love styles, is that we're leaving the rule book behind We're leaving the script as it was given in the last few thousand years behind. But the good news is we're able to design scripts that work for us. It does take more work and more consciousness. So thank you for being here. Because we are creating it. And we are inviting in something called presence and attunement to each of us who's involved. So there's not a right way. Old paradigm, there's a right way. There's that, that book, that list of rules, you follow them and you'll be successful. New paradigm, there's the right way for us and who's involved. And that right way may in fact be a moving, because I invite us to try on that life is the sea. Life is the sea. And we will never control the sea. But we can become better sailors of the changing tides and weather and storms of the sea. And I want to out myself by saying that I consider myself omniamorous. What does that mean? Well, it means that I've been happy monogamous and I've been miserable monogamous. And I've been happy non-monogamous and I've been miserable non-monogamous. And then I started to look, well, I am the common denominator in this happiness or non-happiness. What other factors are there? So I'm going to invite us into something along with being sailors of life's seas. I'm going to invite us into being field researchers of life's data. Every moment, every conversation, every relationship is actually data. And we want to be collating that data and analyzing that data and changing factors, running experiments and changing factors. So if I have sex on all my first dates and I'm not getting the result that I want, maybe I will say, what happens if I have sex on the second date instead? Does that change anything or not? What happens if I wait 3 dates? Does that change anything or not? Are there any commonalities about the people that I'm choosing to date? What if I change how I'm vetting people? So we want to be those field researchers of the data. And when I looked at the data, what I saw is that to me, there is no one true, right, and only design or format for happiness in relationship. There's not, you're going to be happy if you have one partner. No. You need 3. You need at least 3. You're a complex person. No, you need more than 3. You need 10. That there's not one, or you need, 3 primary partners and regular sex parties. There's not one design that's going to be right for all people or for all people at all times. But I would assert that we're learning in this beautiful festival that Wendy curated, is that there are skill sets and practices that when we engage in them and when we're with other people that engage with them, bring greater ease and grace to any design or format. Stephen talked about the 7 Ds. I say them somewhat differently, but I think of them as like deflect, deny, protect, defend. They're not all Ds in my mind, but they're that same concept, these reactive, protective ways of being. Well, if I'm like that, I'm going to be challenging to be in a loving, easeful, joyous relationship with. And if you're like that, you're going to be challenging to be in a loving, easeful relationship with. And if we're both like that, I would call this a high drama movie that we've just created. And if we're practicing the skill sets that we're learning here, and something really important, healing the past. So when I started to envision and we're going to go into this in a moment, to envision like, what is the new paradigm that I want to live in? What is that new world that I want to create and I want to be? I realized that there was a gap. There was space between the vision that I wanted to be in, live in, and my skill sets, what I was capable of. So then I started to attend things like this and classes like this, so I would develop skill sets. But then I had a problem. I couldn't practice my skill sets when I was kidnapped by my trauma triggers. So suddenly you say or do something that has even a little echo of something from my past. And instead of being my, 65-year-old self, okay, almost 65, I'll be 65 July 4th. It's like the little girl in me. She's like, I'm like, and a half, or I'm like, and I'm almost there. I'm like, thank you, honey. Yes, 64-year-old self. I'm no longer my 64-year-old self when I'm triggered. I am that little girl, or I am that wounded little girl, or I am that rebellious teenager. Like, you're not the boss of me. You don't get to tell me what to do. And I started to be that field researcher on the hunt for the data. I think, Vireo talked about that. It's like, how do we find our shadow? How do we find, these qualities that are kidnapping us? And I really started to be on the hunt for them by looking at my reactivity. And I came up with a mantra: the bigger the emotional reaction in the present, the more the root of that is in my past, usually under 12. The bigger the emotional reaction in the present, the more the root of it is in my past, usually under 12. And then I would often either work with a therapist or a coach, or go on a walk or journal to really ask myself, what are the thoughts I'm thinking? It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not okay. And how am I feeling? Resentful, trapped. And what's the youngest I had those thoughts? And what is the youngest I had those feelings? And it would be like I would be walking through time, and I would eventually find the root. When I had talked to that young self at the root, then I could come back to the present as an adult. And when I'm in my adult state, there's only a request to make, a boundary to express, or an invitation for collaboration. So that's like the healthy relationship regardless. But now, how do we figure out what design? What design and what format? And let's try on something really exciting. And feel free to write in if you're already in a non-monogamous relationship, or if you're non-monogamous curious. I love to know who my people are. So are you non-monogamous curious? Are you already in non-monogamy? Are you non-monogamy expert? Feel free to let me know. And I invite us to try on that it's a spectrum. So rather than I'm either, binary, I'm monogamous, I'm non-monogamous, that I'm one or the other. Let's try on that it's actually a spectrum. So over here, let's put monogamous. And over here, let's put non-monogamous. Well, what is the spectrum? So over here in monogamous is I'm focused with one other person. By the way, that person could be me. I could be monogamous with myself. Get out of the way. I'm having a relatedness with me. Thank you. And people have been known over thousands of years to be monogamous with God or goddess, that they become a devotee of Sibyl or of Jesus or of Inanna. And then that relatedness and that focus and that love is with the divine. So you could be monogamous with the divine. That is my devotional focus. You could be monogamous with yourself. That is my devotional focus. And you could be monogamous with one other embodied human being. Now it gets a little tricky. Do you know people have different definitions of monogamy and what's included and what isn't? So I could say I'm completely devotional to the divine and my heart belongs to the divine, but I do have sex with people. I'm emotionally monogamous with the divine. So there's something called emotional monogamy, where people would have sex with other people, but in a way it doesn't really count because I'm emotionally monogamous with myself or with you or with God. Interesting, right? And then we might say we have sexual monogamy. So I have best friends. I have best friends, people I completely love, totally adore, share a lot of emotional intimacy with. But sexually, my genitals belong to God or myself or you or this other person. So already we're starting to see a spectrum, right? That it's not just one thing. And I've seen couples break up over different definitions of monogamy. So they actually both agree they're monogamous, but their definitions are different. So if one person, I worked with a couple where they both agreed they were monogamous. He loved to do ecstatic dance. She didn't like dancing, so she would go out dancing, that's fine. And one time after ecstatic dance, when he was saying goodbye to a friend, a female friend, there was a lot of energy between them, and he kissed her. He kissed this female friend. Well, this female friend was actually a mutual friend with his wife. And she said, your husband kissed me, and it was a fairly passionate kiss. And the wife felt that that was an irrevocable breach of monogamy and that it was worthy of getting a divorce over. So really important to when you were even thinking we're on the same page, we're both non-monogamous or we're both monogamous. What does that mean? What does that mean to you? What would you put in monogamy, and where does monogamy break? Because some people would say, I want to be the first person that you come to with all of your trials and tribulations and challenges. And if you have a best friend, you're already breaking our agreement. Personally, I wouldn't think that that was completely healthy, but that if that could be an agreement, we are each other's first confidants. We don't share these really deep emotional things with other people. So we have this, what is monogamy? Who are we monogamous to? What are we putting in the container of monogamy? Then if we're going along the spectrum, we have monogamish. Monogamish, I love teaching about monogamish. It's so fun. And monogamish starts to be very creative. It often will mean that penetrative sex or genital play is reserved for the couple. So penetrative sex or genital play in some way would be reserved for the couple. However, in monogamish, the couple might, do sexy dancing with other people. The couple might go to a tantra, a neo-tantra puja, where people are into inner and outer circles. There's an inner circle facing out and an outer circle facing in. And so you're always standing in front of a person, and then the outer circle rotates, and then you're standing in front of a new person. And you might dance with that person, you might caress them, you might cradle them. It really depends on how the facilitator is leading. And technically you're always at consent and choice, although not all facilitators highlight that fact. And, so you and your partner who are monogamish might feel, oh, it's okay to go to that and cradle strangers and caress faces of strangers and dance for strangers. And some people in monogamish might say, I don't care where you get your appetite as long as you eat at home. Right. So it's okay if we go to a strip club, or it's okay if you go to a strip club. It's okay if, there's these erotic, sensual things, but then when we actually want to have orgasms, we're going to have those together. Now, we're moving along the spectrum towards non-monogamy here. There's also monogamish can include, depending on the couple, we are always monogamous except, so it includes exceptions. So my partner and I are always monogamous except at Burning Man. My partner and I are always monogamous except for when we're traveling. We're always monogamous except for if we both agree that on the same person being really sexy, so that they'll be monogamous with exceptions, and they will still call themselves monogamous. If those exceptions, Burning Man's once a year, if those exceptions are like once a year, once or twice a year, once every couple years, they will speak of themselves as monogamous or monogamish, monogamous with exceptions. Now, to the very, very conservative world out there, people who might be religiously conservative, all of this would not be considered monogamous. The moment that you're sometimes even sexy dancing, or in the San Francisco Bay Area, they have something called second base parties when it's not the pandemic. And so above the waist, you could be sexy dancing, you could be kissing, you could be, biting someone's neck. And then the rule for that party is nothing below the waist. Well, that would certainly be monogamish in many people's, definitions. We're starting to exchange erotic energy. Ooh, and let's define sex, because this can be something that can create a lot of problems for couples. This is, so what is quoted in Esther Perel's book, The State of Affairs, is a list that I came up with called It's Not Sex Because. So I collected all the reasons that people said that didn't count. That thing that I did with this other person, that wasn't sex because we didn't take our clothes off. That wasn't sex because nobody had an orgasm. That wasn't sex because I didn't enjoy it. That wasn't sex because I didn't know their name. That wasn't sex. There would be all these reasons that I literally had heard where it's not sex because. So what is sex? And the way that I define it personally, and I talk to people that I'm dating, is I consider it to be in the realm of eros when we're starting to dance with energy, erotic energy, with an intention of arousing that erotic energy. And that sex doesn't start the moment we're touching genitals or the moment we're doing this. That's not when sex starts. Sex actually starts when, yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. Sex starts with the smile. It starts with the energy. It starts with the agreement. It starts with the laughing together. And it builds a sense of anticipation. Dopamine is the pathway to that passionate sex when we're ripping off each other's clothes. And so sex actually starts with those little connections that build that dopamine, build that anticipation. And I often say, If your partner was in the room watching you, would they feel comfortable with the way you're looking at that person, with the way that you're laughing together, with the way that you're leaning into them? If your partner was watching your texts, if your partner was listening to your phone calls, would they feel comfortable? Because if they wouldn't feel comfortable, in many cases, that's sex. It's sex that is non-consensual. So you haven't talked to your partner about that. You know, if I'm actually in enthusiastic yes with my partner, exploring erotic emotional intimacy, then my partner could say, I'm texting Sally. I just told her I can hardly wait for her to, to touch her woohoo. And I asked her to send me a sexy picture. And if I'm an enthusiastic yes to my partner's exploration, I'll be like, cool. Could you get consent from Sally's that I could see the picture too? Could you check? Would that be okay? So I'm an enthusiastic yes to this happening. So we're on the realm of, now we've added another layer, which is, when is sex? And I would say sex is that building of erotic energy and anticipation. That's when sex starts, that building energy towards arousal. And then I would say that when we're looking at non-monogamy and whether or not we choose it, do we always have to be an enthusiastic yes? Can we be an inquiring maybe? Can we be a fearful but curious okay? Is that okay? Or does it always have to be an enthusiastic yes? Because we're in the realm now in our world, especially in certain, Amsterdam, Berlin, the United States, Canada, we're in conversations that are fairly refined about what consent is. Other parts of the world aren't necessarily quite there, but if you're in those parts of the world, we're in that level of conversation. And we don't want to collude in our own abuse, but we do want to grow at our edges. We don't want to collaborate or collude in our own abuse, but we do want to grow at our edges. How do I know which it is? How do I know which it is? And I'm going to bring in a concept that I think is very important to life and also to non-monogamy, to polyamory. And polyamory, by the way, is a form of non-monogamy. They often are used interchangeably, but it was my mentor, Morning Glory Zell Ravenheart, who actually coined the word polyamory. And she coined it because the word that was being used was open relationships. And she wanted something that identified leading with the heart. And poly means many and amory means love. So poly is from the Greek and amory is from the Latin. And she liked that she was taking two different cultures and putting them together, and that she was creating a word that meant leading with love in our relationships. And non-monogamy would be any form of emotional or erotic connection that is not monogamous. So non-monogamy could be ethical or not ethical. A form of non-ethical non-monogamy is what? What is a form, the most common form of non-ethical non-monogamy? Anybody, feel free to write in. Write it in. Non-ethical, non-monogamy, most common form would be cheating. So very, very common for people to cheat on what is stated as a monogamous relationship. I say I'm going to be monogamous with you for the rest of my life. Non-consensual sex is its own thing. So you could have non-consensual sex in a monogamous relationship. You could have abuse in a monogamous relationship. So abuse is its own spectrum. Is it abusive or is it not abusive? Is it consensual or is it non-consensual? Is its own spectrum. You could have abuse and non-consent in a monogamous relationship. So if I say I don't want to have sex and my partner forces me to have sex, that's a non-consensual. It's abusive, even if we're monogamous. Cheating is when the agreement is we're going to bring our sexuality, our genital touch, our orgasm to each other. We're going to keep that exclusive to each other. And or our emotional depth to each other. And instead, one of us, or maybe both of us, lies about it and goes behind the agreement to form an emotional and or erotic connection or expression with someone else. That's cheating. And cheating may be fully consensual with the people involved. The person, if I'm cheating, the person that I'm cheating with, and I may be an enthusiastic yes to each other, but I've broken, if I'm monogamous, I've broken the agreement with my partner. So non-monogamy could be divine. It could be fun. It could be healing. It could be cheating. It could be abusive, but it's not automatically. The most common form of non-ethical, ethical means in integrity with our core values. In integrity with our agreements is ethical. So ethical is super important to think about. Ethical in our lives. Ethical, where's my equal sign? I don't know. Ethical is in integrity or in alignment with our own core values and agreements with others. That would be ethical. So if the core value of mine is kindness and I yell at you, I am not ethical in my communication with you because one of my core values is kindness and I've now broken that. So ethics is actually an inquiry of how do we relate together as human beings in a way that is collaborative, supportive, brings the highest and best to our connections and our communities. That's, it's meant to be an inquiry. And then to have us discover what are our core values and to make the effort to be in integrity with our values, our core values and our agreements. And that's ethics is very much, I believe, a journey from the inside out. So it is up to me to lead an ethical life. It is up to me to know my core values. And I say that I lead a life I'm proud of when I am leading a life in alignment with my core values. That's a life to be proud of. And I am never going to be a success to myself if I am breaking my own core values to get sex, to get love, to get attention, to get money. There will never be enough sex, love, money, or external approval if I'm breaking my own core values to get it. That would be a sign of compulsion, trauma, shame, addiction. So we're on this journey of where now we're moving towards non-ethical non-monogamy and ethical non-monogamy. So ethical means I'm designing non-monogamy in alignment with my own core values. Non-ethical is cheating. I am lying, withholding, and slanting the truth about myself, what I want, what I'm doing. In some level, I'm very ashamed of something I'm doing. And I'm now probably in a compulsive cycle. So compulsion and addiction are fueled by shame. I am seeking pleasure to try to avoid feeling the shame and the pain I feel about myself. I go towards drugs, alcohol, sex, attention, shopping, something to try to take away the pain of being me. It takes it away for a moment, but often I feel more shame. I've overspent. I've broken my word in my relationship. I've taken too much time on Facebook. I've, even though everybody says that they like me, I can't feel it because I'm a mask. So that the addiction cycle is fueled by shame. And I would say that non-ethical, non-monogamy is often fueled by shame. Not always, there are exceptions. Sometimes a partner has decreed that they're not going to have sex anymore. You know, I'm now 50 and I've lost my libido and we're monogamous, and therefore for the rest of our lives, we're not going to have sex. I actually think that that's cruel. And that's non-ethical to make that kind of decree. And I've worked with clients where we've looked at what is the most ethical way to do something non-ethical. They don't want to leave their partner. They don't want to end the marriage or the relationship, but they've now been given a decree, a demand. You can never have sex for the next 30 years of your life because I don't want to have sex. And then we brainstorm what is the most ethical way to be non-ethical. Because I actually think it's unethical to have been given that decree. So it's not, you know, we're in an inquiry. What are our ethics? What are our values? How do we live with them? And ethical non-monogamy at its best, now we're over here, ethical non-monogamy, whether it's polysexual means I'm leading with my genitals, I'm leading with my desire, I'm leading with my animal. You look tasty. Or am I leading with my heart? I just appreciate you so much. You know, which, or is it a little bit of both? What am I leading with? And when I'm in ethical non-monogamy, whether it's polyamory, leading with heart, or polysexual, leading with genitals, leading with arousal, I am transparent. I'm revealed. I am honest. I postpone gratification. So one sign of being an adult, it took me a long time to be able to, like, what are the signs of being an adult? This is so important. Dr. Terry Real talks about what it is to be a functional adult. And when I started studying with him, I went, have I ever seen a functional adult? Have I ever been one? Uh-oh. You know, aging is inevitable, but actual maturation takes work, and a lot of work. And so a functional adult is collaborative, creative, flexible, is able to postpone gratification and to give toward a relationship rather than what I used to do from my, Dr. Terry talks about the wounded child and the adaptive child, the wounded child and the adaptive child. And many of us can lead our whole lives, be very successful, make lots of money, get degrees, all kinds of things, age and die, and never have gone past the adaptive child. And, you know, the adaptive child will give in, will give up, will go along with, well, whatever you want, fine, but then feel resentful. The adaptive child will overgive and feel resentful. Anybody besides me ever do that one? Like a lot. And, you know, I've really been in this, my own inquiry around what is it to grow at my edges? What is it to grow at my edges because that's my core value. And so my partner is asking me something and it feels uncomfortable. But when I look inside, I realize that I actually want to grow in this, even though it's uncomfortable. And I'm going to give toward our relationship, and I'm giving toward my growth as a human being. When I'm actually giving toward, then I'm not resenting. And I still might feel uncomfortable or scared. But I'm taking my power in that choice versus giving up, giving in, giving over, in which I will always feel resentful. So now we're looking at, is it ethical, non-monogamy, non-ethical? And are we engaging in this from like ethical with ourselves, from a place of, actually growing the integrated adult? So I was going to bring this up, something I call inner polyamory. These are all parts of me. It's taken a while to get a deck that's this big, but they're deeply loving, committed friend, daddy's slut, good girl, angel of opportunity, noble queen, publicist. Rules are only a suggestion. Rules are only a suggestion. Psychic, the one I talked about earlier, slave to God, slave to God. The truth teller, the emperor has no clothes, and the romantic teen. Somewhere in here is a killer. Somewhere in here is a spy. I realized that I have all these different parts of me. Before I knew that I had all these different parts of me, I would just be kidnapped moment to moment to moment. I was very mood-based. I will be nice to you when I'm in the mood. I will have sex with you when I'm in the mood. I will be generous with you when I'm in the mood. But if some other mood, imagine these are all moods, these are all parts of us, came forward, then I would change. Well, now I'm not going to have sex with you. Well, now I'm going to yell at you. There was no integrating self, no king of the kingdom, no queen of the queendom that actually guided and loved my own inner tribe. I was not count-onable. I was a human reactivity, not a human co-creativity. A human reactivity, not a human co-creativity, which would be the mature adult versus the wounded child or the adaptive child. And there's not one, there's like wounded children, adaptive children. They're like a lot on the inside. There can be male and female, there can be all kinds of things. And one of the exciting things as I started to get to know who was on the inside is I also realized that many of them like having sex or making love in their own ways. So I call this inner polyamory. And that when I start to know who's on the inside and you know who's on the inside, we can actually play games with this. We can have, date nights with different parts of ourselves. We can utilize some of these dates and explorations to bring healing and release shame. And for those who are polycurious or, non-monogamous curious, I would say to look inside. And there's a couple documents I want to share. One is called Non-Monogamy. Why would I want it? And non-monogamy, why am I afraid of it? And you might want to fill out both and ask yourself, what parts of me, this is non-monogamy, why? Why want it? Is what parts of me? Is it the primal animal? Is it the kind lover? Is it like what parts of me would actually want monogamy? And then if we have non-monogamy, why am I afraid of it? And, you might ask yourself, what parts of me are afraid or concerned about non-monogamy? And I might, look and say, my inner Pasha or my inner, queen loves the idea of non-monogamy when I get a harem. And then when I'm concerned about non-monogamy, when you get a harem, and who's concerned when you get a harem is younger. Are you going to leave me? Maybe I'm not good enough. Do you still like me? And, the part that likes having a harem, is more, for me, is more my queen or my primal. It's the parts of me that like want it all for me. I want it and I want it all for me, and these are very different parts. My life and relationships got a lot easier when I started to understand the complexity of who we are on the inside. And I call it hearing people beneath their words and seeing them beneath their actions. And anytime I think what they just said doesn't make sense. They said they wanted to stay and then they said they wanted to go. They said they loved me, but then they said they hated me. They said that, it's like, wait, they're saying things, that don't sound like they go together. Those are different inner aspects. They're saying one thing and doing something else. Different inner aspects. Once we get that, it starts to make things a lot clearer. And then when we look at jealousy, I have I'm going to share a document that I call Don't Call It Jealousy, because we have a tendency in non-monogamy to shame each other or even ourselves for having jealousy. Like, I should be an enlightened person that never gets jealous. And the word jealous has so many negative connotations, like I'm not enlightened if I'm jealous and I'm immature if I'm jealous. And that's why I don't like the word. And to me, the word is very vague. So if 5 of us all said we were jealous, and I asked more and I said, well, why are you jealous? Does it feel like you're afraid? Are parts of you frightened of losing your partner? Are parts of you sad when you think that your partner might love someone else? Are parts of you angry that you feel like someone is getting something that you're not getting? Like, what's underneath that? Jealousy doesn't tell me anything. So I need to know underneath what's going on. And it's like, well, they're now starting to have sex with this person and we haven't had sex in months. Let's breathe into that. Yeah, what I think I'm hearing is that maybe your inner primal, your inner romantic are really wanting more connection. And that maybe you feel a sense of both sadness and anger that someone else is now getting that connection when you're really grieving that it's not present in your relationship, is that close. Yes, it doesn't feel fair. Yeah, let's bring in the part. It's not fair is often a very young language. So we start to listen for the age of the conversation. It's not fair. Yeah, let's breathe in. It's not fair. Yeah, I just want to welcome that part of us, often a little younger, that feels like things aren't fair. And yeah, like holding that part really tenderly is the visionary adult able to make a request. What would you want? So there's something that you're sad that somebody else is getting. What do you want? Well, I'd like us to have at least one romantic date a week. Yeah, you'd want at least one romantic date a week. I love that idea. One of my favorite techniques is to listen to complaint and turn it into vision. Listen to complaint and turn it into vision. Complaint is halfway to vision. If I say it's too bright in here, what do I want? I want it a little darker. If I say it's too cold in here, then I want it warmer. If I say you never kiss me, what do I want? I want your kisses. And it is more effective to say, when I heard that you had that really romantic date, part of me felt sad and part of me felt angry. And then I remembered how we used to go walk at sunset and, start to kiss. And I realized that I just so miss your kisses. And I'm wondering, Would it be possible to create some dates where we get to kiss and maybe be in environments like we used to love to be in the beginning of our relationship? Would you be open to that? Like, which offer is going to be more successful? That one? Or, I'm really upset that you went out with Sally and it sounds like you had this really romantic evening and you never kissed me. Yeah. So we want to notice what is underneath that word called jealousy. We want to notice if there's feelings or complaints, and then we want to look for what would be the positive request. What could be an invitation, a request to make, or an invitation for collaboration. Now, sometimes we might want to invite in a boundary, and a boundary could be, I'm noticing that I have a boundary around our favorite romantic dinner spot. So it would be my request that if you want to take them to a romantic dinner, you not take them to Ricardo's restaurant, which is our special place, and so just say what that is. So that would be adulting. Adulting is making positive requests, and coming from that adaptive child, we overgive. Coming from the wounded child, we resent. We go into those protect, defend, deny, deflect. We go into those from the wounded child. And those are what the powerless do to try to have power. So when we were actually powerless, completely trapped, people could literally pick us up and move us. They could lock us into a room. They could ignore us. There's nowhere we could go. They could hit us. They could molest us, that abuse that we talked about. We are literally powerless as children and trapped. And one of my mantras is, if I'm feeling powerless as an adult, I have been kidnapped by my wounded child. If I am feeling powerless and trapped as an adult, I have been kidnapped by my wounded child. Because as an adult, I may not like all my options, but I have them. I may not like all my options, but I have them. I have choices. As an adult, I may not want to end this relationship, but I could. I might not want to leave this job, but I could. If I'm in my centered, mature adult state, I'm collaborative, creative, flexible. I can think, how could it work? What else is possible? How could it work? What else is possible? And if I'm just in that hopeless, helpless, trapped, and where I'm criticizing, complaining, resenting, then I have been kidnapped by my powerless child. So that's one of my mantras that I've taken on, because before I die, I'd like to spend more and more time as an empowered adult, an empowered adult who takes care of my inner family. Hi. This is my traveling bunny, because I do have a very vibrant inner child who I now know and love and actually take care of and talk to every day and, check in with. And knowing my inner family and checking in with them and taking care of them and self-soothing them is being an empowered adult. Before I knew my inner family, unconsciously, I wanted you to save me. I wanted you to save me. Maybe you are going to love me, hear me, attune to me in the ways that my parents never did. Unconsciously, I wanted that from you. And I didn't feel that I could talk to you about my desires or my boundaries or my desires in the bedroom, because I wanted you to attune to me the way a baby wants attunement. I realized much later that when I want you to understand me and hear me and give to me without having to ask, that's what the baby wants. That's what the child needed. We needed to be heard, felt, and seen when we couldn't talk. That's their sad cry. That's their wet cry. That's their fussy, but they're going to go to sleep cry. We actually needed adults who could do that for us when we were little and couldn't speak for ourselves. And when we don't have that for any number of reasons, alcoholism, mental illness, too many kids in the family, multi-generational trauma, when we don't have that, we have the traumas of attachment. The avoidant attachment where we keep pulling back, the insecure attachment where we keep clinging, the ambivalent or dysregulated attachment where we kind of go, come here, go away. We could go either towards clinging or towards pulling back. And underneath that is this unconscious desire to be saved and reparented. And I spent decades trying to get you unconsciously to save and reparent me. And you know what? I never asked you consensually. It was never, hey, hi, would you be willing to save me and reparent me? I never said that, and you never agreed. And then I would resent you and hate you because after the drugs of the new relationship energy would wear off, you wouldn't be attuning to me the way we were in the beginning. So the new relationship hormones that get activated every time we're with someone new, phenylethylamine, dopamine, adrenaline, oxytocin, they're a higher high than MDMA, than cocaine, than heroin. They're a higher high than anything. And just like any drug, they're time limited. And while they're, flowing through our bodies, we have this enhanced sense of merging, of belonging. Every touch feels magical. I've never been touched like this. I've never been seen like this. I've never been met and heard like this. And I say this every time. While I'm on the drug, I say it every time. And when the drugs wear off, before I knew this, I would feel like you betrayed me. You let me down. You're not who I thought you were. And I didn't realize it was my drugs wearing off on the inside. And I didn't realize that I was looking for that savior, non-consensually. I fought reparenting. I really did. And I didn't like the idea. But one day, after my therapist had asked me for probably the millionth time to think about turning around and finding the little girl inside and talking to her, one day I actually agreed. Before that, in my mind, I'd always be thinking, fuck you. She'd say, I would invite you to think about, looking on the inside for that little girl and giving her a hug. And what would go through my mind is, fuck you. I wouldn't say that because I'm a nice girl, but it went through my mind. But one day I eventually looked inside. That's that re-caregiving, that re-attuning, that recovery, discovery and uncovery of who we are on the inside, and learning to love every piece, no matter how dark, no matter how devious, no matter how selfish. When I learn to love all of this, I am shame-free. When I learn to love all of this, I can make empowered choices. And then I can have a healthy design of relatedness, whether it's with God, me, you, or all of us. Then I can actually start to design and function in a healthy format. And I can look to say, I'm a sex and love addict in recovery. Let me also out myself there. And a compulsive overeater in recovery. So what that means is that I have to ask myself, is this sip compulsive? Is this trying to take away the pain of something? Or is this sip actually nourishing? Is this moment of connection with you compulsive, trying to take away the pain of being me? Or is this connection with you something that's actually grounded, ethical, nourishing for me and you and everyone else we're involved with? My standard today for ethical non-monogamy is that if I was going to, Wendy, can I role play with you for a second? If I was going to date Wendy and then Wendy had other partners, I would say, Wendy, before I can actually, date you and do anything with you, I need to at least have one conversation with, if they're partners, with your partners. My commitment is not just to show up with you, Wendy, as additive in your life, but to be a plus to your network. And if your network isn't a yes to me, I can't be here with you. I can't move forward as a lover, as a partner with you. Because we are a web of connections. I am not just trying to get something from you and saying that whatever else you're connected to doesn't mean anything to me. And that is also the core of polyamory. And I think truly ethical non-monogamy is understanding the eco-sustainability of the network more than what am I going to get? What's my goodie? What's my goodie that I'm going to get from Wendy so that I feel high, so that I feel better about myself? I'm wanting something that's going to last for a long time and be a blessing for everyone concerned. And that, I would say, is the highest ethical standard of ethical non-monogamy. Whether I'm in solo polyamory with myself, and I'm going to add a document in here, which are types of non-monogamy. There's so many. So if you're non-monogamy curious, you can go through this and just kind of be thinking, where am I in all of this, or what sounds interesting? And but regardless of what type we want, what design or format, I ask myself, how do I become healthy enough to interact in a way that's truly ethical, supportive, collaborative, for the highest and best for me and all of you, in a way that is a blessing for all of us? Yes, I would love questions. This is types of non-monogamy. Questions?
I'm just so touched by your beautiful, passionate presentation. I've been touched in more ways, and I love how you focus on the blessed, so everyone is blessed.
Yeah, I think, Wendy, I want to thank you and all of you here. We're creating a new paradigm. If we're having the Sacred Sexual Music Festival, we're not just trying to do the same old thing that the world has been doing for the last 5,000 years of a dominator model of culture that says only a few people gets rights and privileges and everybody else is below them and means less. That's a really dysfunctional model for the last 5,000 years. We are envisioning a new paradigm. And that, within that is, how do we create a world that really works for everyone? That is, eco-sustainable on every level. And that has to be within our relatedness as well. And this is, I just love this festival, Wendy. I'm just so impressed with what you've curated. And so, yeah, please, any questions that come up, I'm like, or personal, if you have like something, if you're brave and feeling personal and wanting to say, well, what about this circumstance? How would this concept of eco-sustainability or high ethicability, is that even a word? How would that, work in this circumstance?
Anybody have a circumstance to suggest? I want to also mention some of the comments here. Wow. Thanks for the wealth of wisdom and authenticity. Yeah. Vireo says, I have been that wounded inner child searching for someone to reparent me, to attune with me. Vireo, I think we can all relate to that. We can all relate. Do you want to come? Why don't you unmute yourself, Vireo? Do you want to, any questions? You want to have a talk with, you'll be speaking for all of us, I can assure you. Michael, are you there? There you are.
Yeah, I think I just love the way your wisdom of how you worded things, Francesca. Just so amazing. And I'm curious, so I'm just going to come aloud with a question here, because I can so relate for myself and the women I'm so blessed to work with and their families. so I'm curious, your beautiful cards that you came up with. I would love to do something like that. Like, how would you suggest I give birth to those? Like, tell me a little bit more about that process. That sounds just delightful. I could hear myself in most of them that you said. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm that.
Let me, I think, yeah, I've also got a document on the archetypes and inner aspects. So I'll drop that in. And just a second. Types and inner aspects. So this is a document that, describes it and helps us start to think about it. And I often encourage, at first starting to just make a list on paper. And if you have like a good friend or a partner or partners, asking them, do you see parts, what do you see in me? And someone might say, there's something in you that's very creative. I think you might have an artist. Oh, let me write down artist. Okay, you're right. I do have an artist. And then another friend might say, well, you have a part of you that really loves to travel. Ooh, yeah, let me write down traveler or nomad. So sometimes our friends can help us, or our partner can help us see parts of us. And in the document, there are some general ones that we have, and then that most people have, and most people have an inner critic. Most people have a rebellious teenager. You're not the boss of me. So there's some that most of us have. And then there's ones that really important, the ones that are missing. And those are the ones that it helps to have a guide, a counselor, someone that can help us go on these hypnotherapeutic journeys to develop an inner nurturer for ourselves. We have a nurturer for others, but not for ourselves. Yeah. To develop that integrating self. So, but I think the document will help. And I would say definitely get together with somebody that you care about and kind of brainstorm and start with just a piece of paper or a document. And then from the document, then you can start to put them on cards. And then you can start to play with them. I also do teach a year-long program. It meets on Sundays for 2 hours, once a month on a Sunday for 2 hours. And it's for coaches and therapists and clinicians who really want to go into this and work with clients in various ways that help bridge sexual differences, reclaim the spark, really bring a greater sense of wholeness. And there's a link to that in that document. I think there was something I wanted to bring up. One of these that I just realized recently, I call the gag order. The things that I was taught very early that I couldn't speak about. You can't talk about sex. You can't talk about that your father's an alcoholic. You can't talk about abuse. You can't, like all the things that I was told, you can't talk about. You can't talk about how much money you make. You can't, like, there's all these layers of don't tell, and you can't talk about this. And men often have that they can't even talk about their feelings, so. And I started to recognize it was killing me, was disconnecting me from myself and you. And I'm working actually in real time these days to start to unwind this. And I'm curating my life for safe and brave spaces where I can start to speak what I was told could never be spoken, where I could start to ask for things that I was told I could never ask for, or set a limit where I was told that I could never say no there. And when I say curate brave spaces and safe spaces, I'm very, very careful because I don't want to be re-traumatized. Mm-hmm. And so I, sometimes, just so you know, I will take a workshop or I will take an event more as a witness. I'll kind of stay on the edges of that event because I'm waiting to see how safe it is. Yeah. And then I'll retake it if I've assessed that there's enough consent and enough care being held to actually move into revealing. So please take the pacing. My pacing is actually very slow and I'm very determined. So I'm slow and I am determined. And I've grow a lot with that combination. So if we re-traumatize ourselves, we're going to contract too much. So I take it slow, but I keep moving. Some clinicians, sometimes some tantric people, sex workers, sex coaches can be very safe places, but still vet them, And then some tantric containers are safe, some are less safe. Some kinky containers are safe, some are less safe. I personally like the Body Electric Institute. I love their work. I think they do great work. Is one of my favorites. I've just started to attend the Unleash Festival. And I'm sure Wendy's is also fabulous in person. Next year in person is, but really looking for, is consent taught? Is it really held? Is there space for when somebody has the inevitable emotional breakdown? Is there space for that? For those uncomfortable emotions, for those times of fear? And I look for individuals that can hold that and spaces that can hold that, so that we can start to know our own truth, recover, discover, uncover our own truth, and then speak it. Because I realized that when I was hiding from myself, which I did as a child, I hid from you, but then eventually I even hid from me in order to survive. I lost the most precious parts of myself and created myself as a mask. And when I did that, you could tell me you loved me from morning till night, and I wouldn't feel it. Because I knew that you weren't loving me, because I hadn't shown up in our relationship yet. I hadn't even shown up in my own life yet. So we're on a journey. And one of the beauties of polyamory, when we're using it like this in a very courageous personal growth way, is we can let people know this. We can actually say, and this is where I am in my relationships now. So I'm dating a couple men. Just so you know, dating is not sexual to me. If somebody is a lover, I'll tell you they're my lover. If they're my lover partner, I'll tell you they're my lover partner. Dating is a get to know you process for me. Because even though I have a very passionate primal, I have a very tender little girl and a very sweet romantic. And it's my job as the integrating self to make sure that I vet people so that they are going to treat these parts of me with care. And so I go slowly, and I've learned, and I'm practicing being very revealed and talking about what I'm working on in terms of saying the truth in real time, that I have a tendency to overgive and resent, I'm accountable for that. You are not accountable for that. And it could happen. And I'm just practicing needing to slow down sometimes and check in. What is my actual nuanced truth here? And it could be something as little as you saying you want to go to Chinese food. And I don't really want to go to Chinese, but I just go, oh, okay. And in that moment of, oh, okay, I've abandoned me. I've broken my trusting relationship with myself. And you are going to pay the cost of me abandoning me. So I'm learning to slow down and be like, wait, there's something about Chinese. And it takes me a while to kind of go, wait, oh, there's a part of me that wants you to get what you want and be happy. There's a part of me that wants you to like me and just wants to say yes. There's another part of me that doesn't actually like Chinese food. Oh, there's a part of me that's wanting pizza. Okay, all right, let me just slow that down for a second. And, I'm wondering if there's some way that we could brainstorm going to a food court or that, because it's so little to say I'm saying yes to Chinese, but I'm saying no to me. I'm saying that I'm not important. My truth isn't important. And that little withholding of the full truth will start to distance me from you, will start to numb me out from you. And if I'm a man, it might show up as trouble getting and keeping an erection. If I'm a woman, it might show us trouble getting lubrication and orgasm. It will start to disconnect us because I'm no longer fully present with you.
Wow. Wow. Francesca, you are an inspiration. I love your emphasis on inner child and on healing and focusing on getting to know yourself and know where your soft spots are and super respecting them, simply deeply honoring and respecting those parts. Beautiful. I made another note, and let me see if I can remember. It was listeners. Oh, you were mentioning the in-person festival. In the previous in-person festivals for the Sacred Sexual Music Festivals in Vancouver, we had listeners, like counselors, people they were just there to listen. If anybody was triggered with all the talks, anything happened, they had a place to go, and they were busy all day, and they felt so fulfilled at the end. They felt like they could hold space and honor and help, because it's so much about healing and safety. I so get that. I so get that. You've been amazing. I want to clarify at the beginning, I believe I said that you were a professor at the International Institute of Clinical Psychology. That is wrong. She is a professor at the International Institute of Clinical Sexology. Oh my God, how did I mess that up? Again, everybody, please send your love sprinkles to Francesca. You've been just amazing, amazing. And please work with her. Oh my gosh. Put your info down, please, Francesca. I know I have your info in the bio of our website, the Sacred Sexual Music Festival website. Go check out her bio, and there's ways to connect with her. Maybe throw it in here as well, Francesca. Again.
Yeah, and I wanted to let you all know that this won't be right for everybody, but there is a year-long tantric, shamanic, somatic practitioner training that is going to combine in person and online, and we'll be meeting every 3 months in Sarasota, Florida. So if all of this work in inner work and trauma informed and interwoven with Tantra and really contributing to the wholeness of every person makes sense to you as a practitioner in some way, you might want to just check that out. And I just put that in here. I didn't say what it is, but it's the Canva that goes to that program. And just like such an honor to spend time with all of you. I feel like I've seen your faces and just your beautiful hearts and just this sense of enthusiasm and courage to be in this process, not just with me, but in the last couple that we've been in. And courage is not a lack of fear. It's a heart that's bigger than our fears. And I feel that in all of you, and I adore you. Mwah. And I look forward to being in connection. Please, friend me on Facebook. I drop a lot of free content there, and just being in this collaboration towards a world of inner peace, harmonious relationships, and sexuality is a blessing.
Thank you. Thank you, Francesca. Everybody's hand low. So much love to you. So much love. Okay, we're going to take a little break. Just a wee break. Grab a drink. Use the restroom. And, somebody says, hey, beautiful one, this has been so deliciously amazing since the morning. I have to leave. Oh, I understand, Gila. But yes, I agree. It's been deliciously amazing. Yes, I feel super blessed to provide a platform for people to receive this kind of great information. Thank you. Let's take a break. Let's go.
Come on now, here we go.
Take her by the hand, show her you still can. Say, dance with me, madame, and just dance. Ladies, grab your man, begin, he'll understand. There's no need for a band, just dance.
Touch me, touch me.
Hello, welcome. I hope you had enough time just to gather yourself for our next presenter, who is amazing. And there she is. And asked to unmute. There we go. There she is. Okay, Michael, I'm hoping you will
There.
unmute. Oh, there she is. Okay, there you are, my beautiful friend.
Oh, so technical.
Oh,
That button.
yes, I know. I'm not a savvy on
No,
that.
no,
at
not you,
times.
me. You want to take claim it. That's okay.
Okay, Karen Munro-Caple. Well, I've known Karen many years, and we just laugh. And anyway, she's just an amazing person. You are going to find out in just a moment. And she became a registered massage therapist in Ottawa, Canada, back in 2001. And prior to that, I love telling this because it's fascinating, is she enjoyed a 20-year career in the animation film biz. She worked on Scooby-Doo, Inspector Gadget, and Babar's Christmas, just to name a few. And I remember when we were hanging out and I lived in Ottawa that you used to have a team working under you. And then the Hollywood types would come over to Ottawa, to Ottawa and use film their voices for the animation movies you were making. Anyway, it sounded fascinating. But today, now she just shifted her entire her life back in 2001 and gave that up and became more of a healer. She wanted to help people heal. And she offers workshops also, and keeping the humor and healing, busts, boobs, and bazooms, the care, feeding, and herstory of the breast. I love that. And she's got a comic book out she just released recently called The Lighter Side of the Pandemic, or what day is it again? And it's all illustrated by her fabulous drawings. But I love talking with her because she'll take any opportunity to be seriously silly, like she likes to give talks on keeping the surprise in masturbation. Anyway, that makes me laugh. I'd love you all to welcome Karen Munro-Caple, Humor and Healing. Take it away, Karen.
Thank you very much. Hang on just a second, doing my I like those little fingers. That's great. Well, yeah, Wendy and I have gone back a long, long way. I remember, Wendy, when you were just starting your musical career, and you were, must have been some benefit or something. You were on a little tiny stage. You had just begun to do this, and so you were kind of nervous, and you wanted to sit down. You didn't want to be standing, so you sat down, you had your guitar, and you had your music on a stand in front of you. You probably don't do that anymore, but you did then, because you felt secure having it in front of you. And you did a song, and it was well received. And then you got a little nervous, and you bumped the little stand for your music, and it fell off. The music fell off onto the ground. But of course, it didn't just fall off the ground. It came down like a leaf out of a tree, you know, this kind of whoa, 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 whoa. So it felt like an eternity, because I'm watching you, your eyes are big with panic. No one else is really caring, but you're like totally freaking. But you got through, you collected it up, and you managed to get through it. And now 30 years later, here you are putting together this fabulous festival. So I just love the fact that you've come so far. You've come a long way, baby. So I wasn't really sure why Wendy had asked me to do this presentation, because I thought, well, what are my qualifications really? I mean, I guess the only thing is that I know how to have sex and I know how to laugh. So I guess that, that justifies my my being here at the moment. Humor really does make such a huge difference on how we all feel about everything every day. And I find that I use humor a lot in the way I interact. I'm a massage therapist. When I have somebody on the table, it happened one time, and then I use it all the time now. I always say, take a nice full breath in right into your belly. But I got mixed up once, and I said, take a nice full breath in into my belly. And I thought, okay, that's not right. And they started to laugh, and I laughed, and we had, but you know what? I use that little joke every time now that I have a new client. And I watch to see how they react. And sometimes they'll have a big guffaw on the table and the body kind of bounces. And other times, nothing. They don't respond. I knew they heard me, but they don't respond. And so that gives me a lot of information about how I'm going to be interacting with them. And just laughter is a way to just keep everything so much looser and every day, and sex is included in that. It's so seen as such a terribly serious topic, and it is. I'm not going to underestimate that, but I think we take ourselves so terribly seriously. It is fun to be able to just break out of that a little bit. And I was doing a little bit of research, and I was finding that they're using humor as a teaching tool for a lot of sexual education around the world now, which they didn't do. And I'm very grateful for that, because again, that fits with that old paradigm of how things ought to be. And there's a few people kind of breaking out of that and changing it. So today, basically, I'm going to chat a little bit, and then a little bit later on down into my time, I want to show you some laughter yoga. And then I'd like to open up, but there's not too many of us, so I think we'll check with Mike, but we could probably open up the mics and have people tell us some funny stories that happened in their world for during sex. Because we all have something that's in our history that we all kind of laugh about, but we have to pick the audience, right? How many times over a dinner party do you tell those stories? Often we don't. Wendy was talking, I did think about, now what do I talk about? Well, we could talk about, how does one keep the surprise in masturbation? You could jump out from behind mirrors, or you could use unfamiliar hand puppets. You could use your left hand instead of your right hand. I like this one. If you have a bowl full of information, little bits of paper inside a bowl, and you just pull out randomly household items, like there's the lawnmower, and there's the egg beater, and there's the remote control. Okay, go do something with those sexually. And I go, okay, that could be fun with a partner too. One of the main things I think that's so important around sexuality, and Francesca was talking about this, is communication is such a big deal. And often people aren't able to say what it is that they want to say. And I had a funny incident happen. I'm doing my massage. This guy comes in. I'm thinking that he's gay because of where he said he got my name. But anyway, he's on the table. I'm working away. And he says, I was starting to realize, I didn't realize at first, but he was actually wanting a happy ending. And I'm thinking, yeah, I'm not really getting it. And he's saying, do you accept tips? And I'm going, oh, well, no, thank you. That's very nice of you, but no, I don't. The other girl accepted tips. And I go, oh, well, that's really good. Good for you. That's great. And he said, well, I won't tell anybody that I gave you a tip. And I go, well, okay, now I'm catching on. This guy wanted a happy ending, but I wasn't cluing in. And I said, oh man, I'm really sorry. I'm not your gal. I'm a big old dyke. And it's been a while since I've, handled those gentlemen's bits. And it's not personal. It's not that I don't like you. You're a very nice fella. I just would rather you not be attached to it. You know what I mean? I'd really rather have like a nice little vibrator, a little battery operated, or maybe a plug-in that just got a little more oomph to it, like or better yet, the diesel Dyke 5000. You put oil and gas in that thing, and it just ring, it can go all day long, and it's just fabulous. But this guy, he still was really wanting that happy ending. So I tucked him in and I read him Goodnight Moon. And I thought, well, that's just going to have to do, because it wasn't really he wasn't paying me enough, I can tell you. And another fun place that you can go with your partner to just look around is some of the sex stores, to just see what do they have. And I love those places because often they're beautifully painted and they have nice lighting and they have nice music pumped in, and you're looking around at all these weird and wonderful things, and you turn and you're like, holy geez, what the hell is that? You're wondering, some kind of strange apparatus that you're trying to figure out where all the bits go. And you just, I think, Wendy, you probably could have some kind of workshop on how those kind of fandangle equipment works. And the important thing is that you really want to read the instructions, because you do not want any kind of facial reconstruction after working with that. No limbs being torn off. You just really want to know what you're doing. And it's always fun to look at items and just make up stories as to what they're actually, used for. A lover of mine got all excited. We went into one of those stores and she said, oh, there's some of those anal love beads. Those are great. We could do those. And they, you stuff them up your bum hole and then you pop them out as, at those crucial moments. And I'm thinking, my God, that it felt like I would be being turned on, plop, 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 like a ceiling fan or something, that kind of, those little chains. I wasn't sure if that was really something I wanted, but one of the things that I find fun is, role playing and dress up, and it can be very elaborate. But way back in the day, with a lover of mine, I decided I wanted to play a nun. I thought, I'm not Catholic. I didn't really know what I was doing, but I thought, oh, that'll be fun. So I go in the other room and I'm thinking, well, what do I have that will make this work for me? So I thought, I need a little white cap and I need black cloth over my head. So I thought, okay, the only thing I had was white underpants. So I put the white underpants on, and then I put this nice cloth over my head. And then I come into the room, and the poor soul just could not get past the underwear band over my head. She just got laughing so hard that we had a lot of laughs, but we never did get off on that nun. It just, the moment was lost. And, oh, and dear God, we have got to be able to have a sense of humor around sex as we age, because things can go terribly wrong when you're older having sex. It isn't absolute, but there are things like, which thing is going to come first, me or the cramp in my leg? You just never know how these things are going to play out. And a few years ago, I thought, it's been a while since I needed to get in shape. And I decided I'm going to go to Aquafit. And I went to a pool near me. And I don't know if you guys have ever done Aquafit, but the water is often a bit warm because of a lot of the old folks, the elderly folks swim around and do the Aquafit. Well, it sort of looked like boob soup, because all these old ladies were their boobs were sort of floating around on the top. And some of the gentlemen actually were all kind of floating around on the top there too. So I'm thinking, well, I'm not that old. So I'm standing there and the Aquafit instructor is up on the ledge. She's not in the water. So this is where I sort of discovered that I'm not as young as I was once and how things have changed, because she starts to get moving. The music's on and she starts to go back and forth. And I think, oh, I can do that. So I'm going back and forth, but I got partway over here and I realized that my breasts and belly were still on the other side, and I couldn't believe it. And then I come back and they cross and pass me. Oh, hey, how you doing? And I'm going back and forth and I'm crisscrossing my bits all over the place. But I think, okay, everything's okay. If I can just maintain this line of action, I'm good. But then, of course, our little Aqua Bunny instructor, who has no body fat and no water resistance, decides to change directions, and she starts going up and down, and I start going up and down. Well, all hell broke loose. It was tits and ass everywhere. I'm all over the place. I'm getting whopped in the face with the breasts. I go too close to the lady beside me, and we get all tangled up. And I end up, we were so tangled up, it took us about a week to get untangled. And it was actually pleasant, because now we're dating, and that well worth it, well worth it. And speaking of breasts, again, that whole age thing, when ladies, this, when they're young, they're up high and they're looking out at the world and they're winking at the girls and they're wonderful and they're But then as we age, not that I've had any complaints, but they do change. And mine have lowered down, and I call them my seeing eye breasts, because now they're looking at the ground, they're helping me out. Oh, what's that? What's that? Oh, don't step on that piece of gum. Oh, there's a quarter, pick it up. So they're actually helpful, but they're not the breasts I once had. That's the bottom line. And some of the funniest things I've ever seen, actually, sexually, is porn. Some of the porn is just so bizarre that you think, really? Does that actually work that way? And you get some dude that thinks this is real, and he goes home to his girlfriend thinking, okay, we're going to try this with Betty Sue, and discover that Betty Sue would rather, she just feels at this point, we might as well just call an ambulance, because this is not going to work. That's going to kill me. I'm not going to be able to do that. And it's not actually real. So sometimes the reality and the porn don't really kind of match up, but they can be a lot of fun to watch, especially if you turn the sound off and you just dub it with your own dialogue. That can be a lot of fun. Now, one of the things that I wanted to talk about was laughter yoga. I mentioned that at the beginning. I don't know if any of you are familiar with laughter yoga. It was created by a Dr. Madan Katria, and in 2003, he wrote Laughter is the Best Medicine. And he really felt that this was an important book, but he realized left to itself, people really they didn't have something to laugh at. The book itself didn't mean anything. People culturally tend to think there has to be something to laugh at. So he started to do his own research, and he came across a fellow who talked about the physicality of laughing, and said that the body cannot differentiate between real laughter and pretend laughter. And so he went, ding, 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 there's something about that. So he connected up with his wife, her name was Madhuri, and she was a yoga teacher. And so they created this whole process called laughter yoga, which is laughter with no reason, no jokes, no funny stories, no comedy, it's all about just feeling better. And it's more an exercise more than it's for entertainment. And it does, at first, I've done this before, and it does feel kind of contrived, kind of fake at first, which it is. But when we laugh really hard, we're using the same muscles we use for sex. And it is a great way to activate all of those muscles and get us in shape for the things that we really love to do. And it makes us feel really good. During this last few years, the amount of stress that we've all been under is just amazing. And it releases a lot of cortisol. And there's nothing wrong with that, because we need that, but we've had too much. And doing these sort of things like laughter yoga helps, or having a really good orgasm helps move that through the system. So hang on, let me have a little sip here.
One thing that might be helpful
What's that?
is to get us used to, when you're saying it, it's an odd shift to start laughing about nothing, is I remember somebody telling me, and I used it last year at the Sacred Sexual Music Festival, was to have a string, imagine a string and putting it through one ear and then through the other.
I'm going to do that.
Oh!
I'm way ahead of me, girlfriend.
Okay, I'm ready.
Keep with me, hang on. Okay, so wait for it. There's four steps to this. There's clapping, breathing, playfulness, and laughter yoga exercises. That's where that part comes in. But we're going to get there. Hold on to your string. So the first thing we do is that if you care to join me with this, sit up straight, get a nice comfortable position, and just start to brush your shoulders off. Brush them right down. And what we're doing is symbolically brushing away judgment. We have a lot of judgment about how we show up, especially if we're laughing or we're doing something. We're kind of, good laughter is losing an element of control. like sex. And a lot of people find that very hard to show up in front of other people like that. So this is just brushing away that judgment, brushing away worry, stress, fear, all of that. So we've de-stressed. And now we're going to stimulate the pressure points in our hands. So have them nice and wide and just clap. You can feel how your hands are starting to get a little tingly. So the next thing is that we're going to add sound. We're going to go ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. And with the emphasis on the ha part. So and you push your diaphragm out and go ha really hard, it pushes the stale air out of your lungs and up and out. And we often don't breathe very deeply, and we breathe up here, and this air that's left down there doesn't get moved. So we want to move it out. So we'll just start to clap. And now we add the sound. Ho, ho, ha, ha. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. So you can feel that ha sound coming out, and it just lifts you up a bit. And so the next bit is about, they call this gradient laughter. It's about starting small and with your mouth closed, and we're working in a little lower register. So then we'll do that, or do it with a little bit more open mouth, and we'll go a little bit bigger. So you're going to feel that go. And if you find that when you get this kind of fake laughing, you may well tip into some real laughter, and that's a bonus. I have an extremely ticklish funny bone, and I can start laughing at the drop of a hat. So sometimes just listening to another couple giggle at the next table will get me going. As Wendy well knows, I am very ticklish when it comes to laughter. So we're going to start out with low, with our mouth closed. So it's now take a breath, open up your mouth a little bit. Take another full breath in. And this time we're going to open the mouth wider and louder. You're very, very good at this. So you can feel how, as you're moving the air around, you're also increasing your blood flow. And that moves the oxygen, that's the word, oxygen through your body. So that's really good. You want to get that kind of stimulated. So the next one is called open heart laugh. So we bring our hands out, we bring our hands to our chest, and then we open wide with a big laugh. And we're going to do that about 4 times. So open out, come in tight, inhale. Okay, take a breath, come back in. And okay. Oh, I heard somebody get phlegmy there, and that's good. That's if I laugh too hard, I get phlegmy. I don't know if it's because I was, I had red hair when I was a kid. That's my theory. So this next one, so we got the lungs going, we got the heart beating, we got the blood flowing. This next one is about the abdominal muscles. You know how when you have a whole laughing fit, you get laughing at a time when you're not supposed to be laughing. You're laughing in church or in the synagogue or at a funeral. You put the fun back in funeral, and you're oh geez, because I have to say really keep a lid on it. So this next exercise is we're gonna hold our abdomen, and we're not going to make any noise, but we're gonna laugh really hard. So take a breath in. Okay, all righty then. So it just gets everything cooking. So now we're getting close to yours, Wendy, but we're not quite there yet. This next one is called a brain wash. So this is where we're going to laugh with our brains. We're going to, because those poor old brains, they have been filled with COVID and worry and fears. So we're going to just get that right out of there. So we're going to make sound with it. So I want you to put your hands on your head like you're going to hold a zipper. And when we move that zipper, we're going to go, eh? Okay. So then we're going to unzip the top of our head, eh? And then we're going to open up, eh? And we're going to take out that eh and put it into our hand. And isn't that the most beautiful brain you ever saw in your life? As brains go. You can open up your head now, Wendy.
Oh.
And then that's good. That's perfect. So now get a lovely brush, soft bristled brush, and start to brush that and laugh. Oh, isn't that just a beautiful, clean, all of that nonsense is cleared out of there, and it's fabulous. Now we don't forget to put her back in, right? So then, and so we zip ourselves back in. Really messed up my do. So now, Wendy, this is your big moment. We've brushed our brain. Now we need to floss. I have a mental floss. So we get some mental floss, and put it in your hands. There, you got it. Okay. Now put it on your head, and now floss. Okay, and now you can take it off and set it aside. Don't let the cat eat it. They'll be up for vet bills with those things. So those are ways that you can. No, it's very extensive. You can do all kinds of stuff. But hang on, water, please. All that laughing has gotten me dried. Now, laughing at things that are funny or amusing, that's one thing. But sometimes, there's a lot of shit going down that isn't particularly funny. But sometimes if you laugh at those things, it can change how you feel about it. And the major topics are relationships, money, and health. And sexuality kind of falls into the health and relationships in there. And when things aren't going very well, they can tend to be very heavy and very serious, very serious. So take something like that. Okay, so let's say you just opened up a bill. You're looking at that bill and you're going, oh God, I can't pay that bill. If I do pay that bill, I'm not going to be able to pay something else. So you look at that bill and you go, So everybody get your bill in your hand. And it's way too high. Yes, I can. He's got a real bill. The bill remains, and you still haven't paid it, but you feel better about it. You feel better about it, right? Your whole body changes. Instead of going, oh shit, you go, well, okay, there it is. You don't have to get caught up in it. A lot of people feel during sexuality and for their sexuality, they get very anxious about the way they look. Because, I was anxious about the way I looked when I was younger, and I was smaller and cuter way back then. And now I'm going, oh my God, and I wasted all that time. But we get worried about it, right? So take a look at yourself and go, so you can take any kind. One of the ones I like is when you got in a relationship that you're not happy about. You're really pissed off with your partner and you're going, oh, what you just want to. So you just wag your finger. It doesn't have to be at them. It can be at anything quietly by yourself. But you, okay, everyone find that person. Go, okay, all right. So, you can see how if you do that kind of laughter, even every day, you don't need a reason. You just can create that feeling, and the body doesn't care, doesn't know, doesn't understand the difference between a fake laugh and a real laugh. So I'm curious now, we've got a lot of you off mic. I'd be interested to know, or off mute, if we're not on mic. Mike is the guy that's reading, just so you're clear, Karen. I'd be very interested to know if some of you have some very, funny sex stories. I mean, for an example, this isn't wildly hilarious, but it was funny at the time. I wasn't one to neck in cars when I was younger, but I did more when I was older. And I was with a lover. We're in the car, and she came at precisely the same moment that she inadvertently hit the horn. We kept laughing. It was so funny. But things like this happen all the time, tangling up. So does anyone have any stories that have happened that were fun sexually? Crickets.
I have one to share.
Yes,
so
please.
Mine is more just about my body. I started using a moon cup very late in life, did not know what that was. And for those who don't know, it is a way of catching the menstrual blood instead of having a tampon or a pad. And I was in Costa Rica, and it was extremely hot and extremely humid. And I was with my tantric lover at the time, and I could not get this moon cup out. Like, I was like trying to pry it out. And I was actually getting really stressed. And so I actually asked him to come in, because I didn't know anybody else in Costa Rica, right? So I asked him to come in, and it was like pliers almost trying to get this moon cup out. So it was, it was funny. We were able to laugh over it. I'm like, well, that was pretty close up intimate.
And if you can do that, you can do lots of things that are fun. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Anybody else? How about Laura Topper? You couple there must.
Knew you were going to pick on me.
Point right at you. Just point right at you.
Okay. Something funny. Our whole sex life is quite funny because we're not actually having much sex at the moment. So it's like, oh, this is really funny to be here talking about sex all night. So it feels like I need to kind of recalibrate my whole being into sex.
Well, if you can't do it, you might as well be talking about it. It's my
That's true. Yes. And thank you for Wendy for hosting this. It's great.
Yeah, it's great. It really puts a great spin on sexuality, and that it can be discussed, and we can have a lot of fun with it, and it doesn't have to be so serious. That's it can be. I mean, people think of it in so many different ways. Francesca was just amazing. I loved listening to her, and she's so funny. You can be really funny and present in that kind of thing as well.
I just want to add that really, you were saying, Laura, you're not having sex, but this can be sexual, right? This laughter is life force energy at its height, right? And just like you were saying, Karen, that the muscles to laugh are similar to the muscles to when we're having sex. So laughing with somebody, and even just ourselves, is really intimate, and it's sexual energy. It's that life force energy. So you two are having sex.
Now.
We're all having sex.
You're witnessing.
Do you want us to leave? Get a room. Get a room.
That's the first time I've done it in front of an audience.
What did you say, Jason? I didn't hear that. Say that again, Jason.
First time I've done it in front of an audience.
You kinky guy, you.
Miss Molly. Oh, unmute, darling.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Oh.
Can y'all hear me? Okay, this is sort of a funny story, but it's also a little bit pathetic. So this is like, this is a long time ago, and I had a male partner who had a bit of a drug problem, and like the kind of drugs that make you very relaxed. We'll go into it. But anyway, we were hot and heavy, or like I thought we were hot and heavy, and he was performing oral sex, and he was like very slow, and I was so into it because I thought, wow, this is like, I was in my 20s, and I just thought, this is like so amazing. And I was like sort of up top in my head, in my body, with my eyes closed, going, wow, like this guy is like so slow, he's so good. And then it sort of went from slow to nothing at all, and then I looked down and he had actually fallen asleep.
Oh.
I mean, he was under the influence of some drugs, but still, it was like, even then I thought, wow, this is so pathetically funny that we were in these two completely different places where I thought it was the most amazing thing, and he was just like trying to stay awake.
Oh dear. How about you, Wendy? Anything exciting going on in your world sometimes?
I'm trying to think of a funny story. You know what? I'm sure I have many. I'm sure, but nothing is coming to me right now. And
It's okay.
and we have one. Oh well, it's actually time is up.
That's
And
fine.
I don't want to.
I was hoping to fill it properly, so now I did. Okay.
You did wonderfully. I want to keep laughing with you all. This has been just delightful. What a sweet time together. We're going to have to mute again, everyone. But first, I thank you, Karen. You're just a delight. I just love you. I'm so happy you're in my life. And yeah.
Thank you for laughing with me. It was great fun. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, I think, what am I doing? I think I'm playing a song. I'm going to play a chant that I need your help on. So I'm going to play, and we have to mute, because if you sing with me and I hear you, there's a delay. So we can laugh together unmuted, but we really can't sing. That's just a drag, but we can't sing and hear each other. But I'm so hoping you will sing. So here's a new song. It just came to me because somebody sent me a video of a guy and a woman and a man singing a song about I choose love and light. So I listened to it and I went, I wonder if he wants me to write a song about choosing or love and light or whatever. But anyway, this is what I came up with, inspired by the YouTube he sent to me. So I'll tell you when you come in, okay? And it's really based on, that we choose every second of the day. We are choosing, and what we choose determines how we live our life. Oh, I choose how I will be. I choose, it's up to me. I choose, will I choose stress and anxiety, or peaceful heart and lovingly? It's up to me. 'cause I choose, and I choose love. Love, 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 love. Let's do call and response. Love, 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 love. Here's you. Love, 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 love. Nice. Love, 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 love. Oh, I choose how I will be. I choose, it's up to me. I choose, will I choose rage and poor me, or open heart, a God devotee? It's up to me, 'cause I choose, and I choose love. Love, 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 love. Love, 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 love. Try this. Love, 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 love. 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 Oh, I choose how I will be. I choose, it's up to me. Thank you all. It's a little ditty. Love you, love, love, love. Thank you for singing along. I could hear you, kinda. Okay, well, it's time. Oh, we have another 10 minutes. Ah. Oh, Vireo, you were saying you liked a song I did, recording, but that was, all filled with beautiful instrumentation. And now it's just little old me, but I'll do it anyway. It's called Ad Gure Name. This is from Kundalini Yoga. If you want to do a physical movement that goes with this one, Lolly, you know this one. So you sit with yourself in prayer pose, and you put your prayer pose by your chest. And with each line, you spread your, can you show them, Lolly, or shall I show them? Oh, you're not remembering? Okay, I'm going to stop playing guitar and I'm going to go. So it's we start Ad Gure Name, and then you spread your palms together out to the heavens. Jugad Gure Name, Sat Gure Name, Siri Guru Deve Name. And that's it. You just go back and forth with each line, slowly going out to the heavens. And what it is a protection mantra. It's from Kundalini Yoga. And a lot of Sikhs is where Kundalini Yoga comes from, its origin. And some people, before they take a plane ride or get in their car, drive somewhere, they say Ad Gure Name, Jagad Gure Name, Sat Gure Name, Siri Guru Deve Name. Those are the 4 lines. Ad Gure Name, Jugad Gure Name, Sat Gure Name, Siri Guru Deve Name, Ad Gure Juga gure iname Sat gure iname Siri guru deve iname. Chant with me if you get the hang of it. Ad gure iname Juga gure iname Sat gure name Siri Guru Deve name Ad gure name Juga gure name Sat gure name Siri Guru Deve name Ad gure name Juga gure name Sat gure name Siri Guru Deve name Ad gure name Juga gure name Sat gure name Siri Guru Deve name Ad gure name Juga gure name Sat gure name Siri Guru Deve name Ad gure name Juga gure name Sat gure name Siri Guru Deve name Name Wahe Guru Wahe Guru Sadnam Thank you, everyone. Thank you for doing your prayer pose. It's so beautiful. It looks so beautiful. All right. Well, I would love to introduce you now to our next presenter on NFTs and sexual health. Can you imagine? Let's make sure. Here, you on there, Serena? There you are. I'm asking you to unmute. There you go. And you're unmuted.
Hello.
Let me tell the folks, hello, Serena. Let me tell everybody about you. Serena is amazing. She's an adult sexuality educator for 10 years and a fourth generation professional photographer. So put those together and she has a vested interest in non-fungible tokens, NFTs. You know, during our personal pandemic, you know, Karen writes a book, Serena explores NFTs and sexual health. So during the pandemic isolation, she dove deeply into this leading edge technology that has started a financial movement and artistic renaissance. This is going to be fascinating. Sometimes called digital collectibles, this technology is already changing the way we co-create the change we want to be in the world. It's a must-see. I tell everybody, you got to catch this, NFTs and sexual health. This is going to be amazing. And I'm super interested in NFTs, so I'm really eager. So if you want help imagining ways this art-fueled evolution can impact the way you learn and exchange information about everything, including sexuality, take a listen to Serena Davidson. Take it away, Serena.
Hi. Thank you, Wendy. Are you all hearing me okay? Great. I like that breath you took, Wendy. I'm going to join you. Thank you for that reminder there. So today I'm going to talk about NFTs and what do they have to do with sexual health and empowerment. It's such a new territory that when I talk about this, a lot of people just really don't know what the connection could possibly be. And it's a cutting edge area of technology that a lot of people just don't even comprehend yet. So first, I'm going to address what is an NFT. They're also called non-fungible tokens. And then after I tell you a little bit about what an NFT is, I'm going to explain what's the connection. Why are we talking about non-fungible token technology in sacred sexuality conversations and sexual empowerment conversations and healing spaces? Where does that connect in? And is it even relevant to this room of people? Are sexual explorers and sexual educators somebody that should or might want to pay attention to what's happening with this art renaissance and financial evolution? So before I get started, I'll tell you a little bit about me, a little bit more. Not only am I a fourth generation professional photographer, but I've been a sexual health advocate for almost a decade, like Wendy mentioned. And I am also a survivor of Lyme disease. I put Lyme disease into remission about 6 months before the pandemic hit. And because I was disabled for a decade, health, healing, and empowerment are deeply important to me, and that's why I'm talking today. In addition to being a Lyme disease survivor, I am also a former Jehovah's Witness minister. So talking about sexuality and the sacred in sexuality, that connection is also deeply important to me as an adult sexuality educator. In May 2021, nearly a year ago now, I stumbled into the NFT spaces and communities. I was invited into Clubhouse and I saw this thing that said something about free pizza day. And it just caught my attention. I like pizza. An earlier presenter was talking about the correlations of using pizza as an analogy for sex. So I find that a great little connection there too. But what I learned in that room was that non-fungible tokens are something for artists to pay attention to. And then I started thinking, okay, I know what to do with it as an artist, as a fourth generation professional photographer. But as a sex educator, which is was my current focus at the time, I was just thinking, what do I do with this? How can I take my adult sexuality coaching into non-fungible tokens? And does it even make sense? So what is a non-fungible token? What do non-fungible tokens have to do with sexuality empowerment? A non-fungible token is, I want to tell you quick before I tell you what it is, that I'm going to tell you what a non-fungible token is, and then I'm going to tell you 3 areas of why it applies to us in this room. And those 3 areas are perks in financial, educational, and cultural or social. All right. So that's what we're going to talk about after I tell you what it is. An NFT, and this is my definition brought in by a bunch of different sources and culled through almost a year's worth of observation and participation. A non-fungible token is a digital capsule of information that you can own. Proof of ownership is stored on a blockchain or a database that is publicly verifiable. This is now possible because of bleeding edge technology that works intimately with cryptocurrency. This new tech makes these NFT files rare, unique, and therefore they can be one of a kind or limited edition collectibles. And there are many collectors starting to collect these. Because they are valued in this way now, these digital files and digital information that you can put in these digital capsules, these can be bought, sold, traded, and resold. So that is a very simplified explanation without getting into the weeds of the technology, what a non-fungible or a non-fungible token or an NFT is. So let's talk about why should we care in this space with sexuality empowerment. And I'm gonna see if I can check my camera and allow it to just have a break there. Let's see. Okay. Hopefully that'll stop moving around so much. All right. So benefits for collectors and creators of non-fungible tokens. I'm going to hit a few different areas. Again, it's the financial perks, the educational perks, and the social perks. Financial. What are the financial perks? It's a financial technology. So you can use this technology to create royalties. When you create and sell an NFT, you can build in a way to get royalties, which could lead, if you use it in creative ways and connect with the right people, you could use it in a way that allows you to have the amazing thing that we all love to talk about in entrepreneur world, passive income. So there's a passive income possibility within this technology. Buyers can sell it for a profit after they've had it for a while. And programs can be investments now for financial profit too. So if you're an educator and you create an NFT that's attached to a program, then the buyer can purchase that program, utilize it, and then resell the NFT as part of that program. So they're investing in your program, and then you get a percentage of that sale potentially when they resell it to the next person, and they also get paid. It's really cool, very interesting. I'll show you some examples in a little bit. So in the educational perks, we can create and access membership programs with NFTs. We can participate in cultural conversations and start cultural conversations of education by utilizing this piece of art, the NFT, to gain visibility and access to have these conversations. And we can reach audiences in a new dynamic way with this cutting edge technology. A fourth way that we can look at this educational aspect includes that the technology allows you to have what's called unlockable content. I'll show you an example and talk about some possibilities for that as we take a little bit of a tour a little bit later. The third area of perks is the social/cultural perks. And this is really cool. It's really the part where we're expanding our access and can impact international communities and connections. We can connect with passionate people, with people who are passionate about the same thing. So we can connect in with our tribe. And because of the new spaces that are being created, the NFT spaces, the NFT communities, the different sub-communities that are being created out of the larger community, there are opportunities for us to co-create and collaborate on different projects. And that's really cool. Co-creation and collaboration are a beautiful way that we can use this technology, because the way that the technology works and the atmosphere of the communities, you have collaboration opportunities built right in. A lot of times it means collaborating with other artists, and sometimes it means collaborating with people from STEM, science, tech, engineering, and math. So with those things in mind, thinking about the 3 different areas of perks: the financial perks, educational perks, and social perks. Come with me on a tour of some NFT galleries. Now we can go on a little bit of a art walk, NFT art walk. We'll take a look. There'll be some. Don't worry about how it works too much in the technical stuff. That's a conversation for another day. Let's just take a look at what people are doing with it and get a little bit of inspiration and excitement about what you might want to do with it. So first, I want to just give you a little peek at what I did with it. I'm a 4th generation professional photographer, so I made a photo, and it's actually a self-portrait. For me, this photo is about healing. So as many people are doing these days, I created a link tree so that you could have a quick link straight to my NFT collection. When you click on that, it takes you to OpenSea and shows you the self-portrait healing image. It's in a collection, even though it's one alone right now. There's space for me to add to it with other pieces that I consider pieces that would go into this collection. The collection is called Power Healing Arts, and the image is called Self-Portrait Healing. This piece has unlockable content. And when you click on it, it shows that only the person who buys the piece gets to find out what that unlockable content is. It's like one of those old-fashioned grab bags where you're like, it's $5, we put stuff in it, who knows what you're gonna get? But this time you know you're getting the NFT, and the unlockable content is an extra perk bonus. A lot of other people are using these utilities or functions of non-fungible tokens to create different perks. And they are also using this technology as a way to simply get their word out to different crowds of people. They're also using these as ways to create an interactive piece as well as membership tokens for whole programs. So let's take a quick look at a few of those. Look at this adorable human. Ferocious is their online artist name, and they are an individual who is now a millionaire because of their artwork. And their artwork is all about their trans identity and the struggles of being able to accept themselves and be accepted by society and family. These images caught the attention of so many people that when Christie's auction house had an auction for ferocious NFT art, it sold in the millions to the point where the regular Christie's customers were priced out of the auction. And it was tech people that came in with crypto and scooped up all the pieces. Decentralized Dick is the project of Jen Stein. She is a personality. She has charisma and so much sass and pizzazz. You'll enjoy her art as an extension of her personality, which is so beautifully raw and open and out there and fun and eccentric in certain ways. So looking at the Dickle is a great example of her work. She's creating imagery with dildos and penis art to show that we don't have to stigmatize the dildo, to show that we can be sexually empowered, to bring attention to the fact that the crypto world is dominated by a bunch of male-bodied people. So the content of the image as well as the description can be educational content that you can get your message across. But you can also learn from these and empower yourself in different ways by collecting empowered pieces. Let's see what she says on her content about Decentralized Dick, adult arts and crafts. We all knew it was time for Decentralized Dick to come into the picture. Welcome to the cockchain. Are you just another dick in the blockchain? Not here. This is the cockchain. Hashtag destigmatize, hashtag deshame, hashtag dildo art. The more the merrier, and visibility is key to me, so please reach out. So what Jen Stein is doing with Decentralized Dick is bringing a lot of attention to the gender imbalance within the crypto and the NFT spaces. She's also bringing a lot of conversation within these spaces on Twitter Spaces, Clubhouse, and elsewhere where these NFT communities are gathering and connecting. She's having conversations all the time with different people about de-shaming, decentralizing, and looking at the imbalance of genders. So that's one way that an NFT artist is getting the word about sexuality empowerment out. The Narwhal project, I'm really excited to show you this one because it actually has a piece that gets mailed through the snail mail as a care package. The Narwhal is an NFT that when you buy it, you receive membership into this program. So on their information, it says, your Narwhal is a membership token. Discover amazing self-care products inside and discounts to support small businesses. Redeem your free mental wellness self-care blessing boxes each month. So this team of creators has created a self-care box that you get mailed in snail mail every month, and it's attached to a non-fungible token. Interesting, innovative, and well delivered. This next example is Micah Ray. His Instagram handle is Skid Row Crypto. He's doing erotic art that is a gateway to conversations. He's creating non-fungible tokens as ways to sell his art, but he's also selling his art in real-life galleries, printed pieces, painted pieces. He's doing collaborations. He's also reporting on the NFT world as a journalist. Lots of information there from him. But in his work, he's creating these erotic pieces that become a conversation piece between him and his buyers, as well as him and the audience that he reaches. So he's constantly having these sexually empowering conversations based on the art that he's showing the world on his profile. And he's able to balance this with his career as an NFT journalist. One of the cool things about Micah Ray and what he's doing with his Skid Row Crypto and Code Erotic work is that when you buy one of his NFTs, you might also be able to purchase a commissioned artwork of yourself. And that's a really cool perk. Working with an artist to do a commissioned piece of yourself as well as buying the NFT. It's a cool combo. Queer Friends NFT is the next one. They're capitalizing on something that is really popular in the NFT space right now, which is selling images that you can use as a replacement for your profile photo or your avatar online. Let's take a quick look at some of the things they did. They're a queer women-led NFT collection with all kinds of voices welcome. One of the things they say on their Twitter page is that they're celebrating the beautiful queerness in all of us. And the cool thing about this to me is it's a queer women-led NFT project. They are creating a bunch of different variations of profile photos or avatars that you can use on your profile instead of your portrait. And this is super popular right now. People are using a lot of NFT portrait style cartoon pictures to replace their own profile photo. If you take a look online, you'll see that a lot of people are using illustrations and animations as their profile photo right now. And if you click on them, you can actually see that these NFTs have some utility when they're uploaded into their profiles. It's really interesting, it's fun, and a lot of people are just having a great time playing with it. The team at Marvelous Bodies NFT project has created their first collection called The Joy of Colors. This is a very exciting project that I encourage you to get in on. They just dropped their first NFT called Violet Joy. And let me read just a little bit about what they say about their project to you. It is our first installment, Purple Color, 7 of 7 edition. Being the very first drop, this piece has an increased value over the pieces to come. This special edition honors the love between women and the diversity of their color and gender expressions. As in this whole collection, we are celebrating in our unique manner the joy of existence. We praise the desire, passion, and delight of being different and the beauty that only diversity can bring to us all. They also have a lovely statement about the whole series. The Joy of Colors is an ongoing collection of high-quality dynamic tokens. The value of the pieces resides in part from the beauty of the art, also in their rarity, and due to the fact that each one is built by hand and carefully chosen among the possibilities given. In addition, Each piece is formed by several individual images merged in a single token. With this collection, we are celebrating in our unique manner the joy of existence and the certainty that we are never alone. There's always someone who cares. We praise the desire, passion, and delight of being different and the beauty that only diversity can bring to us all, and we mean all. So this is a really hot tip, actually, telling you about this project when they've only just dropped their very first NFT, and they're going to have a whole series. Not only that, they're going to create a strong community, likely using Discord, I believe, and it could be using Twitter because Twitter now has a community feature. A lot of NFT communities and creators and collaborative teams are using Discord to collect their members so that they can have a community experience within certain values. The reason I'm so excited about this one is because most of the stuff that's out there is very mainstream and very homogenous. Super white, and a lot of bros are out there doing a lot of NFT stuff, you may have noticed if you're taking a look. And this project really brings in gender nonconformity and racial diversity in a beautiful way that I personally haven't quite seen out there yet. There's a lot of room for improvement in the NFT world, and I'm so excited to see what you're going to do with it. Now let's take a look at Augustina TV, Augustina.tv on Instagram and Twitter. This is someone who is doing what we're talking about. She has NFTs that are all about her own erotic empowerment story. And through telling her story, as we all know, we are sharing and spreading the word of empowerment and destigmatizing kinks, sex positivity, queerness, so many different sexuality concerns. So she isn't selling just programs, she's selling the NFTs and programs. So take a deeper look into Augustina.tv, who has partnered with someone else and doing a project called NFT Besties. And one of the things that I found through following the links from that is I Am Pony Collection. The I Am Pony Collection is a collection of one-of-one photo-based NFTs released in sets of 100. Each NFT in the collection will be a unique work of art created by, edited by, and uploaded by the artist. Each series will have its own theme, a mood all its own. There will be only 100 NFTs at this time in each, so this will create scarcity and therefore keep value high even over time. As she states on her I Am Pony OpenSea collection, this NFT collection exists because I chose to liberate myself from poverty by choosing the very thing that people used before to value me, and made it my source of empowerment, which is my sexuality. So these images are not exploiting me. They are my ultimate expression of freedom. When you hear her talk, you can hear the excitement she has in her voice about helping others explore and discover how to unveil their sexuality empowerment in their lives as well. And that is something that we can all relate to in this room, whether we're creators of sexuality empowerment education and art, or we're collectors or adventurers, people who are looking to find out how do we explore this more deeply. We can all look to NFTs as an option for that. It's not the only way, it's not the only way going forward, but it is a new option that's out there that we can take advantage of and get involved with. Hello, I think that we are back into question and answer time. I would love to field any questions from the audience about what we saw and what I shared with you. We're not going to get into the tech questions. So if you've got tech questions, this isn't the day for them. But if you have questions about what I showed and the focuses of the financial, educational, and cultural perks, I would love to hear your questions. Well, I'm not seeing any questions come in. Oh, Hema, thank you for your question. There is a question that says, are NFTs only about art? The answer is definitely no. NFTs are not only about art. You can do audio, video, and text, as well as still images. So you can have a file size between 10 megabytes and 200 megabytes, depending on which platform you're using. And within that file size, which is pretty small compared to, let's say, a movie or a full song, you need to really work with the technology and your collaborators, if you're doing a collaboration, to find out the file size that you can cram your creative idea into. And you can, I know of poets who are using non-fungible token technology as a way to share their poetry. So what they're doing is they're taking their writing and making a visual image of it, or turning it into a video. Again, they might be learning new skills and doing it on their own, or collaborating. So those are some of the different areas. You do not have to be an artist, but all of us as entrepreneurs these days are creators. We're all creating our marketing and our messaging. And, you know, if you're a solo creator, if you're a solo entrepreneur, then you're probably wearing a million different hats, and non-fungible tokens are a way that you can continue to learn new hats, as well as utilize a lot of the ones you're already doing or wearing. So there are a lot of different applications for a lot of different creative outlets, as well as tech people to get involved with creators, with the creative types, and co-create something that could be far beyond what's already happened. When the tech people get involved and they're creative and they collaborate with the artistic types, it can get really amazing. There are some really cool projects that have certain functions and utilities in their NFTs, and it's really inspirational. It's inspirational what's coming out. I saw a couple other questions, but go ahead, Wendy. I think you've got it.
Yes, I wanted, Vireo had a question. Yes, why don't you read it? What is the advantage of using NFT over using a platform like Teachable or my website? How do people discover our NFT if I created one? What would be my first step if I wanted to create an NFT? Take it away.
First step, sure. The first step would be to simply start listening in on the conversations of the people who are already in the communities. So you can go on to Clubhouse or Twitter. Those are two of the main places, especially these days. It's really highly concentrated on Twitter. And you connect in with any topic that draws you. I seriously encourage you to follow those whose voices you enjoy listening to. Follow your pleasure in your NFT experience. There's a lot of FOMO, fear of missing out. There's a lot of hype. I'd say let that go. Just let it roll off and keep exploring at your own pace. That is some of my best advice. A lot of NFT creators talk about the mental health challenge of being in the NFT space. So as people who are on an empowerment and healing journey, as we all are in this room, I encourage you to take these tools from your spiritual and healing experiences with you into the NFT space. And I'm sharing this information with all of you because I'm excited to see how healers and sexual explorers, people who are all about sexuality empowerment, whether you're an adventurer and a seeker or an educator, I'm so excited to see what you are going to make with this technology. And so I would be remiss if I didn't say, if you're starting your NFT journey, find me on Twitter and connect in. You can find me at NFT Serena on Twitter.
Wonderful. Oh, we got all kinds of comments here, Serena.
Great.
Hema asks, what about educational content? Did you answer that? You know what? My Wi-Fi went out. So pardon me.
That's okay.
Why.
I don't think I concentrated on it enough, so I can expound on that a little bit. Thank you, Hema, for that question. What about educational content? So a number of different people are creating communities and selling programs along with the NFT. So you buy the NFT, and the NFT is like a token. It gives you access to get into the community. And a lot of these communities are being built on Discord. Once you get onto Twitter and start participating in the conversations that are happening in the feature called Twitter Spaces, which is an audio portion of the app that just has been developed in the last year, you'll start hearing people talk about Discord groups. And you can access some of them for free, but some of them are limited to NFT holders from certain projects so that you can get access into the exclusive VIP kind of green room experience of that group, of those artists, of that educator, of whoever it is and whatever the community is being built around. There's a huge diversity in there's a huge potential for diversity of communities, and it's continuing to grow every day. So educationally, you can create a community, create a program, sell an NFT as a token, like a ticket to get into the program and the community. I hope that helps clarify.
Yay. Here's another comment. Hearing about all this makes me realize how old-timey I am. This is amazing info, totally out of my usual world. You know, I can relate because I'm fascinated by NFTs, but I'm starting as a kindergartner.
Yeah, you know what? I can tell you all that I relate to. And I wanted to tell you that I'm a wannabe Luddite. I would love to just, you know, roll around in the mud and go for barefoot hikes all the time and just, you know, be off devices. But this is where the change that I want to affect in the world is happening. And so I'm participating. And I'm not a person who is like super techie, up to date on everything all the time. I'm not that person. I don't have the newest, latest, early adopting personality. But I do notice trends and start observing early. And this is what I've been doing with NFTs. I noticed it, I started paying attention, I started participating, and I've slowly been taking my time, ignoring the FOMO, just letting the fear of missing out go, because it just creates a lot of anxiety if you're not at the point where you're ready to fully participate. There's a steep learning curve to learn the technology and how to create them right now, but that's changing fast. So as people who are interested in what's going on in the future, we all want to just start listening in on what's happening with non-fungible tokens and start participating at your own pace again. Very important, because there's a lot of pressure to just jump in and get going.
Wonderful. Here's another question. What kind of financial investment do you need to make and distribute NFTs?
That is not a question that I can answer fully. It really depends on what type of cryptocurrency, what type of platform. It has many different options. So, you know, I hear a lot of people say that you can start getting involved for less than $300. And that's not about listening to the conversations. For free, you can just start getting involved in the communities. You can go onto Twitter and onto Clubhouse and into Discord in certain free spaces. So you do not have to have funds beyond those that allow you to have access to those spaces, the technology and internet access, etc.
Okay. And another comment, another question. So NFTs can be any photo and a video?
They can be photos, videos, music files. They can be text in an image. So yeah, any of those mediums, anything you can take a photo of, anything you can take a video of. If you are a three-dimensional artist, or if you are showing, you know, a lot of sexuality empowerment people are using their body as art. Just as I was showing you in the Augustina TV example, she's using her own physical self, doing self-portraits. You know, anybody who has a, oh goodness, I'm totally blanking on the name of that app where a lot of people are selling nude photos and doing sex education and sex work through selling videos and photos.
Fans
Yes.
only.
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans, yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one. If you are making OnlyFans content, you can use those photos as NFTs and start doing it in a similar way to Augustina.tv and her collaborative bestie, the Erotic NFT Besties project.
This is fascinating, a whole new world. And so that is yeah, Hema asks, how did you get started with NFT? Where do you suggest getting started?
Well, I got started by stumbling into Clubhouse in a room where they were talking about non-fungible tokens and cryptocurrency and how you can actually buy physical things with cryptocurrency, and learned what a non-fungible token was at all to begin with. So Clubhouse and Twitter, again, are the places where you can go to start listening in. And please do join me on Twitter. Follow me at NFT Serena. And feel free to message me. I'm going to be creating a community for people who are creating NFTs that are healing and empowering. And that is not something that's fully established. I am in process and evolving as we speak. Getting this information together by today was an awesome project, just to be able to wrap my head around how to explain it to other people. So things are continuously evolving.
Fabulous. Anyone else have questions? Do you want to let me know you want me to unmute you if there's somebody who'd like to delve deeper? Anyone?
I think I could talk just off the cuff a little bit about what if you're not an educator? What if you're not someone who's a creator? Why do you care about this if you're in sexuality empowerment or on a sexual journey and you're not an educator? Because we have concentrated a bit heavy on that side, but these perks, the financial, educational, and social, are perks for collectors as well, which includes all, well, let's see, collectors could be sexual explorers or sacred sex learners and students. So if you are looking to learn about sacred sexuality or sexual empowerment and sexual health through non-fungible tokens, you can look to non-fungible tokens as a way to invest in something that you can then resell when you're done with it and regain your money, maybe even more. And you're passing on not only that information to someone else, but because the technology has a feature where the creator can build in a royalty feature, there's a percentage that goes back to the original creator if they program it that way, so that the creator's getting royalties every time that the seeker or the collector resells or trades their non-fungible token. So again, for the people who are collecting or the people who are students and are purchasing a program or an NFT as a way to delve deeper into that territory and join a community, you can invest in it as something that you can then sell as an asset. That's why we call them digital collectibles. And that's why, part of why, it is such an amazing evolution of finance and a renaissance of art. Artists are out there, creators are out there buying each other's pieces and talking about how to make these even more relevant and usable in tangible terms beyond just art, beyond just having a digital image in your profile page or using an NFT as your profile picture, which has become very popular.
Okay, we have another question. I don't know if it was answered since she posted it. So how does the NFT make money? You mentioned royalties. I understand that. What about otherwise, other than royalties? Is there, how does the NFT make money?
Sure. When you make a non-fungible token, you can sell that non-fungible token. So the first time you sell it, you get the largest payoff that you're going to get for that piece. But then if you're just collecting pieces, you're the buyer, you purchase that, and perhaps over time, that particular token is getting more and more valuable because more and more collectors are becoming aware of it and want it. And because it's a unique, rare, one-of-a-kind or limited edition digital capsule of information, it has value beyond just being sent an email with the information. Does that make sense? Did that answer the question? Okay.
Did that answer, Tamarah? Here, I'll unmute. I'll come to you. Do you want to come on at all? Or you're good? There you are.
Hey, hey, thanks. Yeah, that was, oh, this is so interesting. Thank you, Serena, for all this. So I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around, so like this NFT has to be, okay, like I'm thinking in terms of like a video or like say a little piece of music or something, like it would be like a thing that I would create specifically as an NFT. It's not something that is a part of something else, correct?
Well, I suppose you could have originally made it as a part of something else. It's not as if NFTs can't be part of something else. Sometimes, like I'm working with a film crew right now, I'm implementing a lot of information about the non-fungible token capacity. As we're creating this short film about eco-burial, we're talking about how do we take pieces from the short film to make a non-fungible token. So yes, non-fungible token can be like a still shot from a movie that you made or that someone made. And it has a lot of different potential. So if your creative outlet is music, you can do a video or a vocal recording, or not vocal necessarily, right? Not everybody's a vocal musician. You can do a musical recording. If you're a spoken word artist or a teacher, you can make a small file that has one very clear message that not only can you say words to people, but as we know in this Zoom space, how many people have experienced a sacred experience through Zoom? How many people have been on a video chat and had a sacred moment of connection with other people? And how many times have you had a sacred experience or a learning experience from a video or a photo or a piece of art? All these things, every creative expression has the opportunity to educate. It just depends on how we use it and the message we're conveying and who we're addressing. So there's a ton of variety possible.
Okay, we have another question. Karen, do you want to come on and ask yourself, or do you want me to read it?
There.
There you are.
Hang on. I'm a cartoonist. And,
oh, cool.
So I have had a couple of pieces that have been lifted off the internet and against my permission. And I'm curious, how does one prevent that? How do you keep your work from not being stolen within this system?
You don't.
Okay.
There are frauds everywhere in every area of life, and there are security measures to take. So in some ways, my answer is wrong. Yes, you can. There are measures you can take. And in other ways, it's just like, well, how do you keep your computer from getting a virus? How do you, those things are true and applicable, but also a non-fungible token is something where the ownership is publicly verifiable in the blockchain or database. So if you own this non-fungible token, everyone who has access, the public has access to see the chain of ownership going from the creator to you, or if you're the creator, from you to whoever purchased it. So in that way, there are very different protections around, the difference between a non-fungible token being stolen and a random clip art off the internet is huge. The security measures that someone would have to take, not take, but the security measures that someone would have to overcome and break in order to steal a non-fungible token are much greater than just going, searching, doing an image search and taking that image and pretending it's yours. But people do take some clip art and steal other people's art and make it into non-fungible tokens. There are plenty of fraud examples, and just like in the art world, there's plenty of fraud, all different areas. And just like in cryptocurrency, there are times when you have to have, well, in general, you should have a cold wallet that never is connecting to the internet once you've got what you need on it. So there are a lot of security measures to take. There's a lot to learn about what is cryptocurrency, how to use it, what is a wallet in the digital world for crypto wallets. There's so much to learn. And again, if you know how to use a smartphone, you can learn it, but it does take time and there's a learning curve.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I'm just, you know what I love? I love that the Sacred Sexual Music Festival offers such diverse topics. And
I do too.
How interesting is that? I love that. For finally, can you please write down in the chat box how you were talking about a group people can join? Because I'm quite interested. Groups, and just how can we contact you? And yes, you mentioned, I think, a couple of groups that you were starting up. If you could let us know, I think some of us, like me, would be interested.
I'd love to have you join. It doesn't exist yet.
Okay.
So I can't give you the join the community here quite yet,
Okay.
but please do reach out on Twitter and find me NFT Serena, NFT SERENA.
Okay. I think
And
we are.
that's where you can subscribe to my new newsletter.
Yeah.
And where you can follow what's happening on Twitter, which is the space to connect. And I'm going to be hosting regular spaces where this conversation can continue and evolve in a different way. It's a lot less formal. It's a lot more conversational with the entire group of people that come on stage. So in Twitter spaces, there will be ongoing conversations that I'll lead and facilitate so that a lot more people can come in and we can continue this conversation there.
Wonderful. This has been so interesting. Thank you, Serena. Wow. Let's send her love. Thank you, Serena. Thank you. We'll see you on the other side.
Thank you, Wendy. This has been wonderful. Thank you for having faith in me, that when I presented this, you were like, I don't understand. And I was like, I know, I can't explain it yet, but I will by then.
Yeah, it all worked. It was really fabulous.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Serena. I'll be talking to you. And now we're going to dive right into the next presenter. The next presenter, let me make sure she is unmuted here. There you go. Let me tell you, and her name is Hema Latha, and I'm saying it properly.
Yes.
In the interview
Perfect.
the other day, I didn't know how to pronounce that, but let me tell you a little bit about Hema. Hema helps clients release what's blocking them from achieving their full potential so that they can freely live a life of purpose and passion. Hema works with clients on topics such as abundance, mindset, intimacy, relationship coaching, and generational trauma. We're becoming more and more trauma informed, and it's great, finally. And she also teaches spiritual teachers and leaders how to dismantle racism, bias, and oppression. She'll be talking about that tomorrow, but today
right.
I'm delighted to have Hema Latha on to experience your energy body. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, Wendy. I'm so excited to be here as part of Sacred Sexual Music Festival. It's always great to be with a bunch of Canadians. I am Canadian as well. So it's very excited to be here. I'm going to share my screen so that we can get started. And one of the topic for today that I'm going to talk about, and this is really an experiential presentation today. So I'm hoping that people will participate and get up out of your chairs and be able to move a little bit, because we're actually going to have an experience of your energy body. And, you know, one of the things that Wendy mentioned as part of my bio is I am a psychic and an empath and a medium. I talk to spirits from the beyond. But also one of the very first gifts that I discovered is that I'm an energy healer. And, you know, a lot of this stuff has happened very naturally for me. I didn't go to school, so I'm not Reiki trained. I have my own kind of healing that I call Hema healing. And it's something that has just come very naturally to me. But over time, I've learned how to articulate what it is I'm experiencing and how to help others have that same experience as well. So I'm excited to share this with you, and we're actually going to do some practicum. So it's not going to be all talking and teaching. And I hope that you accompany me on that. And please, of course, ask any questions that you want to along the way. I love talking about this topic, and I'm here to answer your questions. But before we begin, you know, I'm a bit of a tech head as well. I love Nikola Tesla, and not the maker of the car Tesla, that's someone else, but Tesla was someone who really talked about, well, the physical aspects of energy and frequency as we know it. But, you know, one of the things that he said was, if you want to know the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. And so that's exactly what we're going to be talking about today. But you know, I'm not going to make any assumptions about what people know or don't know about energy. And so when I say energy, you know, I'm not referring to energy to do a workout or feeling energized to accomplish something. That's something different. You know, what I'm talking about right now is the Sanskrit term is called prana, for those of you that are yoga people or have been exposed to Hindu culture. It's really called energy, life, or breath. And you might recognize that the energy that I'm speaking of is called qi in Chinese tradition. So if you do qigong, if acupuncture, for example, talks a lot about qi and how qi flows in the body. And so really what we're talking about is the universal sea of energy that infuses and vitalizes all matter. And it's also the power that flows in all living forms. So it's really about subtle energy sensations within your body. And, you know, we can all sense energy. I'm sure all of us have been at a party. Remember parties pre-COVID when we all got together? Been at a party and you look over in a corner somewhere and you see that someone kind of doesn't want to be talked to, or they're giving off, you know, what we call bad vibes, or you don't like their juju. We use terms for energy, and this is really our ability to be able to sense other people's energetic frequencies and vibration. So I'm sure everyone's had that experience, or you can just tell. You get on the phone with somebody and you can just tell. You're like, whoa, I'm feeling that things aren't going so great, or you don't sound great. What's up? And the person might not even realize that they're emanating, you know, frequency of stress or distress. And so we've all, I think, had those kinds of experiences where we just intuitively know that something is off with somebody. And that is us actually tapping into someone else's energy. You know, and there's some interesting science behind energy. You know, what I'm really talking about here is our biofield. And so just a couple of quick things. There's a lot of research being done on energetic fields in humans and plants. And I'm going to share, well, what's on the slide here, but I'm going to share an interesting story, which first got me interested in talking about this in a more formal way. There was a scientist who was doing an experiment on plants and measuring the electromagnetic field around plants, around their leaves and so on. And so had these plants all hooked up with electrodes and was using a graph to graph just, you know, the electrical signals being sent off the plants. And this poor scientist got bored. And in the days when people used to smoke a lot more, he thought to himself, I wonder what would happen if I put my lit cigarette on the leaf of the plant. So he didn't actually do anything. He was just thinking about it. And the minute he thought that thought, the graph went crazy. The electrical signals and impulses being given off by the plant just went off the chart. And so, of course, he thought that this was really interesting and started doing more and more research on this, that he was able to make changes in the plant's field just with his thought patterns. Now, after a while, the plant caught on that he wasn't actually intending to hurt it. And so the response went down. But the minute he thought of doing something else, like cutting off a leaf, the plant's response went higher. So, there's something to this. It's not just plants that have this electromagnetic field. Humans and living creatures do too. And so there's been research being done since the early 1900s, like really serious research on this. And so Alexander Gersvich found that during the cell division of onion root cells, that they actually give off a weak form of ultraviolet radiation. And he also found another field of energy during regenerative processes or development of embryonic cells. So there's actually a device that he created to be able to measure the energy that we give off in our body. And more and more of this research is showing that there are different energy fields given off by our cells that help the different systems of our body interact. And there's also investigation being done about how these energies not only serve as a communication system in the body, but can be influenced by the mind. And so if you're a healer, if you're a massage therapist, empath, Reiki, acupuncturist, you have already probably had a very visceral or intuitive experience of this as you tap into what's happening in someone's body. As a healer, very often I can either put hands on someone's body. I don't even really need to do that anymore. I can just ask the body or start reading the energy signals coming from the body to know where there is some disease or dis-ease in the body. And so I just get that information kind of visually, sometimes auditorily. It's really fascinating. And so we give off energy signals. And in areas of our body where we're not completely 100% healthy, there's different energy signatures that are sent out. And that could very well be sent by affected cells in our body. So I think all this research is really fascinating. It's definitely starting to happen more and more. But in my mind, the science is really catching up with what ancient mystics have been telling us all the time, all along, and what ancient texts have been saying. So, moving on to ancient texts, we talked about experiencing your energy body. Some of the very ancient yogic texts actually identified many different layers of energy bodies. They're called koshas, K-O-S-H-A. And so this is a visual representation of what a kosha could look like. And I want you to remember this because we're going to use this visualization in a meditation that we're going to do later on in this presentation. But basically you start off with your physical body, and then there are subtle energy fields around us. So one of them is about 6 inches out from our body. Another one is about a foot out, and then it gets kind of bigger and bigger. And according to yogic texts, each layer of your energy body corresponds to something in particular. So for example, the pranamaya kosha might be difficult to see on the screen here, but it's related to more your breath and energy. The manomaya kosha is considered to be the mental body, and so on and so on. Now, the largest energy body, when you imagine your energy body getting very, very big, is actually called the Anandamaya kosha. And Ananda, you might have heard many gurus use that suffix on their name, Shivananda, Yogananda. Ananda is a Sanskrit word for bliss. And this layer is actually called the bliss body. And what I find interesting, and it'll be interesting to get your commentary afterwards, when I put people through a meditation where we do a kosha meditation, often when we get to this layer of like full expansion of your energy body, people often report feeling very blissful, very expansive, very peaceful, very calm, very much in touch with the universe. And so, like I say, when I run people through this meditation, it's been just really interesting to me to see how people react. I do in-person workshops on what I call energy labs, where people have fun, we play with energy, we tap into energy from the other person in the room, other people in the room. And pretty much unilaterally, everyone says they feel very blissful in this state. So just to note, so just remember this diagram as we move forward. But there are also something called energy centers in our bodies. And I'm sure many of you know about chakras. If you don't know, well, a chakra is really considered to be a spinning wheel of energy. But here's the thing, I actually teach about this as well. You know, the 7 chakra system that everyone talks about these days is actually an appropriated system, and I'll talk about appropriation tomorrow, from some ancient yogic texts. So the 7 chakra system was based on a book that was written in the 70s, and the chakra system was oversimplified to 7. And often people associate colors with the chakras. Those colors don't necessarily always relate to those chakras. Certainly as an energy healer, what I found is that there are different colors for different chakras depending on the person. So red isn't always root chakra, which is near your anus, or sacral chakra is not always orange. It's different for different people. But this is a system that many people use these days. It's just simpler to refer to it. The 7 chakra system, the way it is here, the centers are pretty much accurate, I would say, just oversimplified. There are other energy centers in your shoulders, in your elbows, in your hands, in your fingertips, the bottom of your feet. So, you know, there's many other areas where there are energy circles or centers. But the 7 chakra system, for the most part, is easy to refer to. The crown chakra, which is at the very top of your head, is the one that really connects to the universe. So that's what connects to spirit, to spiritual energy, to the universe. And often people like to focus on the crown chakra because that's what gets you into that Anandamaya state. We talked about that before, the blissful state. But, you know, we shouldn't really forget the sacral chakra and the root chakra. And this is why it's important to talk about how energy relates to sexuality. Those are the 2 strongest centers, typically. If everything is flowing properly, sexual energy is one of our strongest forces. And it's, you know, there's thirst, and then there's sexual drive, and then hunger, in terms of our strongest drives as human beings. And so it's important to talk about all chakras. Often I find in yoga classes, you know, we're talking about chakras from the heart up and not talking about the sexier ones. So it's important to be inclusive of all of the energy centers in the body. But I also want to say that there are different chakra systems. There's a 5 chakra system, there's a 9 chakra system, there's a 12 chakra system, depending on what lineage you're focused on. So I just want you to know that, you know, 7 chakra system, that's not prescriptive. And these energy centers are not physical things on your body. It's representative of where energy tends to be the strongest or the most concentrated in one's body. So this is not an anatomical thing at all. But, you know, if you're wondering, like, why should I even care? Why is experiencing energy important? Well, I mean, like I said before, prana is a subtle energy force in our body, and it can be harnessed and directed to give pleasure and blissful feelings. I mean, who doesn't want to feel happier and more blissful and more calm, particularly with the state of the world? And I'm going to say, I don't think the state of the world is really any different than what it's always been, but being able to tap into your prana gives you the ability to direct how you want to feel. So if you want to feel calm and centered, if you want to enhance your sexual pleasure, if you want there to be healing benefits to yourself and to others, then it's a really good idea to start tapping into and noticing and being aware of your subtle energy body. But these are some of the most, I would say, compelling, the sexual one in particular. But if we think about then, you know, how do you sense energy? I'm going to say that everybody senses energy differently. Very often when we're talking about energy, people talk about tingling or heat. But, you know, I find that is actually a very restrictive way of talking about how to feel energy flowing in your body. Many people don't feel tingling. Some people actually visualize energy running in their body. Some people feel like energy, if they're trying to run energy in their body, feels like a subtle pressure, almost feels like a soft fuzzy thing that's touching their body. And some people hear like a whooshing sound or crackling sound. So everybody's different. And I don't want you to feel like you're limited. And if someone says to you, oh, you must be feeling tingling, try to look for other sensations, different sensations in your body that may signal that energy is running through your body. So I just want you to keep an open mind around that. And, there are different ways to generate energy in the body. I have something that I call the MIBS system or framework. And that really, and it's easy to remember, MIBS, but that consists of movement. So movement is really important for moving energy through your body. And then imagination or visualization, and then breath and sounding are really important things to help get energy moving in your body. And remember before, like if you're feeling a little slow, or you're feeling like your prana is not moving, or one of the really great ways to do this is through movement. And so dancing is one way to get energy generating in your body. Shaking is another way, like intentional shaking, which we're actually going to do after this, walking or running. But I prefer, in order to get the sensation of your subtle energy body, yoga, qigong, tai chi, which are a little bit just easier and more compassionate on your body. And also too, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to put them in the chat. I'm sure someone will read them out to me, or to go off mute and just popcorn style a question. Another way to get energy moving in your body is through breath work. So there's deep relaxing breaths that you can take. Pranayama is just another way of saying, disciplined breath work in yoga traditions. And there are many, many, many different types of breath in pranayama. Another type of breath that's become really popular these days is holotropic breath. And so that is a series of fast breath sequences that can really help get energy running. Another example of kind of pranayama, but has become also very popular, is Wim Hof breath. And so if you haven't heard of Wim Hof, I encourage you to look him up. He's a crazy Dutch guy because he likes to jump in ice cold water. He's called the Iceman. So you might want to look up Iceman or Wim Hof. But he attributes going into ice water as prolonging his life and contributing to longevity and overall just good health, although he is a smoker. That's the funny, ironic thing about this. But he has a breath sequence, and he has an app that's actually very interesting and leads you through a breath sequence that's very simple. And so I'm actually going to lead you through that as well. And there's something else called Kriya breath. There's a couple of organizations, Art of Living, that teaches something called Sudarshan Kriya, which are cyclical rounds of breath, slower breath, medium breath, faster breath. Then you go back to slow breathing again, and then medium, and then fast. And that can really raise the energy in your body. Some people actually get something called kriyas, which are your body shakes because there's so much energy in it. It almost feels like, like you're getting zapped in a good way. It's not painful or anything like that. So, these kinds of breaths can really be quite powerful for your body. Another way to move energy in your body is through sounding. And humming, singing, chanting, shouting is really great. Going to a sound bath is really wonderful. So that's where you have someone playing the large, either crystal gongs or metal gongs, and those can reverberate throughout your body. The interesting thing with humming is scientists have found that there's actually a specific kind of gas that gets excreted through your nose when you hum that can actually increase endorphins in your body and give you a feel-good sensation. So this has been scientifically proven that humming is very beneficial for you. Singing, as you sing out loud and reverberating your vocal cords, actually stimulates your vagus nerve. So your vagus nerve is what's responsible, again, for making you feel good. I'm very much simplifying that. So you're actually triggering and activating your vagus nerve when you're doing any of these things. So using your voice, singing, chanting, and that's why singing is so, I mean, it's just so prevalent in our culture since time immemorial, really, when we sat around the campfires in church, in temple, synagogue. Chanting and or singing is something that, you know, a lot of spiritual traditions, mystical traditions use, and that's why. Here's one of the most powerful ways in which you can tap into your energy is by using your imagination, or what I like to call visualization during meditation. So if you want to start feeling energy activation in your body, you can focus on a chakra and imagine the chakra getting larger or smaller. You can do what's called the blue bindu meditation. So for that, I would ask that you contact me. And I have my contact info here, hema@hemayoga.com. That's a very, very powerful energy activation meditation. You can focus on your third eye, which is right in between your eyebrows and your forehead. You can visualize or imagine a fountain of energy light or white light. All of these things can do wonders to activating energy in your system. So I just wanted to know, are there any questions? Because we actually are going to go into a meditation right now. So are there any questions before we do that? Okay. What I'm going to encourage you to do is to just find a comfortable place. So remember, this is called experience your energy body. So we're going to do some of those things. But actually, before we go to the meditation, I'm going to encourage you to do some movement. So remember, we talked a little bit about moving or shaking. So if you're seated, or if you'd like, you can actually stand up. And I'm going to stay seated because otherwise I'm going to be out of the camera view. But what I want to encourage you to do is to start shaking your body. So I usually start with my hands. So start shaking your hands just back and forth and back and forth. And of course, it's better if you do this standing up. Yep, that's what Loli is doing. That's awesome. So you start shaking your hands and shaking your arms. Yep. And then you can just start shaking your body. Notice how I'm just kind of shaking my chest, shaking your arms. Yep. And then what I like to do is shake the booty a little bit. Just, yep, shake your booty like you're a hula dancer. Just shake, shake, shake. And then you can start, oh yes, Loli. I'm loving that. And then you can if you want some inspiration, you should look at her video, her feed. Yes, thank you for the kisses. And then you can shake your legs. So you can shake one leg and then the other leg, just like doing the hokey pokey. There you go. Shake one leg and the other leg. And then I suggest, just shaking your head. And yeah, so we're just going to keep doing that for a little bit. And just shake everything up, really, really, really give it a good go. Just shake, 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 shake. And then just take a moment to come to stillness. Yeah, well, let's just take a deep breath together. And just notice what's happening in your body. And even though I'm seated, I can feel the difference in my body. All of a sudden, things feel like they're flowing. Does anyone want to share how they're feeling? What are some of the sensations? I think Loli is trying to get unmuted here. Let me see if I can ask. I'm going to ask you to unmute. So there you go. Just accept that.
Okay.
Yeah, what do you feel, Loli?
I feel larger.
Larger. Yeah.
Like I take up more space.
Like you take up more space. I love that. Any other sensations that you feel?
Like humming, like a really gentle kind of humming that goes beyond my physical body.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being so enthusiastic. I'm going to mute you again. If there's anyone else that wants to go off mute, I'm going to do my best to see if I can see you and unmute you. And you can also share in the chat room as to how you feel. So let me just see here what, let's see. You know, some of the things that I feel when I'm doing this exercise, when I do the shaking, is I start feeling immediately my hands getting really warm and feeling like this tingling, rushing sensation. And like Loli said, I start feeling this buzzing down my arms and down my legs, and the soles of my feet start getting very warm. And sometimes I hear the rushing. I'm not today because I'm presenting, but I want you to just be aware. Vireo says that you feel more alive and vibrant. Yeah, and that is about getting blood moving. That's getting energy moving in your body. Thank you for doing that with me. We're going to try some breath work. So I want you to take a seat. Just if you're, or you can be standing up. It's a little bit easier to do this if you're seated. And we're going to do the Wim Hof breath, only because it's easy to explain and doesn't take very long. So I'm just going to demo what that looks like. So what you're going to do is you're just going to take a deep breath in. So I'm filling up my lungs and filling up the belly with breath. So I'm going to take a deep breath in. And then I just let the breath drop. So it's there isn't any prolonged exhale like you get with pranayama or in yoga classes. All you're going to do is just take a deep breath in and let the breath drop like that. Now I'm just going to show you again. So I'm going to take a deep breath in and then let it out in just a huff. Okay, so I'd like you to try that. I'm going to see if I can see anybody on video. I appreciate you, Loli, so much being on video so that I can see what you're doing. And let's try this together. And I don't recommend you doing this if you're driving or operating machinery or cooking, because it can really alter your state. So, but let's give this a try. So I'd like you to just place your hands in your lap. And I want you to invite you to close your eyes. And let's just take a cleansing breath. So just take a deep breath in and just release slowly. And then we're going to get into the actual breath. So take a deep breath in and then just release it with a huff. Take another deep breath in. And just let the breath drop. Take another deep breath in. And let the breath drop. Breathe in again. And drop. And this time we're going to hold the breath on the inhale. So inhale a little bit more deeply. Hold it here. And then when you drop the breath, don't inhale right away. See how long you can wait until you inhale. So I'm going to drop the breath. And just stay with this emptiness. And then breathe in again. Hold a little bit here at the top of the breath. And then let the breath drop and wait to inhale. And then breathe in. Hold at the top of your breath. And then let the breath drop and wait until you inhale. And we'll do one more breath. So take a deep breath in. Hold here for a moment. And then let the breath drop. Wait to inhale. And then take a deep breath in, regular breath, and exhale. I hope you try to do a bit of that with me. If not, you can watch the recording afterwards. I'm going to share with you that breath, that particular breath, can make me feel really quite buzzy and very expanded in my energy. I'm curious to hear from anyone, maybe Lolly, I saw that you were doing the practice, as to how you might be feeling. I'm going to get you to unmute.
For some reason, I've always really liked any breath work that involves not breathing.
Yeah.
It sounds like an oxymoron. So not breath work. And like, I find it quite, I don't even know the word for it. Like, exciting, invigorating, but also really relaxing, thrilling, almost otherworldly. Like, I could exist without breathing. Like,
yeah,
I quite enjoy it.
Yeah, there's something about it. There's something about breath retention that is very powerful. Thank you for sharing, unless you wanted to share something else. Oh.
I'd like to hear from other people.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you know, there's something about breath retention. Of course, if you want to share in the chat, or if you have a question or you want to comment, please go off mute. So as I was saying before, there's something about holding your breath that really can bring you into much more expansive and altered states of being. And like Lily said, it's like invigorating and calming all at the same time. So I'm going to share that one of the things that I did, I was on a transatlantic trip going to Europe, and, you know, jet lag can be really challenging to navigate. Where I live in California, you know, there's an 11-hour time difference. And so there was this one trip where I decided, well, on the plane, I'm going to do pranayama, so breath exercises, every now and again. Like every hour I set my timer. Every hour I did some breath exercises, you know, nothing too intense, just a few fast breaths. And what I found was when I landed, I actually had no jet lag, like zero jet lag. I know, I was looking at Lolly's face. Yeah, I was able to function normally, sleep at the right time. You know, my partner who I was traveling with, I mean, he was falling asleep on the sofa and everywhere else. I stayed alert and awake and regulated. And so to me, that was just a revelation. I do that now all the time on planes. Well, hopefully we'll do more plane travel post-COVID. So I just want you to know what the power of the breath can bring. I also want us to do a little bit of sounding. So we're just going to hum together and want you to notice how your body feels afterwards. You know, some of these energy sensations are very subtle. So it's about paying really close attention to how are you feeling different or what is happening in your body. So I encourage you to hum with me. Let's just stay on mute though, because it's difficult to coordinate that over Zoom. And I just want you can either chant Om, or you can just do the part. So we're just going to do the part for right now. So take a deep breath with me and just Take another deep breath. Do that one more time. Just take a moment. Feel the vibration of that sound. Just notice what's happening in your body. And slowly open your eyes. For me, that can be very powerful. All of a sudden, my hands started really buzzing and tingling. I could feel it through what's called your central channel, which is all the way through your spinal cord, essentially. But central channel also is about your breath work, and you can feel it all the way through. So remember, I said another way to increase energy in your body is through imagination or visualization when you meditate. And as I said before, contact me for the Blue Bindu meditation if you're interested. It can be very powerful. But we're going to do actually a meditation right now. So I'd like you to just find a comfortable place. This is going to take just a couple of minutes. And I want you to remember that image of the koshas that I showed you. Remember, there's the physical body and all the different layers of the bodies around that. So just close your eyes. And again, don't do this if you're driving or doing anything that requires your undivided attention. Hopefully you can sit in a quiet place. And so I just want you to take a deep breath in and exhale. And I want you to become aware of your physical body. Just become aware of the outline of your physical body. The outline on the outside of your arms, outside of your legs, outline of your shoulders and around your head. So just imagine there's like a chalk drawing around the outline of your body. And now just take a deep breath in. And as you exhale, imagine that chalk outline gets a little bit bigger, expands to about 6 inches away from your body. And just notice how that feels. You're expanding your energy body by doing this. And then take another deep breath in. And as you exhale, expand that energy body again by so it's about 5 feet away from you on either side. So it's a little bit bigger. And just notice how that feels. And then take another deep breath in. And as you exhale, imagine that your energy body is as big as the room that you're sitting in. And now take a deep breath in and imagine your energy body is as big as the city that you live in. So you're going to go quite big here. Just take a deep breath in. That chalk outline is as big as the city that you live in. And now take another deep breath in. And as you exhale, imagine that it expands even further to encompass the entire earth, that you're floating in the universe. We're just going to hang out here for a little bit. Just keep breathing. Your energy body is very expanded. It's big as the planet, encompassing the universe. And on your next breath, we're going to bring that energy body back. So just bring it back to the size of the earth. Take another breath in and bring it back to the size of the city that you're in. another breath in and bring it back to the size of your house or building that you live in. And then breathe in and bring it back to the size of the room that you're in. And now slowly let that energy body or that chalk outline line up with your physical body. So that you're back to your physical form. Just take a moment to let everything settle in. And just take a deep breath in and exhale. Yeah. So would love to hear from others as to what that felt like. It was a little quick because of the time that I have to present. This is something that we typically take a good 10, 12, 15 minutes to really feel into. But hopefully you got a little bit of a taste of what it could feel like. So I'd love to hear from you as to any sensations, any experiences that you had, a feeling that expanded. You can go off mute or you can type in the chat. And while I'm waiting for people to comment, you know, for me, going into that, so the state where we were like as big as the universe, that is the Anandamaya, the bliss state. That's somewhere where I feel like I could hang out. I just feel like I'm free floating, like a super blissful astronaut, and can just float there in that feeling of oneness and expansiveness. And people do. It's a very peaceful experience. And you can bring some of that peace and serenity back to you as you contract your energy body back down. So is there anyone who would like to share what that experience was like for them?
That was definitely very expansive and increased my awareness. Thanks, Hema.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, it can be very beneficial to do that practice. I want to make sure that I talk about grounding with energy. This is really important. So what is grounding? Well, it helps you come back into your physical body so you don't feel like you're floating above your head. Some people feel really spaced out, a little buzzy, not able to focus on what's happening around them. So I want you to do this. I want you to just stomp your feet. Even if you're sitting down, I want you to stomp your feet on the earth. So I just want you to just stomp, 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 stomp. Yep, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's what I'm doing. Stomp, 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 stomp. Just to make sure that you get that sensation of grounding. And if you're still feeling buzzy after this, because we did this a little quickly, go into nature or start feeling your body with your hands, and it'll help you get back into your physical body. But one thing I want to mention is if you feel like your energy is not flowing, if you didn't really feel a lot with that, or you've had trouble feeling energy flowing in your body, you know, it could be that there are some limiting beliefs, behavior patterns, some blockages that are inhibiting your energy flow. So just like a blocked pipe, like this diagram here, you know, you could have something. It could be trauma, it could be emotions, it could be past patterns that you're hanging on to that's blocking the way in which you can let your energy flow. And so one of the things I do, yes, Loli has a question. I'm going to ask you to unmute. There we go. I just asked you to unmute.
Okay, can you hear
me? I can hear you. Yeah.
Thank you. I imagine it's a different experience each time, but I just had a question and a share and a question.
Sure.
So for myself, for this time, and when we were doing like the first two, where it was just expanding my body and then expanding within the room, I felt this idea, I guess, I felt this idea of like my core being diluted and almost dissipated, but in a way like weakened, like diluted. But then once we got outside of the walls and into maybe the city or maybe the whole world, then that really shifted like in a big way. And from this dilution of who I am, almost like a weakened dilution, if you know what I mean, right?
Yep.
Like not putting drops of dye in water, to like, even though I was larger, I felt less diluted when you had us imagining like the whole world. It was interesting.
Oh, that's very
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah, that's really interesting. I have to dig deeper into maybe why that is. There could be some things around just being in your home, or yeah, that's great. And you had a question also?
Well, just, you know, like, no, not really. No. I just wanted to share that, and then maybe to say that, you know, the experience is do you find that with people when you're facilitating this, that this experience of that might be different each time, kind of depending what's going on, or what their visualization is, or what ideas are planted before they do it?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's different it can be different each time, but with more and more practice, you can start having a very consistent experience with that meditation. So it just takes a little bit of practice. And yeah, when I'm feeling super crunchy, like if I'm not feeling like I'm in a good mood or things are not going well, I go into that expanded state. It helps me gain perspective, first of all, and also just stay in that blissful energy for a little bit. And I do need to wrap up, but thank you for the question. It's a great question. You know, I offer chakra readings. So if you're interested, I can do a 15-minute free chakra diagnostic, kind of just do a scan and see where you're blocked and what you might need to remove those blockages. I'm also offering an energy apprentice program. So if you're interested in any of the concepts that I talked about, each one is just, there's so much more to all of that around good energy practices, particularly if you're a healer or you work in the healing arts, or if you're just someone who's interested. So let me know, hema@hemayoga.com. And I'm just so grateful to be here, Wendy. Thank you so much for participating and sharing. And I hope you got some interesting experiences out of the practicum that we did. And I look forward to hearing more from you.
I did. I particularly like being in the cosmos. And then I had some Wi-Fi issues, so and I cut out, but here I'm back. And anyway, I'm super grateful. Hema, it was super interesting. So interesting.
Good,
Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lily, and thank you, Vireo, for your commentary.
Okay, well, we're right.
I think we might have lost Wendy again.
We're not hearing you, Wendy.
Sacred Sexual Music Festival, the in-person version, and she's remarkable, beautiful woman, and she is here to inspire women to live a more turned on, orgasmic, blissful, and ecstatic life. Oh yeah. She teaches ancient Taoist tantric secrets, including sexual reflexology, super fascinating, and why your sexual health is key to the health of your vital organs and your overall well-being and longevity. And what's really powerful, I experienced back in Edmonton, was her belief repatterning. She uncovers old beliefs that no longer serve you around your sexuality and that block your ability to experience deep pleasure, bliss, and ecstasy. Yes, she'll get there. She'll get there and help you bring awareness to it. Because once we have awareness to it, we can do something about it, heal it, change it, shift it. She says the Dalai Lama said that Western women would change the world. Vireo adds, sexually satisfied, multi-orgasmic, sovereign women will change the world. Yay, I agree. Please welcome Vireo Karvonen.
Thank you so much, Wendy, for that beautiful introduction. And thank you, Hema, for leading us in perfectly. You cut out a little bit at the beginning, Wendy, but I'm trusting it will all be perfect. Hema, what you were talking about, what Hema was talking about with energy blockages, that was so perfect because I'm supposed to be sharing 4 keys to liberate your pleasure. And because of the amount of time I have, I think I bit off more than I can chew. So I'm going to just say what the 3 keys are, and then I'm going to actually jump into the 4th key, and I'm going to guide you into belief or patterning. I'm going to actually walk you through those stages so that, basically what Hema talked about is we can start to transform the beliefs that are blocking our sexuality. So I'm going to do a quick PowerPoint here. So if I think I have screen sharing, Wendy. If I do, I will share my screen. I do. Okay, so give me 1 second to just do a screen share. And okay, we will start from the beginning of the slide. Okay, and I'm just hearing your page turning, Wendy, but that's okay because I might need to hear for a few moments. That's okay. So I'm going to really focus today on going from stuck in shame to what I'm calling being the mistress or the master of your self-pleasure and sexuality, and really transforming your sexuality as healthy, natural, and sacred. So, give me a hell yes if you'd be up for that in the chat, or the thumbs up on the reaction thing. And whether you're listening to this now live or you are watching this later, you will want pen and paper because you're going to need to write some things down for the process that I'm going to guide you through. You also need water. So if you don't have water, you are free to run and grab some right now. And the reason you need water is in order to build new neural pathways in your brain, you need water, which is hydration. You need oxygen. We're going to be breathing in through the nose, out through the mouth. And then you need protein. So you might want to have something healthy after. Please don't go to carbs or sugar. Eat something that nourishes your brain. And I really invite you to be all in, 100% here, participate fully. Those of you who are here live, I am going to be inviting you to participate in the chat. So hopefully there's some of you that are still here live. And remember, lots of the research shows that we only retain 10 to 15% of what we hear, 30% when you write it down, and 80 to 80% when you talk about it, share it, teach it, or in this case, share in the chat. So I'm really going to invite you to write things down as part of it today. So Hema again set us up perfectly. The 4 keys to liberate pleasure. The first one I was going to talk about, which I'm not going to, I'm going to actually jump to the 4th one right away, was move your body. And part of why we need to move our body to have more pleasure is when we don't move our bodies, we have stagnant chi, stagnant life force energy. And I'm not going to dive more into that, but you learned a lot about that with Hema. And many of the amazing facilitators have talked about the importance of taking care of yourself first. So one of the things you might want to contemplate after this is, what are the things that fill your pleasure tank? Isn't it time you came first? Pun intended. And another thing that I think Francesca talked about and Stephen talked about is the importance of us communicating lovingly, inwardly with ourselves first, and then outwardly. And Stephen gave some beautiful examples of that, why it's important and how to do that in partnership. I want to talk about today the importance of positive self-talk with yourself. And I'm actually going to guide you through the 7 steps of belief or patterning to dissolve and transform shame around your sexuality so that it's healthy, natural, and sacred. So I would love your permission. Maybe just give me a thumbs up or yes in the chat, just to share my story briefly with you. And I'm actually going to stop sharing the screen here and just share that. Thank you so much. And just to kind of tell you a little bit about why I'm even doing this in the first place. And then we will go into, you'll need the paper for the next part after I share my story. So if you want to listen from the mic while you're walking and getting some paper, go ahead and do that now and grab your water. So I'm just going to make sure I have this off the screen so I'm not distracted. Okay. So I want to let you know a couple of things. One, my name is Vireo, and I often say it sounds like Cheerio, but with V like vulva and vagina. And as Wendy mentioned, I am a pleasure and relationship coach, and I have a pleasure program with a group of women I'm really blessed to serve. And I've been gearing up right now for our 5th year of our goddess retreat here at the lake where I'm blessed to live. And my life and work really are ecstatic and orgasmic. And my life has not always been this way at all. As a matter of fact, 10 years ago, I was in what had become a sexless 17-year marriage. And I want to tell you what sexless is, because maybe some of you can relate. I did not know that a sexless marriage is a marriage that is having sex for less than 10 times a year. That was actually shocking to me. And no fault to that first husband. But typically, you know, we were parents of teenage sons at the time. And after sex, which was very short, my husband, when he was sleeping and snoring beside me, I would lay under the covers, and I'm going to be really super vulnerable here, and I would masturbate. And I can't even call it self-pleasuring, because it was literally void of pleasure, and it was actually so full of shame. I literally was just trying to take the edge off. February 12th, 2012, at 3 a.m. in the morning, I had a moment with connecting with the divine. And I made one of the most difficult decisions of my life. I decided to end that what had become a very dissatisfying, stressful 17-year marriage. I just knew that there was something more. I didn't know what that was. And 1 year later, I actually thought I had found this something more. I met a man and he became my tantric lover. However, 3.5 years into the relationship, he actually ended our relationship. He sent me a text message that said, "I release you." And I was on right here outside the cabin, my cabin, on my deck in a puddle of tears. And I could feel this heavy weight on my chest, crushing my heart. I could hear voices shouting in my head, "You're stupid, you're a loser, you're a failure, why did you do that?" And I literally wanted to hide and curl up in a ball. And I felt so much shame. I felt broken, and I didn't want anyone to know that I had failed again in relationship. I was a divorced mom now, 55 years old at the time, in menopause, and I was really afraid that I would be alone for the rest of my life and maybe never have an intimate connection with a man. And I had this sudden realization, that self-realization moment that Stephen talked about, where I realized that my whole life, I had been giving away the power to the men in my life for my happiness and the responsibility of my happiness. And Francesca talked about that as well. And I'd actually given away the responsibility for my pleasure and, yeah, even my orgasm. And I didn't know what else to do. I literally dropped to my knees and I prayed to source, to the divine, like, help me. And the energy in my heart started to calm. And I heard this voice from within. And it said, "Be sovereign, Vireo." I stood up and I looked out at the expansiveness of the lake that's outside me in this window right now. And I breathed in the trees, and I decided in that moment to take back my power. I decided what Francesca talked about, to reparent myself. And I discovered, what did it mean to be sovereign? I took 13 months and I didn't date anyone. I was single and I only had sex with myself. And I wanted to really figure out how to parent myself, how to love myself, how to love this body. And I wanted to figure out how to take myself to that sacred union in my sexuality that I'd experienced with that tantric lover. I wanted to be able to take myself there. And I went to Thailand. I studied sacred sexuality, became a sacred sexuality and femininity coach. Over the next kind of months and year, I also became a believer patterning practitioner that Wendy mentioned. And I was able to combine these two tools. And I started to dissolve the shame around my sexuality. I started to learn things about my female anatomy that at 55 years young, I didn't even know I didn't know. And what happened was life really started making love with me. And people started calling me the shame buster. Remember in the movie when Harry Met Sally, when they said, "I want what she's having"? Women started coming to me and saying, "I want what you're having, Vireo. Like, what the hell? What are you doing?" And I gave birth to our first pleasure program and started having our pleasure programs here. So I don't know if you can relate to any of that, but whether you are single, monogamous, polyamorous, and a lot that many of the speakers have spoken about, I want you to know that I'm here. This is for you. And if you have any shame around your sexuality, or if you've been giving away that power to somebody else in your life, that this is going to be an opportunity for you to reclaim your power, reclaim who you really are as a sexual being. So let me know in the chat. I'm seeing some yes to relating. I would love if there's anything in what I shared that you can relate to, that it's resonating with you. And I won't share any names. I'll just share what you share in the chat. So because I know it's a little bit slower with my cabin internet, I'm going to jump into the next part and I will check the chat in a moment. So please do have some paper ready. And I'm just going to see, it's not quite letting me share my screen yet. So I will just double check if I'm doing that right now. Let me just try again. Oh, share screen. Okay, now it's letting me. Perfect. Okay. So we're going to dive into, I want to share a quote first by one of my, whoops, that was not where I wanted to be. Okay, there it is. By Sherry Winston. Sherry Winston says, we are living, let me just jump into that. There it is. Let's try to move that. Sherry Winston says, we are living in a culture that limits people's ability to comfortably talk about sex, celebrate their sexuality, and effectively pursue their erotic potential. This leaves us with a choice. We can either let that constrain us, or we can proactively adopt more sex positive views and values. Which one would you like to choose? If you would like to choose positive sex views and values, give me a thumbs up or a yes in the chat. And that's why we're here. And I think that's, I'm so grateful to you, Wendy, for bringing Sacred Sexual Music Festival to us and all the amazing speakers, because it's allowing us to transform our beliefs. So I'm going to have you grab your piece of paper. First of all, most of your beliefs, our beliefs, came to us when we were in utero to 7 years old. So just take a breath into that. If you're a mom, it's okay. You did the best that you could. And the other thing I want to say about that is 90% of our beliefs, I think I come to that in a second, but 90% of our beliefs are in our subconscious. And that's actually what's running us day in and day out. And even when we're sleeping. Now, that's kind of good news, bad news. The good news is you don't have to learn how to tie your shoes, drive the car, turn on your computer, talk, do things. They're in autopilot. The kind of bad news about that is a lot of the beliefs that are in there that you received in utero to 7 years old are not beliefs that support you. Kind of what Francesca talked about, where they're keeping us in that wounded child place. They're keeping us powerless and helpless. So I actually want you to write down on the piece of paper right now, I'm just going to give you a minute to do that, what are some of the beliefs, messages that you received growing up around your sexuality, your body? And feel free to type them in the chat as well. And if they're draining, I'm going to have you write them on the left-hand side. You can put a line down the middle of your page. If they're draining, put them on the left-hand side of the page. And if they uplifted you, put them on the right-hand side of the page. And I'm getting yes to pleasure program, yes to that. Perfect. All right. So Hema says she learned that, sorry, I did mention names, one of the other speakers. I hope, sorry about that, but thank you, Hema. Sex is shameful and should be hidden. Yes. Yeah, very, very common for most of us. I think 99% of the women and couples I've been blessed to serve have felt a lot of shame around their sexuality. So keep those coming in the chat. And if you don't want to share them, just at least have them for yourself. And again, a reminder, when you share in the chat, the more you participate fully here, the more you will get out of this as well. So we're going to jump to the next slide. So again, that reminder that 90% of those beliefs that are running us don't serve us. Sorry, 90% are running the show, and the ones that are in utero, a lot of them don't serve us anymore. All right, I'm just going to take a breath. I'm just feeling the pressure of time, relax into that. All right, so just a reminder on how I want to share with you how the brain works, and then I'm going to walk you through the 7 steps of belief or patterning. It will be a fully participatory experience, and if there's anybody who's there live, I will invite a few of you to, share your camera and your unmute as well, or at least share in the chat. So the challenge is when we are in those draining emotions, they're not bad, but what happens is when we start to live there, they keep us in what I call the 4 Fs: fight, flight, freeze, or FU. And with our belief or patterning, what it does is supports you in transforming those beliefs from draining to moving them to uplifting on the upside. Okay, so that's what we're going to be doing here today, is transforming those beliefs from draining to shifting them to uplifting. And I know a couple of people just jumped on, so make sure you've got water and that you grab a piece of paper. We are walking through the 7 steps of belief or patterning to transform shame. So like I said, today I'm going to walk you through. Now, normally in a one-on-one coaching session, we would invest a little bit more time seeing more specifically perhaps about the shame, and even more specifically picking a word that suits you and your body. I'm going to give you a taste of it today. And also in our pleasure program, there would be a group of 8 to 13 women on the screen on Zoom, and we would be doing it collectively. And you would feel like you're not alone, because you'd realize, oh, there's other women putting their hand up who have also had that experience. So hopefully you'll get a little taste of that today. But normally it would be 1.5 hours to 2 hours in our pleasure program. And of course, we have a lot less time today. So you'll get a taste of it. So if it feels like I'm rushing through it, I am, and we'll just trust the divine timing of that. So let me know again in the chat if you can relate. So yes, another one of the beliefs that someone said is that they wrote on the draining side is, my body is for someone else's pleasure, not mine. Yeah, I believe that's one of the ones that I had as well. So let us know if you can relate to that as well. So awesome. Thank you for your sharing. So keep sharing in the chat. What are some of those beliefs that you got growing up around your body? And maybe they're kind of showing up in your intimacy with your partner or with yourself. Okay. So again, we're going to be transforming that shame today and moving it towards something better. So what I would like you to do is pick one of these 3 words. Would you rather, and go with what your body, not so much what your mind says, go with the one that your body kind of goes, yes, I would like that. So let me know in the chat whether you are moving towards embracing your sexuality as healthy, feel that, or embracing your sexuality as natural, or embracing your sexuality as sacred. And let me know in the chat which ones of those, and pick one. It's actually easier if you just pick one, and I'm going to have you stay with that. So I've got sacred in the chat from one person. So pick one of them and stay with that, and write that one on the right-hand side here. Okay. And let me know in the chat. And again, please make sure you have water, and make sure that you've got paper. All right. So the first statement is forgiveness. And what I'm going to have you do is, with your mics muted, I'm going to have you say it. You could say it at the same time or right after me. So I forgive myself for believing that I need to hang on to that shame. So go ahead and say that out loud. And then breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth. And let me know in the chat if you have any kind of yeah buts or BS, or it doesn't quite land with you. And I'll do my best in the time that we have to support you in transforming. It's not about pushing through these and making yourself believe something you don't. It's really about you coming to believing what we're saying as I walk you through. And again, normally if you were in a one-on-one or in our pleasure program, I'd be hearing all of your voices and you'd be telling me what's going on with you and for you. So let me know in the chat. All right. So give me a thumbs up if that's landing as a yes in your body, that it feels like, okay, yeah, my body's open to that right now. Okay, I'm getting some yeses. Okay, awesome, beautiful. Thank you. So the next step in belief or patterning is permission. And remember, you've got your word that you're moving towards. So you're going to plug in your word. So I'm going to go with sacred because that's the one that we had in the chat from those of you that were typing in the chat. So go with whichever one you have there, or if you're not sure which one to go with sacred for today, because we're at the Sacred Sexual Music Festival. So I'm going to invite you to say this out loud with me or right after me. So I give myself permission to move away from that shame and move toward embracing my sexuality as sacred. Give me a thumbs up or a yes in the chat if that's landing in your body. If you've got any, I call it the inner critic that Francesca and I think Stephen also talked about. If that's coming out, please let me know in the chat. I got that it feels powerful. Yes. Okay. Awesome. Beautiful. And again, it's not about pushing through it. If you were one-on-one or in our pleasure program, I would be pausing. And if something came up, we would be, it's not a linear process. We might go back to forgiveness if something's coming up. So it could be, you know, maybe your parents or somebody told you that, no, it is actually sinful. It's sinful and shameful. Then we could say, I forgive myself for believing what my mom or my grandma told me about my sexuality. Okay. So just know that that's what would happen in a one-on-one private coaching session, which you will be invited. I have a gift at the end for you as well. So remind me if I forget about that, Wendy. So the next step is choice. So in your left hand, which might be opposite on the screen, I want you to say, I can choose to stay stuck in that shame. And I don't really like that. Or I can choose to embrace my sexuality as sacred. And I can't do both of those. So go ahead and say that now and give me a yes in the chat if that lands with you and how that feels. Let me know how it feels. Give me a thumbs up or a yes if that's your body's open and you're receiving that. And I'm getting yes. So then it's like, which one do you want to choose? So I'm trusting that you're getting a yes. It's like, I choose to embrace my sexuality as sacred. And most people, what happens is your hand will naturally choose the right hand side. So go ahead and say out loud, I choose to embrace my sexuality as sacred. Beautiful. Well done. All right, we're going to jump to the next step. Oh, I do want to let you know that Michelle, who is in our pleasure program and actually continues to partner up with me, she is an equine therapist in Edmonton area. She had her first orgasm because of being in our pleasure program and really started to feel more sovereign. She also doubled her income in 6 months. Freedom statement is when you practice it, because like anything, just like I'm sure Wendy's amazing music, she had to practice singing those songs. So you need to practice embracing your sexuality as sacred. So you want to pick something easy. You're going to do it anyway, and it doesn't involve other people or a lot of money. So for example, I am free to embrace my sexuality as sacred when I go outside and I breathe in Mother Earth, in through my yoni. Yoni is Sanskrit for our female genitals. I breathe in the beauty outside of me. And I just feel it in my body. Or you could do one of the practices that Hema guided us through, which is feeling that sexual life force energy right in your body. And that's our sexuality as well. So type in the chat for me, what's one thing you can do today to embrace your sexuality as sacred? It could be like I said, breathing in. It could be, giving yourself a breast massage. It could be just giving yourself a hug. It could be looking at your body naked in the mirror later and saying, I love you, you're beautiful. Something really easy. And it's not, you don't want to pick the highest mountain to climb, but you want to pick like a walk around the block. If you were doing a marathon, this would be the walk around the block. So I'm getting here, wear something that makes me feel sacred, beautiful. So I'm going to invite you to be even more specific. Is it like the red dress? Is it the purple one? Is it that skirt? Is it something made out of silk or cotton? Wear a beautiful panty. Yes. Awesome. And be even more specific. So it might be, I'm going to wear the beautiful cotton, I'm saying these because I have these, orange panties that I got from my friend Mika, who lives in Holland, and they make me feel sexy because they're the sacral chakra color. So you want to be super specific for your freedom statement, because then you want to be able to go, check, I did that. So I'm going to trust that each of you will make sure it's specific, and then think of something you can do tonight as well. All right. And I would love if you share those with me later. I'll give you my contact information so you can let me know. And I want to let you know, Becca, who is in our pleasure program, she actually thought that pleasure was done for her at 63 years old. And she started being in our pleasure program, and she is now dating and has a few different lovers, and she's experienced her own intimacy, and she's been able to have orgasm on her own. I know she said this in a testimonial, so I'm okay to say this. But it was taking her like an hour and a half to have an orgasm. And now she's having an orgasm in a few minutes to 6 to 20 minutes on her own, and really expanding, being able to ask for what she wants in her intimacy as well. And I'm just going to check the chat. Dance. Yes, dancing tonight. Okay, beautiful. So I am free to embrace my sexuality as sacred when I dance tonight. Yes, dance is a beautiful way. Okay, awesome. So affirmation, how many of you done affirmations? I love Louise Hay, and she passed, I think, about a year ago. And Louise Hay has the cause of whatever dis-ease is going on. And then she has the affirmation. And what she said, she actually met, so my coach, teacher, and mentor, I forgot to mention this at the beginning, Suze Casey is the founder of Belief or Pattern. She's my coach, teacher, mentor, and friend. And she met Louise Hay, and Louise Hay said, that she knew about the causes and she knew the affirmation, but she didn't know how to help people to get from the cause to the affirmation to actually healing cancer or whatever they had going on. And so Suze, with her background in education, developed the 7 steps of belief or patterning that you're experiencing right now. And affirmation, I don't know if you've done, I have done affirmations in the past ad nauseum, but they were trying to convince me of something that I didn't believe, like saying, oh, I'm a millionaire, and I'm not. And my mind would right away say bullshit. So then I'm affirming what I just said BS to, right? Whereas affirmation in belief or patterning is about actually remembering a time in your past when you did experience embracing your sexuality as sacred. So I'm going to have you write these down, type them in the chat. Tell us about a time where you did remember embracing your sexuality as sacred. So for me, I remember what it feels like to embrace my sexuality as sacred. It happened this morning when I gifted myself my Yoni Jade Egg practice, which is going to be the next presentation after mine, the next workshop. And I felt really beautiful in my self-pleasuring. And when I experienced orgasm this morning, because I wanted to have beautiful life force energy to bring here today to the Sacred Sexual Music Festival. So let me know in the chat, and I want you to complete the sentence on your own. I remember what it feels like to embrace my sexuality as sacred. So I remember what it feels like to embrace my sexuality as sacred. It happened this morning when I gifted myself my Yoni Jade Egg and sacred pleasure practice and self-pleasuring. So let me know just in the chat, when is a time where you did embrace your sexuality as sacred? And say those out loud to yourself. And it could be as simple as you looked at yourself in the mirror and you told yourself you were beautiful, or you gave yourself a massage, or maybe during the session with Hema. Maybe you felt really, when you did some of the breath practices, maybe it dropped you into your body and you felt really connected and you felt your life force, your sexual life force energy moving. Or maybe when you shook your body, it can be very simple. So keep it simple. So let me know in the chat. I trust those will come in a moment. And the next step, I'm going to share while you're writing those in the chat. So Anita, who's 59 years young, she was in our pleasure program. She came and she said, no pun intended there. She said she had low libido, and she started being able to talk more with her husband and ask for what she wanted. And she's having better intimacy with her husband now and better conversations, just being able to talk about sex with each other. So I see a couple things in the chat. So, okay, awesome. Beautiful. Thank you. All right. So the next step in belief or patterning is surrender. And surrender is not when you give up and quit. Surrender is when you allow, you open to receive. So this is when you own it. So you want to make sure that it's true. So you either say, I am embracing my sexuality as sacred, or I'm moving towards embracing my sexuality as sacred. You want to make sure it's true. So if your mind says BS, that's not true. You don't want to say that. So go with the one. So I'm going to offer, I am moving towards embracing my sexuality as sacred. Because the mind will say, well, but yesterday at 3 in the afternoon, you didn't embrace it as sacred, you blah, blah, blah. So you want to make sure that the mind is going to have no argument with your statement. So awesome. Okay. Fabulous. And breathe it in through your nose. And gratitude is actually can be sprinkled anywhere in our belief or patterning. So we're going to sprinkle it at the end here. And when we can be grateful for what I call the ick, the stuff that was draining, that makes us move from being powerless and victim to powerful, right? In those wounded places that Francesca and Stephen and a lot of the other speakers have talked about. So I'm going to have you say this out loud. I'm so grateful for that shame because it kept me safe when I was little. You're all here, you're still alive. So whatever you experienced around shame in your body, it probably did keep you alive. And now I'm also, or if that doesn't quite resonate, you can just say, I'm so grateful for that shame because it's moving me towards embracing my sexuality as sacred now. Breathe that in. All right, so it's 5:55 in Alberta, and I know we started late. However, I want to leave some time for questions. I do want to let you know on how to stay in touch. On Pleasure Coach Vireo on my website, if you want a deeper dive into the 7 steps of belief or patterning, I believe on my website you can access, I have a PDF. You can access that on my homepage. Also, you can, if you want to have, I've made these really fun bite-sized pleasure moments. They're 1-minute videos. They come into your inbox every week. They're also on Facebook and Instagram. If you want those, I send those out once a week. And that's on my website as well. You can access it from there, or I can type it into the chat after. And as a gift for all of you here, I've opened up my calendar and I'm gifting 30, sometimes they go to 60 minutes because we end up chatting and it goes longer. So 30 to 60 minutes, a complimentary Liberate Pleasure Breakthrough. And in your Liberate Pleasure Breakthrough, you are going to have an opportunity to uncover one belief that's stopping you, like what's stopping you from really embracing your sexuality as sacred? What's stopping you from being a fully vibrant, orgasmic, ecstatic, alive person? And really asking for what you want in and out of the bedroom. And then we'll have a chance, you're going to have a chance to really have me hold space for you for what do you really want as a person, especially in the area of your sexuality. Now, it does speak more to women, but I've had a lot of men come to me lately because the women I worked with, their partners have had such transformation. So if you're a man listening to this, you are welcome as well. So don't be turned away because I speak to her on my stuff. It's for you as well. So I will see if I can share those in a chat in a moment, and or you can take a screenshot. And I also wanted to finish on one last thing. Shersteen said she was actually in a lot of pain and depressed before the session. She actually had chronic pain, and she had a shift in having, well, she says here, I felt a renewed sense of energy and spark reignited in me and my life. She felt hopeful that she can have joy again. And she's actually traveling right now and just completely transform her life and what's going on. I want to finish with Sherry's quote, and then I'm going to open up to questions. And I actually ended on time here, even though we started a bit later. So I agree with Sherry Winston of Women's Anatomy of Arousal. She says, if one by one we shift our consciousness in a direction that celebrates the erotic as holy, reveres both the feminine and the masculine energies, and does a much better job of balancing male and female power, we will heal not only ourselves, but eventually the entire planet. So I'd love to know if you have any questions or what you noticed shift for you. That was a quickie. That was a quickie of belief patterning. But I did want to give you a taste, because I will tell you, when I came back from Thailand originally, and before I went to Thailand, I had so much shame around my sexuality, and I didn't know what to deal with it. And I think Francesca talked about this, and somebody else, how we can be re-traumatized. Yeah. And I was actually re-traumatized by a lot of the work that I did with some other teachers, and I love them dearly. No, no blame there. They don't know what they don't know. And so I actually have trauma release as one of my skills in my toolkit. And so the believer patterning actually allowed me to also transform some of that trauma, so it didn't have to keep running me. So that's one of the things that I'm really conscious of, is to teach in a way that doesn't re-traumatize people. So hopefully today it served you in honoring your sexuality as sacred and healthy, and I look forward to serving whoever feels called to connect with me.
Wow, fabulous. Vireo, that was amazing. I'm glad you mentioned trauma, because now, generational trauma and becoming trauma informed is now in the zeitgeist. We're all becoming more and more aware of it, and that you approach your work with real sensitivity towards trauma. Would you speak on that in a little bit more? You have a few more minutes if you'd like, and
yeah, and if anybody has questions, I'd be happy to answer those as well. Yeah, the process that I'm blessed to have learned, what I love about belief patterning and the trauma release that I work with, is you don't actually have to reveal the dark and the secrets and all that, which is quite beautiful, because again, then it's not re-traumatizing for people. And what happens is they don't have to feel like they're hurting somebody else by sharing a secret. And I don't actually need to know all the details. It's really, I hold space for you to feel whatever's there. And that's both with reliever patterning and with the trauma release that I work with, is we don't actually have to go into the story, which is really freeing. Yeah. Right? We can just, sometimes it's good to, when stuff comes up and we're aware of where that came from. And I'm like, whoa, okay. Yeah. That I know where that came from. I've been with a partner, sometimes with my lover, making love, and all of a sudden I burst into tears, and I've just asked my partner to just hold me, just hold. And I've suddenly had a memory come up. One of them was that during my first marriage of 17 years, on our honeymoon, we were making love, and we were in a van, we were camping, and I was being expressive. Now, 17, well, that's even more than 17 years ago now, because I left that marriage, went a separate path like almost 9 years ago now. So over 20 years ago, we were in the van and we were making love, and I was way more small. I was not a really expressive woman at the time. I had really doing a lot to be approval seeking, and But he ended up, I was expressing myself, and he put his hand on my mouth to silence me because he was embarrassed. He was embarrassed that I was making too much noise. And I'm way more expressive now than I was at the time. So no fault to him. He probably had some fears around judgment if somebody outside heard us or who knows what. But that, that's a small example. I don't want to re-traumatize anybody going into any deep trauma right now. And I was able to use trauma release and use repatterning to transform that so that I can be expressive. Because what happened was with that partner, that lover, in bed, the partner was saying something about I wasn't that expressive, and I burst into tears, and I was like, oh my God, you mean I'm actually free to make noises and like really expressive? So I had realized that, yeah, I had this belief that it's shameful for me to make noises when I'm making love, that I'm, all those, the W word and the S word, right? That I had to worry that I was going to be called that, not in an upside way, right? So yeah, that's pretty typical, I think, for a lot of us as women, especially, is we tend to be quieter because we have shame around our sexuality, right?
Right. Well, Vireo, oh my gosh, you're gone. What happened to Vireo? Well, it's at the end of her presentation anyway, so I thank you so much, Vireo. That was fabulous. And well, we'll move on. We have the last presentation for the day, and then I'll sing a song, and then we'll close up. And there's a whole day tomorrow filled with fabulous other topics. Oh, Will Blunderfield, he's going to knock he'll knock your socks off with freedom from porn addiction. I'm really looking forward to his. And then we have our keynote speakers, Satyen and Suzanne. They'll be speaking, and their topic is sex, passion, and enlightenment. Like, they've worked with world leaders. Like, I'm so blessed to have them on this weekend. I'm so blessed to have all of you. And especially here, the next presenter is Tamarah Blossom. Tamarah has presented at the Winnipeg back in the days when we had in-person festivals. So I'm asking you to unmute you, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about Tamarah. Tamarah is a sensual empowerment coach and the founder of sacredsensuality.net. It's an online pleasure oasis for women to feel more pleasure and joy by cultivating vitality, including their sexual energy. Yum. As well, she instructs Nia dance fitness while weaving in yoga and qigong. And that'll be tomorrow morning. We'll open up with Tamarah leading our blessed booty shake. Her own sexual healing prompted her to passionately empower women to feel more turned on and alive. So don't miss this next presentation. And she talks about the benefits of the Taoist jade egg. Take it away, Tamarah.
Thank you very much. Awesome. Can I share my screen? Do I just go out and it works? Let's see here.
I'm seeing me on the screen, and it should be you. Okay, there we go. It's all good.
Okay, did that work? Yeah, you can see my screen? Okay, great. Awesome. So here we are. Thank you so much, Wendy. I'm the last presenter. That makes sense. I'm in a different time zone, so it's 7 p.m. at my place. Kids' bedtime. Oh yeah. Okay. Here we go. Slideshow. There we go. All right. One more thing. So I'm just going to take these off for while I am presenting. So any questions anyone has, I would love to answer them at the end. So please have those ready if you would like. And yeah, so today I'm talking about the benefits of the Taoist jade egg. So let's jump right in to the slideshow. So let's first answer a couple of questions, because I don't want to assume what people know or don't know. What is the jade egg? The jade egg itself. I actually have mine here. This is my jade egg. It's pretty dark, right? So it's a gemstone in the shape of an egg. There's other types, and we might talk about that later. I have an obsidian one as well, and a rose quartz as well. Right? So those are all yoni eggs, and the jade egg is a jade stone. Okay. All right. So it is it working for me? Okay. It is the empowerment, pleasure, vitality tool for the modern goddess. I'll put this down there. Great. And, you know, my intention for this presentation is that if you're watching this, that by the end of this, you'll have a grasp of understanding what the jade egg really is about. And it's not this vague, weird thing anymore. It's not a taboo. And you'll feel excited to either start your practice if you never have, or continue one if your jade egg has been sitting on your altar for a little too long gathering dust, right? Because we all do that. So that's my intention for this. What's that? What's going on? Okay, so let's answer, what is the jade egg practice? Okay, just have my little thing here. Okay, the jade egg practice is an energy-based art where we use specific techniques with the egg inserted for empowerment, healing, and transformation. All right, we use a lot of breath and a lot of visualization. It's a way that you can tap into your sacred sensuality and your sexual energy. And, you know, like the last presenter, oh, there were so many great presenters today, was talking about, you know, trauma and stuff. And this is, to me, a way to gently and softly begin to peel those layers away as well. It's a way to reconnect with our feminine essence, to get out of our, you know, masculine go mode and drop into our body, and to create a more deeply loving relationship with your body, especially your breasts and your yoni, your vagina. So just a little bit about my story and, like, you know, how did I get into jade egg? So I was in my Tao Tantric training in 2015 with Minka DeVos and Shashi Soluna. And it's the very first time that I was introduced to actually practice the jade eggs. I'd heard about it before, but it was all hearsay. And honestly, my first time was like, I put the stone in my vagina. I'm like, this is weird. This is not doing anything. This is ridiculous. And then the next time we practiced, I just literally sat out. I went to the corner, the safe corner, you know, and I thought, you know, this is just weird. I don't know if I'm ready for this. And obviously I had a lot of resistance, and I joke that I'm a slow learner because it takes me time to catch on to things sometimes. So it wasn't a love at first sight for me. It really wasn't. And after the training, I did not do my jade egg practice. I did other things like the qigong and the tantric practices that I so love, like the embodiment stuff. But the jade egg it sat on my altar gathering dust. And about a year later, I had a traumatic birth, my first birth. You know, I thought I, you know, was empowered, but I really wasn't yet. And and I found myself postpartum depression and in a sexless relationship. And so I was thinking to myself, wow, I really got to do something. And I was feeling a lot of pain in my vagina. So I couldn't have sex. And so I was just stuck. I was literally feeling stuck, and I was trying to sweep it under the carpet. I didn't want to deal with it. You know, it's like new baby on the horizon. I didn't know what to do. And so instead of going to the doctor or a pelvic floor specialist, which most people do because, you know, we're looking for help outside of ourselves, I kept wondering, is there anything I can do? Is there anything I can do? And one day it just came to me. I'm like, Tamarah, you're jade egg. So I was like, oh, what can the jade egg do for me? So I went and grabbed all my old books from my training and looked into it, and was reminded of like my sexual reflexology zones in my vagina, which I talked about last year. And just that the vagina is a muscle, and it can be tense and it can be relaxed, and it harbors emotions. Because it reflexes different organs, it reflexes the emotions. So it was just like this sparks going off in my brain of like, whoa, I think I can heal myself. I just got to be, committed to it. And so I started my journey of what I call today yoni alchemy, which are tools to transform myself. And the jade egg is a huge part of it. And the other part is de-armoring and of course, self-pleasuring. So that is how I began my journey. So let's take a look at why is it so amazing? What's the buzz around the jade egg? What are the benefits? All right. So physically, your pelvic floor health. So we're talking about your lower abs and your vagina muscles that literally support, they are the bottom of your vital organs, right? So everyone knows we should be doing Kegels. Well, this is sort of like a step beyond that. And we, get to know a little more specifically the muscles, the PC muscles, as well as the vaginal muscles and how to utilize them. Did you actually have, 3 rings of muscles in the vagina, right? So we use those. So with that, we're maintaining our pelvic floor health. We are able to heal childbirth trauma, incontinence issues, and prevent prolapse and atrophy. Endocrine health, because our sexual energy, is connected with our clitoris and our nipples. These are all connected to the glands of the body, the endocrine glands, the pineal, pituitary, and so on throughout the body. Our ovaries are glands, of course. So these are all connected to the chakras as well. I'm not going to get into that whole thing, but basically when we work on balancing our endocrine glands, that improves so many things. Our mood, eases menopause, can reduce PMS symptoms. So all around is amazing for our endocrines. Mental health, I put that there because with the jade egg, I find that for me, it has been a huge journey about self-knowing, knowing myself and how I work and owning my pleasure. Someone was just speaking about pleasure as sacred and innocent, and it's totally what the jade egg does for me, is just remembering, oh my God, this is so potent, healing, and sacred. Every single time I practice, it's like the part of it, it's the whole foundation of it. And it helps me be less, attached or codependent on outside sources for that love. And the other piece is that it's sort of like a meditation, right? So like, I might not be the best at sitting down to meditate, but I do my jade egg practice, and that's where I get my breath work and my focus, and I go inside my body. So helps clear my mind. Emotional benefits. Well, we're going to get a little bit more into why, the Taoist jade egg and what the Tao is about, but the Tao is really about balancing our emotions. And so with jade egg practices, we're constantly clearing and checking in with our different organs that are linked to different emotions. So we're constantly cultivating more joy and love, peace, trust, courage, kindness, and so on. And spiritual benefits. Well, connection to source energy, the cosmos. We're constantly linking up down to earth and to the sky. And because we are pulling sexual energy. So when I pull the string, I'll talk about that a little bit more later too. When this is in the yoni, right, in the vagina, and you pull the string down, then energy moves up, and that energy that's moving up is being lifted to your higher centers, your higher chakras. So you're able to bring more love into your life. You're able to bring more psychic awareness into your life. So it's great for women in menopause to bring that ovarian chi energy up into their brain and into their psychic powers. Right. And I didn't mention, also want to mention that just overall, it is a way to upkeep the wellness in our ovaries and womb, because the womb is a space where women can store negative energies really easily. It's just a place where if we're not, consciously cultivating joy and happiness, like sacral chakra is really about joy. And when we don't feel that, it's because it's muddled and we're carrying layers of stuff from the past, blocks and issues. So we want to be clearing that area. And with that, we steer clear of any dis-eases in our feminine center and in our breasts. So of course, reclaim your sexuality. Yes, heal trauma layer by layer safely in your body. keep your creative center joyful and loving, which we just kind of spoke about. Liberate your authentic sexual expression. What I mean by that is when I'm doing my practice, my solo sacred sexual practices, I have a chance to drop into my body without another person there. So without that, you know, the masks that I'm used to wearing in the past, right? And that helps me get to know who I really am, just me and my sexual energy. So that's what I mean by that. And increase your pleasure and expand your orgasmic potential. Well, these are great side benefits. I call them side benefits because it's interesting. You know, some people come at the jade egg with like, have more orgasms, more pleasure in your life. And that's amazing. For me, it's a lot more about healing and like healing the shame and really dropping into the health aspects of it. But the pleasure benefits are awesome. Like I've mentioned my story earlier, right? I went from pain in my vagina. I could not have sex. I did not have sex for 7.5 months, zero, when I was with a partner who I loved. And literally just because I couldn't. And then to healing myself, never seen anybody outside of myself, and now have helped women in the same way. And now I can have all kinds of orgasms because I've been working on this myself, right? It's not just, it didn't come just like that. I had to put time into it. Okay, let's talk about why jade. Okay, why jade? Like I showed different yoni eggs, you know, I have the obsidian and the rose quartz, and there's many others out there as well. So let's talk about some properties of jade. And first of all, jade is a dense, non-porous, hard stone composed of tightly interlocked structure. So it's a good, really nice, tight mineral. So there's no buildup of bacteria. You don't have to worry about that. As long as you wash it when you're done with it and blow through the hole. I have my string on it. I use it on, I leave my string on a few uses and then I change it. And it does not shatter easily. So like if I drop my obsidian, guys, like I actually have a friend who has an obsidian wand, bought an obsidian wand from me. I use in a wand as well for de-armoring. It shattered like glass, and quartz will also shatter. Now jade, I've dropped my jade by accident on a stone floor before. It was fine. I mean, don't throw it around and don't try it, but it's amazing that it is really hard stone. There are 2 types of jade. This is just for your knowing. So if you go looking out there, there's jadeite. It's more rare, more expensive. It's usually a lighter color green. And there's nephrite. It's a darker green. And the word nephrite, by the way, comes from the Greek word nephros, which means kidney. So it's linked to the kidneys, which I'm going to talk about in a moment here. Jade, known as the stone of dreams, because it helps manifest your dreams into reality. So it's used for manifesting stone of wealth. It's been used for centuries for healing body pain. In Spanish traditions, it was called la piedra de hijada, which means the stone of the side flank. And in other words, that means the stone to heal pain in the pelvis and the love handles. So how cool is that? Already and this is from, not Taoist places. So this is from different places in the world. Of course, the Taoists have used this for a long time. It actually came from, like the jade egg originally comes from ancient China when Huangdi, the Yellow Emperor, was in power. He was a benevolent, wise ruler, and it was his 3 female advisors who came up with this in order to keep the women healthy and vital, the queen and the concubines, for their entire life and have nice, resilient vaginas. So next we have, it's a crystal of vitality and longevity. That's what it's known for, as well as protection and good luck. So it's known to bring its bearer good luck. I actually have jade in my ears. I wear them all the time. And that's why it's also highly revered in China, this stone. It's also a stone for the heart chakra. So for the physical heart itself, as well as for just promoting more of those emotions of joy, calm, love, harmony. So it's all around a great stone to use for sexual healing. And I would advise from personal experience and from others' experiences as well, to not start with something like obsidian. Obsidian is very dark, great for shadow work, but for the specifically Taoist egg, where you also want to be pulling on the string to make energy rise up, the jade is all around the best. All right, let's get into the Taoist part. I clicked it. All right, Tao means the way of life, a way of living life. Some say it dates back to 5,000 years old. I've even seen texts that say 10,000 years old. Who knows? It goes back a long time ago. The Tao is really about balance, living in harmony with nature and with ourselves. So they do that through Qigong, cultivating life force energy and balancing the internal organs. And so therefore the internal emotions is very linked to Chinese medicine as well, with the meridians in the body. And it sees sex as healing love. So sex is a creative, potent healing energy that we can utilize. And then when we come together, we can use it even more so powerfully, right? To heal each other. Tantra. So I also draw from Tantra, so I'm just kind of going to mention it here briefly. Tantra, in a nutshell, is a weaving or an integration of the masculine and feminine within us. It's also a way of going beyond our ordinary reality and into the divine, seeing the divine in each other and in life. For example, if you might know eye gazing, that's a practice that could be called tantric. Or going into your senses, like doing something alone or with your partner, where you're like chewing your food really slowly and tasting every bit of it, and you're like taking life in fully. It's also about full expression of oneself, right? And also Tantra embraces sex as like the gateway to enlightenment, right? Like it's you want to be all in total to, to rise up to your superconscious self. So now we have this Tao Tantric jade egg. We can bring in all aspects of these into our practice. So the jade egg, now I've been through all of that, is really an inner alchemy Qigong for women. And so what I want you to understand is, just like yoga, most people know exactly, when I say yoga, they know what it is, or they at least get a picture in their mind that it is postures. And that's just the third limb of the 8 limbs of yoga. Then there's breath, there's different aspects to yoga. So the same with this, Taoist jade egg, that the Tao is this huge, the way, the philosophy, a way of life, a way to be playful and joyful and loving and kind, and find ways to do that. And then the jade egg is a little piece of it for women. And it's the inner alchemy, right? Because there's also the outer, there's the Qigong that we can go do outside and breathe with a tree, for example, and cultivate energy that way. We can do all kinds of Qigong, but then there's the sexual practices, because Taoists know, our sexual energy is powerful, and we don't want to just like leave it down by the wayside. We want to use it. So this is our way to do so. Other parts of this that are crucial are the inner smile. And you can look these up. Like, I'm not going to go deeply into these. These are all amazing practices in of themselves. But when I teach the jade egg, I also teach these alongside breast massage, keeping our breasts healthy and happy. One of my favorite practices called laughing boobies, where we like literally laugh with our boobies and they laugh up and down. Oh gosh, I just remembered making the video for laughing boobies once, a long time ago. I have it on YouTube. And people walked in and just started staring at me as I was laughing my boobies, and because I was doing it outside in the park. That was good. Womb clearing. That's something, again, we were talking about, that the womb can be a place where women where women store their negative kind of dark energy, whereas we want to clear that away and bring in joyful, loving energy. ovarian breathing. I love ovarian breathing. I feel like the more I do it, my period is getting lighter and lighter. I'm having way less of those symptoms. I have a lot more creative energy as well. And like, I'm also going to mention kidney breathing at the same time. What these are is your mind, your visualization and imagination, because you're using those potently with these practices, we go into those organs and we breathe them, and then you circulate them in your main channels of your body, which I'll show you in a second here. And the microcosmic orbit. So that's actually the channel that we use most of the time in these practices. As someone would get more advanced with the jade egg practice, then you can also be using other channels as well. So a huge part of the Tao is the 5 elements. So I definitely use that in the practices. And to give you an idea how that works. So let's just say, okay, today I'm going to work on my jade egg with my jade egg, and I'm going to, warm myself up, insert my egg, and then I'm going to clear my my womb space with these different sounds. So I'll use the sound for the fire element, which is the heart, linked to the heart, and the sound would be a so it's the same sounds I would use in sexual reflexology, which I did last year, a presentation on. Those same sounds, using them all the time. I also would use these sounds so you can use the sounds to clear like anything. You can use them to, like if you look up the 6 healing Taoist sounds on YouTube, then someone might be doing a practice there of the 6 healing sounds where they're just literally letting the sounds go with some kind of a simple movement. Now you can also use the sounds while you're clearing your breasts, right? You can also use the sounds while you're clearing your yoni. So it's sort of like a clean inner house sounds. So we use the sounds and then we use the color. When we release with the sound, we bring in the color and the positive virtue of that said element. Hope that wasn't too confusing. That's kind of how it works. So this is the microcosmic orbit. The microcosmic orbit is the term microcosmic orbit is actually a Taoist name, and it is actually composed of 2 vessels. The blue one on the picture is the conception vessel. And it's because it comes through the womb, conception. And the red one is the governing vessel. One is yin, one is yang. The conception vessel is yin, more watery, and the governing is yang. And the way they connect is through the tongue. So you like gently press your tongue to the roof of the mouth right behind your teeth, and that connects your orbit. There's a microcosmic orbit and there's a macrocosmic orbit. The macrocosmic would be sending the energy back down through your perineum, which is the point on the bottom, down your legs, down through your bubbling spring, which is underneath the ball of your foot, that kind of point right in the center-ish, kind of, and down into the earth. And then you're breathing down through the earth all the way up and down. And other channels we can work with are the core channel, which would be from the tip of the head, your crown, all the way right down through your perineum. So a straight line, like right inside. If there was a pole right through the center of your body, that's the core. There's penetrating vessels, which are beside the core channel, running alongside. One's masculine, one's feminine. If you've ever done alternate nostril breathing, where you're going, those ones, that's working with the penetrating vessel. And then we can also do chakra work with our jade egg as well. All very exciting. A piece to note is that when you're working with sexual energy, it multiplies what is, which you may have seen out there. There's like manifest with the sexual energy, right? Because it is a multiplier. It can help you manifest things. So it's just important to move into the practice knowing that and clear anything that may not be serving you. And the way I like to clear is through the inner smile. You can also shake your body. So literally just like shaking it out, right? You can use the 16 sounds or your own sounds, or you can purge your energy channel. So just like, using your hand like a broom, sweeping through, you can sweep your aura, but you can also clear your channels if you know exactly where they are, your yin channel and your yang channels. All right. So that was basically our main bulk piece. Now, I was going to kind of walk you through what a practice might look like. And they can all kind of vary, right? Because it depends. It's sort of like if you're going to go do a yoga practice, right? You might do some things are the same, but maybe some things will be different. So I invite you to, if you're listening to me and you can do this, just get comfortable in your body, and I just invite you to close your eyes. And just exhale a sigh. Maybe one more. Just shift your body around a little bit to be more comfortable. If you've been sitting for a while, just stretch. And just imagining, I'm the kind of woman who does her goddess jade egg practice. That's my story. Empowerment queen. And imagine you create your sacred space. So maybe you're in your bedroom or wherever you would do your practice. Imagine that space right now. Maybe you light a candle and put on some music, and maybe smudge, put on some essential oils, get some lubricant ready, some coconut oil. I like to put a bit of rose or lavender in there. It's a nice smell. And I first start by warming up. So depending on how I'm feeling, I might do some spinal rolls, some shoulder rolls, maybe just starting easy. Shoulder rolls, rolling the joints around. So just any joints, wrist rolls. You can even kind of do it now. Ankle rolls, open and close your knee joints, move your hips around, your spine. And I had mentioned spinal rolls. Spinal rolls is literally rolling the spine, right? Adding the spine. These rolls, they can be small like I'm doing right now, or if I was standing, I could be sinking all the way down my spine and then all the way up. Maybe I felt like putting music on. Maybe you want to put some music on and you just want to dance and find your flow. So that's a warm up. That's how I start. And I start to think about, what is it I want to let go of today, or what do I want to bring in? So maybe I dance a song, maybe 3-minute warm up, doesn't really matter, however much feels right. And then I might grab some coconut oil and I start massaging my breasts. So imagine you are massaging your breasts. In the meantime, you take your jade egg, maybe you sit on it, getting it warm. It's underneath your thigh or something. If you're sitting on your bed or something, or just warming it up. Massaging the breasts. And then at some point, shifting down to your belly, massaging your belly. And then massaging your back, lower back and sacrum, massaging your thighs, inner thighs. And slowing down, because now this is time to drop into pleasure and sensation. You start to notice that you can touch your body and sense your hands on your body. And you can sense your body under your hands. And then you just let your hands move around to any part of your body that feels good. When you feel like, now I'm ready for connecting with my jade egg, then you take your egg into your hands and whisper into it what your intention is. I program you today to, I would like to fill in the blank. I would like to cultivate more joy. I would like to feel more connected to myself. I would like to flow with my feminine. I would like to manifest more clients, whatever it is. It's best to be as specific as possible. Usually when I start with the egg with people, it's about releasing blocks. I'd like to release my sexual blocks today and hold myself with whatever arises. And then I'd like to exhale your love into it, literally. Exhale your love. So programming the crystal. Yeah. And then when you're feeling ready, you take the crystal down and start rubbing it around your belly button, down to your lower abdomen, and start rubbing it, massaging on top of your pubic bone, your Mount of Venus, and then into the crease of your leg, and then onto your vulva, massaging around there. Maybe grab some more coconut oil if you need it. Massaging around until you come to the entrance. And this is where you ask your body, do I have the permission to practice jade egg today? Does my body feel like a yes? And you listen. Remember, I was saying this is a way to get to know yourself. This is a way to heal sexual trauma, all those things. It comes alive when you're doing it. And it's not about going through the motions and trying to be like, okay, I got to do this and then I do this and then I'm going to do this practice and this practice. Maybe that's as far as I get today. Maybe my body says no, and I need to honor that. And then do something else. Maybe I could still do my breath work without the egg, right? But it's really a way to drop in. So maybe your body says yes, and then you swirl the egg at the entrance. It's like swirling at the entrance of the vagina and allowing the vagina to start to breathe, like, imagine it could open up its mouth, like, relax. And then at some point, you'll feel the egg pop in, or maybe you want to do a different method. I like this method as well, where I just start to press it to the different directions, like 4 corners, and just let out a sound, letting go fear. Into different corners. So there's different ways. You get the egg in, and then finally it's in. All right, now what can I do? So now the egg's in the vagina, and you can activate the microcosmic orbit. Literally, you just get it to a place where when you pull on the string, it's not going to just pop out, right? Let's see here. And so you pull on the string, and you inhale up your microcosmic orbit, up the yang channel, up the spine, and then exhale down the front. And you do that for a little while and let that energy start to flow. And you can also reverse it and do the water cycle, where you inhale up the front and then exhale down the back. Both are really beautiful. After that one, maybe I want to get the egg, move it up and down with my yoni muscles. So I love to put my finger in behind it, or not. You don't even have to. You can just hold the string, and as you pull, your yoni pulls it in, you can feel the string move in your fingers, between your fingers. That's really cool. And you start to learn how to pull the jade egg up with your yoni muscles and then push it down. So eventually, like at first, you might have the same experience as me, where it's like, I don't feel anything. My vagina is numb, or like, I don't even know, is the egg inside or not, right? All of these are totally normal. But with time, you become articulate in the yoni. And I'm speaking from experience, because I couldn't feel it when I first put it in. and I felt like I couldn't move it either. Like, what? I'm supposed to try to pull it up. This is insane. And yet with practice, and I'm a mom, so I don't do it every day. I do different practices every day, but I don't do the jade egg every single day. But it does work over time, and it does give you more orgasmic energy because you're literally programming and training your vagina to pulse like that. And you're able to then also kind of like, if you're with a male partner, work on his penis with your vaginal muscles more consciously. It's really cool. So if you haven't already, you can come back to this space slowly, sensing your feet on the floor and your sitting bones on your seat. And yeah, if you're curious, well, how do I get started if you don't already have a jade egg practice? Well, the first step would be get a drilled jade egg and make sure it's not fake, because there are fake ones on the market. Cleanse and prepare your egg, and that's just how you would cleanse an egg would be the same way as you would cleanse any crystal, saltwater bath and such. Find a facilitator, because it is much like if you were to like, I'm going to go do a yoga practice, but I don't need a teacher. Well, you may want a teacher. I teach this stuff, and there's many great teachers out there. And practice regularly. That's, of course, the main piece about it. And just to remember that the egg is a tool, that you're not broken, and it's not, it's going to fix me forever and ever, everything at once, but it's a way to grow and heal, grow all those positive virtues we want: love, harmony, compassion, joy, and so on. And I just want to end with one last thing. When we give ourselves time and space to stop resisting all of the pain, and drop in and feel the underlying pain and hurt that we've been storing in our wounds and in our hearts, that we've passed down from our ancestors, we can begin to defrost the numbness and feel more pleasure and truly open our heart, which is what this practice is all about. So the jade egg, sounds like it's a great sexual tool for more pleasure and orgasms, which it is, but it really is about opening our hearts, cultivating the higher centers, and, in that, transforming our sexual raw energy into super consciousness. So yeah, thank you so much. This is just a way to stay in touch with me. If you like what you hear and you want to get in touch, you can go here, get a free meditation. You can get on my list. I'm starting a new course next week, an 8-week course on how to do the jade egg at home. So yeah, thank you so much. I can't hear if Wendy's going to talk.
I'm going to talk. That was really informative. Thank you, Tamarah.
Yes,
You're
awesome.
Yeah, you're so knowledgeable on all that. I love that you've spoken now. This is your third time on the festival.
That's
really
right.
fabulous.
Wow.
And it's been a long day, hasn't it? It's been amazing talks throughout the day. I'm just blown away by all of you. I feel so blessed. So,
Do you mind if I ding to clear all of the energy?
yes,
away?
ding away.
Ooh, I feel it too. Thank you.
Nice. Yes, thank you for that. That's very nice and clearing. Well, we're gonna finish up. There's a whole big day again tomorrow, and we're starting with Tamarah again. She's going to lead us in the Blessed Booty Shake. Oh
Yes,
yeah,
I'm
Blessed
excited for that.
Booty Shake.
Awesome.
So we'll see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific time, Tamarah, and of course I'll be here a few minutes before. We're ready for you, and another beautiful day full of amazing speakers. We've got our keynote speaker tomorrow. Oh gosh, we're after Tamarah. We've got mother-daughter talks about sex, like talking to your teens. How do you do that? This is a woman who's like specialist in this. And yes, and Sonia's Sexy School. Oh, I love when she's at the festival. Sonia's Sexy School. That's a nod. Do not miss. Okay, everyone who's listening, who's been here today, it's been a blessing to share all this information with you. I trust you've had a few aha moments. Oh, I never thought of that. Well, how interesting. Tamarah, thank you. All the presenters, you are all so blessed and beloved, and I'm so grateful for all of you. See you all tomorrow. Sleep well tonight. Good night.
I know a day is gonna come. I know a day